and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business, and that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated, because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit VaxAssist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in our March Matchups $250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March matchups, and if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of the $250K in bonus bets. You think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? In tomorrow night's second national semifinal, 2 more top seeds collide, Duke and Houston. The Cougars boast the nation's top defense, but it has been vulnerable to the deep ball. The Blue Devils, with their superior starting 5, will likely exploit that, so I am projecting a Duke-Florida men's championship matchup, as Duke has been just as impressive as Florida. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and some emotion from Taijuan Walker as he pumps his fist, slaps his glove, and walks off with 6 scoreless innings in his debut in 2025.
Welcome on in, everyone. Listen, I'm trying here. Welcome on in, everyone. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us, 215-592-9494. And, that standing ovation I just gave could have been for Taijuan Walker, or it could have been for Hugh Douglas, who tried to tell us yesterday that's exactly what he would do. Good morning, Mr. Baseball, Hugh Douglas.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. In the famous words of that guy whose name we don't speak, when a woman's fed up, it ain't nothing you could do about it.
That's a good one.
He kind of looked at me like, what is wrong with
It's a good one. All right, go ahead, victory lap, Douglas.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean what I'm talking about?
No, listen, man.
Everyone listening is waiting for the victory lap, so let them have it.
Listen, I don't have to do that. We're family.
Oh, stop.
And I understand. Listen, I understand where everybody was coming from.
Yeah.
So I take all the ridicule that was given to me and the fact that people were sending me mean and hurtful tweets all day long. I'm not upset about that, man. I don't need an apology because to be honest, I understand how people feel the way that we feel. And this is Philadelphia, and I wouldn't expect anything less. So I don't need an apology. I really, really don't. And I'm not going to peacock. No, I'm not going to peacock around this studio. I'm not going to do that, man. It's not warranted. He did well, and plus his mom was in town. You can't let mom down.
See,
man.
now did you have inside info yesterday that mom was there? Because that changes things.
No, you know what's funny, and I know people think that, especially when it comes to baseball, he's in there, he'll know what he's talking about. But when we were sitting there, I was looking at the lineup, right? And I was like, and I told you this, I said, Joe, there's a lot of these hitters that have never seen Taijuan. It was only like in the starting lineup, it was like only 4 guys that have had like success against him.
Yeah, and they're not good anyway.
Yes, it was, and some people said that. I mean, I get that, but
tomato
I mean, it's a tomato can. I get that, but it's still a professional baseball team.
Yeah, they are.
And I looked at that and I was like, he has a real chance here. It just all depends on how he starts the game. And that's where it really came from. And then, it was a part of that. And then, like I said, I woke up that morning and turned on the television, and everybody, it was almost like everybody was giving a sigh, collective sigh.
Mm-hmm.
Taijuan Walker's on the mound today.
I mean, some people yesterday called it a scheduled loss, a Glenn Rivers scheduled loss. Yeah. Some people said you were crazy, drunk, lying. I mean, those words
said
were
I
said
was on
yesterday.
the gummies and all this stuff. Well, I tell you what, though.
And those people were just the people on the show.
It's Friday. It's gonna be a gummy Friday.
Oh, okay.
We gonna take a victory lap gummy Friday tonight.
Well,
though.
Some people thought it was a gummy Thursday.
We're gonna be sleep by 6 o'clock. We can't be sleep by 6 because we got a big game tonight. Can't be sleep by 6.
We got a lot to do today. We start with the little Hugh Douglas victory lap. Although he's being modest Douglas in here today.
Let me put my seat up.
No, yeah, you know what? You should have a little victory lap. You called that yesterday. Nice win by the Phillies. They are now 5-1. Taijuan was excellent yesterday. I mean, that's all you can say. He was excellent. He pitched really well, and they did enough offensively. It wasn't a lot, but they did scratch a couple of runs across, and the Schwarber home run. Schwarber has 4 home runs now in 6 games.
Yeah, he money.
This guy is off to a great start.
Yeah, you probably need to go ahead.
Maybe pay that guy?
Make that happen.
Yeah, extend that contract. All right, Hugh. So we could be real. It was a great day for the Phillies. It was a great day for Taijuan. Your prediction was spot on. But the main event starts tonight, right? The first couple series of the year, it's great. Good start. I mean, 5-1, you can't ask for anything more. I'm very happy with the way the team's playing, pitching, all that. But the Nationals and for the World Series last year. We don't have to beat around the bush on this. The Dodgers are the best roster in baseball. Doesn't mean they're unbeatable, but they're the best team. They won the World Series last year. They very well might break the wins record this year. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question to think they're going to end up as the greatest regular season team of all time. But Hugh, they're in here tonight, and here's what's really top of mind for me. I understand the date. Like, what is today? April? I said I understand the date. It's April 4th, okay?
Yeah,
it's April 4th.
The 4th.
So we are a long way away from the postseason.
Got a lot of baseball left to be played.
Yep, and guess what? I don't care. Tonight's a big deal. This weekend is a big, big deal. At least it is for me, because here's what In fact, I went back and looked. So the two best teams I've ever seen, 98 Yankees won 114 games, 2001 Mariners won 116. So I went and looked, like, how many series did those teams lose all year? Because if you win that many games, you can't lose many series, right?
Yeah.
Those teams, the Yankees in 98 and the Mariners in 2001, lost 6 series and 7 series the whole year. So the way I view this is the Dodgers are probably only going to lose, 6, 7, 8 series the whole year. I want one of them to be this weekend, tonight. I want to put the seed of doubt in their head that if they play the Phillies in the postseason, it's just like last year when we took 5 out of 6. 215-592-9494. We could start with your calls on all this. Hugh, the Taiwan thing yesterday, and is this weekend a big deal? Hugh, what do you think? Big team coming in, but it is April 4th.
Well, can I be allowed the long talk just for a minute?
That's what we do.
And this is what I need people to understand. Kyle's on one today. It's Friday. Is this a big series? Yes and no. It's a big series because it's the Dodgers, and what they've been able to do and everything, and the fact that this fan base wants to see something good from this team. I get all of that. It's a Friday night. This is the series we played 2 tomato tans. I like that one.
Keeping yourself grounded.
They'll keep me grounded. And they want to see what this team looks like against a really, really good baseball team, a hot baseball team, the hottest baseball team.
Yep.
But I have to say, for the players, this is just another series this early in the year. Now, there's some elements of a measuring stick in there, no question about that. But does it matter, Joe? Not really. Not really. It's too early. It's too early, and this team is still trying to figure it out. We were just having arguments yesterday about Sosa being in the lineup. And, Alec Bohm and him hitting and everything. There's a lot to be said about it. It's just, for us, the Dodgers are off to a hot start. They look like they're unstoppable. And the game that they had the other night against the Braves, coming back the way that they did, and they were down, and Shohei Ohtani doing what he's done, I get all of that. But this is just another series in a long line of series that we have. We still got well over 150 games.
We do. There's a lot of baseball to go, but sometimes early, that litmus test matters. 215-592-9494. And I'll tell you what, I could just hear everyone on our show Monday if it goes wrong this weekend. See? Nothing changed.
Well, that's what people do.
I know,
man.
But you know what? 5-1, I think the town is starting to get a little excited here, right? Like, there's a little doubt entering the season, but they're playing well. If they beat the Dodgers this weekend, we're going to be off and running with excitement.
Yeah.
If they lose to the Dodgers, it's going to be like, see, all right. First 2 series, whatever. It was tomato cans. When they saw a real team, the same issues were exposed, especially, like, they haven't struck out much. We pointed out the stat yesterday. After game 1, when they struck out 1 million times, they've really been pretty good at not striking out. Now, this weekend, they're going to face Yamamoto, Sasaki, Glasnow. If they don't strike out against these guys, then maybe they really have changed. No, maybe this is a better version of the Phillies.
There's some elements of this game that you want to watch, and you're going to watch real closely.
Yep.
You got to score runs. I'm not sitting here saying, by me saying all that, it doesn't matter, that you should lose this series. I'm not saying you lay down and let the Dodgers come in here and, beat you up. Then you're not going to let them do that.
You catch yourself there?
Yes, I did.
Oh, no, come on. 10-09.
You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. So there's some pride with this. You want to see where you are.
Yeah.
But when we start talking about a World Series, what do they call it when you say preview of the world? No, this ain't it.
Well, here's what it is for me. 215-592-9494. It's an ability to show the Phillies have changed. They are better. They are improved. And I want the seed of doubt in the Dodgers. Look, last year the Phillies beat them 5 out of 6. Now, we didn't get to see it in the playoffs, but I did wonder if we did get that playoff matchup, would that be in the back of the Dodgers' minds? If we beat them again this year, like, if I'm a Dodger and the only team over the last 2 years to consistently beat me is the Phillies, that'd be in the back of my mind around
That's
October.
Probably that's in their mind now.
But
if
they beat us, then it evens out. I want to keep beating them.
I think there's going to be a lot of pride into this game. It always is.
Yeah.
But to sit here and say, well, guys are saying, hey, this could be a preview for who gets to the World Series. There's a lot of baseball left to be played.
There is. The teams will change a lot, but it's a big litmus test early. 215-592-9494 to hop in here. Let's hear from Dave Dabrowski early in spring training, talking about last year playing the Dodgers, never having the chance to see them in October, but what they did in the regular season against them.
I don't hear anybody say, hey, the Phillies beat the Dodgers 5 out of 6 last year during the regular season. All right. We did. And so, I mean, they've got a tremendous club, as do others in our league. But I think we match up against anybody. Hope we get the opportunity to do that in October.
Well, I do too. And you know what would really, would stand out?
What's
if
that?
we get to this October and we could say, in the last 2 years, they beat them 10 out of 12. That starts tonight. Let's hear John Middleton yesterday on the Phillies show at Citizens Bank Park with Ruben Amaro and Jim Salisbury and Todd Zalecki. Here's what he said about this upcoming Dodger series.
But look, if you want to win the World Series, whether they're in the American League or the National League West or the National League East, you're going to have to beat them at some point in time. To be the best, you have to beat the best. And so it's difficult because the financial resources that the Yankees have, the Mets have, and the Dodgers have is just significantly more than other people. In fact, Hal Steinbrenner is quoted as saying, we're at a huge disadvantage compared to the Dodgers. So that gives you a sense of where how perceives the competition and where he stands. I think we match up with any of them, frankly. I think it's a challenge, but I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I am too. I think it's a big deal starting tonight. 215-592-9494 to hop in. Is this series versus the Dodgers a big deal? And of course, Victory Lap Hugh today. Throw your flowers at him. He nailed the Taiwan start. Kyle, what are you feeling this morning as we get Hugh? Not quite peacocking, but he did nail that yesterday.
He wants to.
I know.
You can tell.
It's on the way.
He's high road Hugh today.
Yeah, he is.
Kyle, he's waiting for it. That's why all them cuts spooled up. I'm not going to do that, man. I'm not going to do that.
Stop.
I'm not going to do that.
Well, we have 3.5 hours or so to go.
Yeah,
Kyle,
we'll
what are you feeling tonight? Is this series versus the Dodgers a big deal?
Yeah. So as someone who took the pledge and took the pledge seriously,
unlike some people, Hugh Douglas.
well, at least he's consistent. He's saying it's not a big deal. Of course it's a big deal. This is a measuring stick series, and I don't care how early in the season it is. I'm thinking of, I guess, for example, like when the Ravens played the Chiefs in week 1 in that opener. Don't you think if they had beaten Kansas City, Ravens fans would be sitting there going like, like new big dog in town.
It's our turn.
But the Chiefs won, and they made a statement that they were still the team to beat in the AFC. And you know what? Guess what? They were still the team to beat in the AFC. You can make statements and take things from things that happened earlier on in the season. Like, it's not just a measuring stick to see how we stack up against the Dodgers. It's a measuring stick to see what we really have in the Phillies. You said it. Hugh said it. Or in some way, shape, or form that we played, Kameda Tans?
Kameda Tans. We played Kameda Tans.
We did. I mean, we beat up on the Nationals and the Rockies, and that's great. And I love the fact that we started off the season strong. And look, let's be honest, people would have been upset if we had stumbled out of the gate against those two teams. So, I challenge everybody. In fact, I think anyone who says that it's not a big deal is going to be lying, because you know what people will say Monday. If we happen to get swept by the Dodgers, everyone's going to be like, pack it in. The Dodgers are just better than everybody else. Nobody's going to beat them. And the Phillies are just the same old team. Like, I'm with you. It's a big deal. I want to see the Phillies go out there and take the series versus the Dodgers and show them that we're right there too.
Listen, I know it's early in the season, and obviously no team goes undefeated in baseball. That's crazy talk, right? But they're undefeated. I need to knock them off their perch this weekend, because if they come in here,
they are kind of hot though.
Yeah, I mean
That's when they got back from overseas.
They went to Japan and won, and they haven't played terrible. It's not like they've actually not beaten up on tomato cans. They beat them. Cubs are decent, and
Braves were tomato cans.
Oh, the Braves are tomato can already?
How many games the Braves won this year?
0. But do you look at the Braves as a
tomato can?
Yeah, the Braves might be a tomato can. Whatever they are.
Tomato can.
Here's what I need. I need wins this weekend. We need to beat the Dodgers. It's a big deal. It is absolutely a big deal.
On the Braves thing, can we slow down a little bit?
Yeah, Hugh's calling them a tomato can.
I know.
Well, they've been a tomato tan this weekend. Well, this week, I should say.
No, they started off terribly, and I get no team has made the playoffs.
It's a lot of baseball left to be played. I get that.
How many years have there been this many playoff spots available, though?
3.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
they probably will still make the playoff.
I wouldn't quite bury them yet, but they have not played well so far. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. All right, let's get to the phone lines here. All things on Hugh's prediction of Taijuan Walker yesterday and starting tonight. The Dodgers are in, the defending champ, undefeated Dodgers. Is this series a big deal? I mean, typically, if this series was in August or September, everyone would say it is. But it's April 4th, and Hughes pushed it back.
It might even rain tonight, huh?
It's going to be fine. We got
You think
baseball.
so?
Let me check the weather.
It was
app.
crazy last night.
No, it was crazy this morning.
Yeah,
I guess that was this
I
morning.
think
It
we're
woke me
clear.
up.
I think we're clear tonight. Just a little cloudy, 65. No, we got a baseball game tonight. Chris in Middletown, who we saw yesterday at the game. What's up, Chris? Good morning.
Happy Fransky Friday, man.
Happy Fransky Friday and the bracket of Hughes Friday. It's back today, everyone, so we'll continue that. Chris, what are you feeling today?
Fridays don't get any better than that when
Nope.
you got the bracket Hughes going on as well. Guys, thank you again for meeting up with us yesterday. My daughter talks about you guys all the time. Made her day. She was thrilled. So thanks again.
Oh, yeah, we were happy to come out and
not
say
a problem,
hi.
not a problem.
Glad you guys got to enjoy a Taijuan masterpiece.
Yeah.
Masterclass.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Hugh, you don't have to worry about asking for an apology because, well, my petty brother, I got your 6 on this, all right? Because I'm going to be petty enough for both of us. Listen, you tried telling you, Mr. Baseball tried telling you all yesterday he was going to come out and he was going to deal. And I came on, let off the show, and did a Taijuan, chant. And what did I get? I got the buzzer from Kyle, and I got to listen to Plant Joe go on air the entire time and trash the man. Trash the man. Shameful Joe proceeded to make fun of him the remainder of the show right in front of his mother. His mom was there.
Well, hold on. You make it sound like his mom was in front of the radio booth. I don't believe that's true. And second, I think Hugh had inside info his mom was there. If someone had told me that Taijuan's mom was in attendance, maybe I would have been a little softer yesterday that he was going to pitch better. No one told me. Didn't know.
Apologies need to be given, Joe. I
apologize
need to
to
hear from
Hugh?
you.
You don't have
Chris,
to apologize.
I'm sorry. I was dead wrong.
Nobody's
about
apologizing
Taijuan.
to you, Chris.
and you too, Kyle. And you know what? Who's the only pitcher on this staff right now that has not given up a home run or a run?
I don't give a shit.
That's what Taijuan Walker. So, all right, let's
Wheeler's
move on
pitched
to
twice. Go ahead, yeah.
well, still the only guy on the staff. What else?
Did you just Wheeler versus
He did. This is unbelievable stuff.
Credibility is dashed.
Well, yeah. All right. Let's start with some facts here. This series does not matter. It does not matter at all. It is April, and I remind you that last year we started off the season at 62-34 and got bounced in the first round. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Atlanta, you're right with Atlanta. Don't throw flowers on that grave yet because I don't believe they're dead. They started in 2022 at 6-8 and then came back at 101-61. But again, what happened? They ran into us in the playoffs and we beat them. So these early series do not matter. We've talked about this before the season started. What matters is that they get hot right before the playoffs, rolling into the playoffs, and get hot through the playoffs. Those series, those wins matter. Not April, not May, not June. These series are just meant to get you there. Doesn't define what's going to happen in the postseason. You need to be ready, be hot, be on your game. That's what matters.
Well, Chris, I agree with that. The overall arc of what you're saying, Chris, we appreciate the phone call. I do agree that like the April record really is not the biggest deal, right? Like you got to get to the postseason and play well. We've seen that with the Phillies in different ways, opposite ways the last couple of years. But there's something about I want to put the seed of doubt in the Dodgers.
No, I get that.
The Dodgers right now are walking around and playing as if they're on a different level than everybody else. And you know what?
They look like they are right now.
They might be. But last year, one team played really well against them. That was the Phillies. Now, unfortunately, the Phillies tripped up and never got their chance to see them in October. But if we could do it again, if the Phillies play really well against the Dodgers again this year, I don't know if I'm Freeman, who's not going to play this week because he has an ankle injury because I think he fell
slipped with the kids' toys or something right there.
In the shower.
Oh yeah, that's
He
what it
slipped
was. Yeah, it was slipped in the shower.
It was
What were you doing in the shower, dog?
Taking a shower, I guess.
And slather Vaseline on me.
Anyway,
I have some thoughts on that.
Okay, you're gonna do this. All right.
Last time we did this, I got in trouble.
You did.
Me Yeah, I'm going to keep it.
Okay, keep it to yourself. No Freddie Freeman this weekend for whatever. Bottom line is this. The Dodgers look like the best team. I want to put a seed of doubt in them. So if we see him in October, in the back of their mind, like, you know what? This team gives us trouble. 2 years in a row, this team gives us trouble. I need to do that to knock them down a peg. Let's go to Bob, who's up next on WIP. What's up, Bob?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Bob. What's going
up,
on?
Bob?
You know, I'm a sales rep down here in South Florida, drive around all day. You guys make my life so much easier. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for listening in Florida.
We appreciate you, Bob.
Love you all. But born and raised in Philly. So Jesus Luzardo is a good friend of mine, actually. I know him real well down here. And we've been hanging out for years. And he's always told me how he would love to be a Philly. He used to tell me when he was warming up in the bullpen, the visitors' bullpen for the Marlins, and people were telling him about his mother and father and everything else in the world. I love that passion. I wish they were rooting for me. That's awesome. So the day he got traded, it was a Sunday morning. He called me and told me. He said within a half an hour, Bryce Harper called him and welcomed him to the team. And he said this organization is so top-notch. The way they treat him, his family, is unbelievable, especially compared to the Marlins. And before that, he was on the A's. So, you know, it's really no comparison. So it makes me feel good to be a Philly fan and know how well they treat these guys. And top-notch. He said he would die for this team. So he's going to pitch great tonight, and it is a big series to me. We're 5-1 against bad teams. I want to see us play a good team and have that confidence.
Yeah, well, Bob, it's a great story on Luzardo, and I love hearing that. I could feel that he was on with the afternoon show down in spring training. I could feel that he was excited to be here and to play in this kind of market. And Bob, it's a big one for him, right? Because he had a tough year last year. He pitched well on Saturday against a bad team. If he pitches well tonight against this Dodgers lineup, I'm going to start feeling like, you know what? He's back to what he was 2 years ago.
Couldn't agree more. And he says he feels great. He hasn't felt this good. He told me in years. Said I believe him. A year ago, this time he could barely bend over. I mean, literally to tie his shoes. His back was a mess. Anyway, he's healthy. I think he's going to do great. And I do want to see our starting pitching is insane, but I want to keep it going against this team. Again, 5-1 against UT Colorado was as bad as it gets. I mean, they were horrible. They were so unimpressive. So great to beat them. But I want to beat a good team.
No question, Bob. Good phone call, man. And we appreciate listening from down there. 215-592-9494. Yeah, I mean, the Rockies are tomato cans. And Moniak dropping the ball in left field yesterday.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, they're a bad team. But you know what? As you say, when there's bad teams,
you beat them because they're bad.
And the Phillies did. They're 5-1. Here come the Dodgers tonight. Is this series versus LA a big deal? Typically, if it's July, if it's August, if it's September, we all agree there. But it's April 4th. Is it a big deal this early in the season? I say yes. Hugh's not there. Where are you? 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. We got so much to do here on the show today. The bracket of Hughes, we put it on hiatus here, and we are back for the next round of the bracket of Hughes. All the Hughes that moved on, they'll go head-to-head. We'll throw a matchup at you. You pick the winner there. I don't know, after yesterday, after what happened with Taiwan, I feel like the odds are shifting. Told you so, Douglas might be the overall favorite now. We'll get to that. Scott Fransky coming up at 12. Interesting thing that could be happening with the Philadelphia Eagles this summer. We'll get to that as well. And what JT and Schwarber said about the Dodgers series. All coming up. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their explosive promotions. How about Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, or the Golf Profit Boost tokens? Well, here's a parlay that I like. I like for the local team to hit home runs and the local basketball team to get an outright win. So there you have it. Money line on the basketball team and home runs on the baseball team. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project.
Thumb ready to safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list. For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Fransky Friday. Scott will join us coming up at 12. At 11, we got to get to something the morning show was discussing, a change the NFL made, a slight tweak that could impact the Eagles in a huge way this coming summer. Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. A lot to get to, but we start here with the Phillies. Tonight, the Dodgers come in. Is this series a big deal? I know it's April 4th, but it's a big deal to me. 215-592-9494. And we will begin the Bracket of Hughes round 2. So we're going to throw a bunch of matchups out there today and cut this thing down even further. And I'm telling you, after what happened yesterday, I think the odds have shifted to I told you so Douglas is now the overall favorite.
But I didn't say
yeah,
anything.
But no, wait a second.
This is like, I just find it funny because I know it sounds kind of weird, but I think about Kyle and how strong he was in his take yesterday about how crazy I was. And when he saw Taiwan doing his thing yesterday, he didn't say nothing.
I was crumbling. I was getting crushed on Twitter, by the way. They were
And
killing
so
me.
at that point, it's no need. Like, I don't need to pile on at that point because I can just tell. Because we tweet during the games most times. So I gauge by the non-tweets that's going on.
Everyone's kind of just backing off. It's like the Homer Simpson one when he's like backing up into the bushes, just disappearing.
Because what did you just said Taiwan. You just said Taiwan or something, and that was it. And I was like, yeah. So it's no need at this point to say anything else about it because we all see it.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, there's no need.
A lot of people do think Kyle and I should apologize. We'll see if that happens over the course of this show. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's hear from some of the players as they get ready for the series tonight. JT Realmuto about the Dodgers in this series coming up.
It's the first weekend in April, but is there any added juice for the Dodgers coming in this weekend? I don't know. I heard they were unbeatable, so maybe we should. I don't think so. I mean, we want to win every game. Every game's important. Obviously, they're a great team over there, so we're excited for the challenge. It's going to be fun.
I like that, actually. That was a little dig. Like, no one could beat them. I guess they're unbeatable.
But you have to realize that. I would assume, I've never played baseball, but you got to assume, as important as this series is to us fans, they're looking at like, hey, we're going to go out there and try to win, like he said, but we still got a lot of baseball left to be played. And it's the ebb and flow of the season, man. Just like, and somebody pointed out, beat them 5 out of 6 times last year.
Yep.
And went home in the first round.
We didn't get a chance to see him in the playoffs.
You see what I'm saying? So you have to keep that in perspective. I like the trajectory that they're rolling in right now, and they're trying to figure out how to keep that going. That's right now. That to me is more important than winning the series. Is keeping this momentum going, and with that, keeping the momentum going, you know what that does inadvertently? Beats the Dodgers.
Well, it would. I'm curious to see this weekend how they play it like Topper in terms of the bullpen usage and the who plays, right? Because
how well Sosa hits, how well Sosa does in this situation. Because I feel like he's going to be in the lineup tonight.
I think he better. I mean, I think it'd be crazy to sit him for 2 straight days off of what he's done so far.
I think
but then who doesn't play? Because it's a righty on the mound, so it's not Stott's day to sit.
I think that even though I sit there and I said, oh, it doesn't matter, it matters in the sense that you want to see, number one, how he is in the lineup like that, and you want to see where you are, and because you match up well with him hitter for hitter. I think the Phillies are, they have the name recognition right now and they have the hardware, but the Phillies are just as good in my opinion.
Well, they could feel that way. They got to go out, and to me, they got to go
they got to get it
show
done.
And I need to win this series. I think it's a big deal early in the season. 215-592-9494. Let's hear Kyle Schwarber on the challenge of the Dodgers coming in here.
How much do you sense the team is excited to take on the Dodgers this weekend with them coming in undefeated?
Yeah, it'll be a fun challenge, right? I feel like every time that we play them, it's always a fun series. It's always packed. If it's here, if it's there. There's a lot of great talent on both teams, and it's always going to be a fun series. So it's time for us to enjoy this one and buckle up and get ready for another good series.
Buckle up. Here they come. The
Buckle
Dodgers
up.
in tonight. Ron in Monco. Buckle up for Ron's call. What's going on, Ron?
Well, I'm buckled up. I got my headgear on. I got it all on.
Well, that's good. That means you're ready. So it's a big deal tonight, Ron. Big deal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one for sure. But you know what? You know why I really enjoy this station all these years is it's the callers for me, because you just never know what you're going to get. You know what I mean? It's just like pot luck. We heard one this morning, and I'm not going to name any names, but when a guy gets on the radio and says these games don't matter, period, he's not a baseball guy. Okay? He's a numbers guy. That's what he is. He's a numbers guy. Here to know the numbers? Here's the truth of the matter. Here's the truth. Every at-bat is precious especially no more so than for the Titans, okay? Because they're trying to change their ways, okay? So you take these underling teams and you start, working the pitchers like professional batters. Every one. Because if they don't do it this year, if they don't all buck up and start acting like professionals in the box, at the plate, heads are going to roll. Every head is going to roll next year, including you, Joe.
Me? What did I do? My head's going to roll. I'm not even on the team.
Your head's going to roll too, dude.
All right, well then that's why it's a big deal. I don't want my head to roll over the Phillies here.
Yeah, but I think Hugh is safe. I think you're
I'm
safe.
okay.
Well, after that
Well, thank
Taiwan
you.
prediction
Thank
so
you.
that bought
Thank
you some time around here.
I mean, I appreciate it, Ron, because I'm pretty sure you probably thought I was an idiot yesterday.
Kyle's a dead man walking. He's done.
Who?
Kyle, his head is blocked.
Oh, yeah, he's in trouble.
What?
Now, listen, that's what they have to do. Everybody, if you don't know it, you don't know baseball.
That's
I'm not worried about the pitching. I haven't been worried about the pitching for 2 years.
No. Whoa. Hold on.
Yeah, was it last
Ron
spring?
called in last year before the season and said,
we keep
this
receipts.
pitching is going to be the reason that the Phillies fall short.
We keep receipts.
That's a long-term
I
receipt.
mean, Ron, you don't have to lie to people.
Kyle, you do this to me all the time. You heard what I said this year. I said it last year, and it's even worse this year.
No, you just lied through your teeth. You said you haven't been worried about the pitching for 2 years.
No,
Yes.
Compared to the lineup is the problem. It's
We know.
always been the problem.
Yeah,
That's not what you said last year.
Welcome to the club. We're all
that's
together
it.
on that. Yeah.
You're not telling the truth, Kyle. You're
Yes,
just-
I am. Ron, I have this
Yeah.
beautiful thing called an audio database here. I can go back and find it for you if you'd really like, but I don't think you'd want me to do
I
that.
don't know if you want to with Kyle
Ron,
today.
it sounds like your head's about to roll. I mean, that's what's
I'm
happening.
telling you, guess what? I'm going fishing, and I'm going to forget about all you guys.
All right.
Wait a minute, Ron, you going fishing today?
Ron, what are you
Wait a
fishing for?
minute.
Stripers.
Ooh.
The stripers are in, baby.
Wait a minute, Ron, aren't you late for fishing?
No, you got to work the tide. Yo, I live very close to you. Okay, I'm real close to you, and you don't know it, but you got the Delaware River. The battleships are in.
Don't you live in
The
Monco?
stripers are in.
Yeah, Monco's not that far from Delaware, right?
I guess maybe not.
Man, you're in striper heaven where you live.
You're
I
in
didn't know,
striper heaven.
but I always thought, like, I'm not saying you don't know what you're talking about, but I always thought you went fishing like early in the morning when they bite.
Not when you when you have a tide, you have to work the tide.
Oh, okay,
You have a-
okay.
do you even know what a tide is?
It's I guess
You
it
don't
has.
know. Okay, lop the head off.
Don't challenge
Lop
Ron
the
when it
head
comes to
off.
stripers.
Ron, that's why I was asking. I'm trying
You
to
gotta
learn.
work the tide. Ron, go work the tide. All right, we'll talk to you soon. Do you even know what a tide is?
I do know what a tide is.
Like, do you know what Louis Scene is? Do you know what a tide is?
Hey, I was doing well until I asked that question. Then
Yeah.
he bit
Oh,
my head
yeah.
off.
Yeah, well, that's what Ron does.
I can't believe he had the gall to just come on.
It was last 2 spring trainings ago. He was upset that everyone said they had a great starting rotation, and he didn't believe it.
Yeah, Ron getting on a boat.
Yeah,
like he's on a boat fishing.
I mean, Ron is one of our more. And he was calling out Chris Middleton, by the way. I mean, he called him out straight up.
So that's what we're doing on
Well,
Friday.
I'm just making sure the audience knows that he was specifically going after Chris Middleton. Dave is up next on WIP. What's up, Dave?
Hey, how you doing, my friend?
Good, Dave. What's up, buddy?
Good. Is there any way, I mean, for this Dodgers series, that we can get those torpedo bats in the lineup for anybody?
You know what's funny? I was reading, not to cut you off, Dave, but I was reading a story this morning. The demand for torpedo bats is so high that the people, the manufacturers, they're having trouble keeping up.
I bet.
Really, like it's a stock issue now.
Yeah, it's like everybody wants one. And here's the thing. This is what I read. Is that with the torpedo bats, the weight is not necessarily designated in one area. They shift it according to the way that you hit, right? So a lot of these guys that are getting the bats, from what I've read, they have to kind of, they have to check your swing and see where you're hitting at first before they move the weight of the bat.
It seems like they need data from your team before they can just make you a bat.
It's a lot. It's a lot that goes into that.
But they have the data that the Yankees are a bunch of cheaters. So that's what I'm wondering.
I don't know about that.
But I mean, as far as the Phillies go, I mean, like, I think it's more of a pride thing as far as being this early. If they get a couple wins, because I feel like they always start out so hot, and then they sort of go through the motions through the season. But I mean, yeah, I'm the way you guys are talking about it. I wasn't hyped up, but then now I called and I'm sitting in Florida in 80-degree weather. You guys are there freezing. But I'm pretty hyped. I'm hyped up as a playoff game.
Way to rub it in, dog.
Yeah, I know. 80 and sunny. I mean, it's not bad here today. It's a little
okay.
rainy in 60s. But you're right, Dave. It's not as nice as 80s. But you know what? You enjoyed that game down there tonight, Dave. We appreciate the phone call. Bottom line is this. It's a huge series. It feels big. Like when they take the field tonight, it's not April 4th to me. It's the Dodgers in. And the Dodgers now in the last 6 months have gone to a different stratosphere because we know they've been one of the best teams, probably the overall best team, them and the Astros for the last 10 years. But when they won their second World Series last year, they went to a different stratosphere. They're the standard now in Major League Baseball. And Dabrowski said it, and Middleton said it. At some point, we got to go through them. Whether it's find. And the Phillies got to the World Series 3 years ago without having to do that. And it is weird and kind of ironic that the last 3 years they've both been in the playoffs and haven't faced each other.
Yeah,
that's probably going to end, right? Just the reality of the bracket is at some point they're going to see each other in the postseason, and I want them to have doubt when they play the Phillies. 215-592-9494. All right. When you call in, along with your calls, we got to start doing here. Yep, it's madness.
That is back.
This weekend, the Final Four on Saturday with Florida and Auburn and Duke and Houston. We have our own bracket here. The bracket of Hughes, the 2025 bracket of Hughes. I was reacclimating myself with the bracket this morning, and the odds have shifted. I just looked on FanDuel. Told You So Douglas has surpassed Plant-Based Hugh for the overall favorite. The odds are moving. All 4 number ones, just like in the real March Madness, have made it through the first weekend, and we continue today. So we'll throw a matchup with you at the end of your phone call. You tell us which team, which Hugh, should move on, and we will eventually crown a champion of the bracket of Hughes. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Eddie in Folcroft wants to talk about the Dodgers Phillies, and I believe an apology to Hugh Douglas. What's up, Eddie? Eddie.
Way to go, Ed.
Eddie rethought that apology to Hugh.
Like, man,
you know what?
I ain't apologizing.
I apologize to that guy, even though he was his idea to apologize. Joe is up next on WIP. What's up, Joe? Joe?
Oh, we got to be kidding me, dude.
Yo, I'm right here.
All right, Joe. What's up, buddy?
This is a joke, quite frankly. Sorry, guys. So I'm not worried about the Phillies. I mean, they do this thing every year. It is what it is. And they win, they lose. Somebody hits, somebody doesn't.
It's like baseball.
Is this Herb?
Yeah. So this isn't a big deal, this series. This is not a big series?
Oh, it's definitely a big series. Do you think this series is won and lost on the Dodgers series this weekend?
You mean like the World Series or the season?
Well, I'm just saying. You think they're good enough to beat the Dodgers?
This weekend or in the playoffs? Well, I don't know what we're talking about.
Well,
This call's
I'm not
making no
talking
sense
playoffs.
so far.
We're talking October or later, but I'm saying.
Yeah, they're
do
good
you
enough to
think-
beat them this weekend. Sure,
Joe,
yeah.
Come on, man.
They
Come
are.
on, stop it.
Wait, you don't think they're good enough to win 2 out of 3 at home against the Dodgers this weekend?
No.
They beat them 5 out of 6 last year.
Not with the talent they have.
Well, hold on a second. But it's
they beat them.
It's
Yeah,
baseball.
hold
It's
on.
baseball,
Hold
Joe.
on.
It's baseball. No team does that. I mean, good teams lose to bad teams all the time.
Right now, are you kidding me? Come on.
Sorry,
Like,
what
we
percent?
can't
Hold on.
win.
What percentage chance do you give the
You
Phillies to
can't
winning
win.
2 out of 3? What
And you
percentage chance?
can't break even.
What percent?
Are you on FanDuel? What are you thinking?
No, you've been drinking.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Thank you, Bill.
You wait.
Oh, wait a minute. So you have been drinking, Joe?
Of course he has.
Not me. You, Joe. Not me.
Dude's a mess.
All right, Joe. Let me throw a Hugh bracket at you. You ready here?
Involved here.
All right, Joe. You ready?
He said gotta eat.
I gotta give matchup of Hughes. You ready for this?
Yes, I want to
All
hear
right,
it.
top left, the 12 seed ADD Hugh versus the 13 seed No Coat Douglas.
Listen, have you watched the NCAA?
Yeah.
All 4 teams number 1 seed.
I know. Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
So are you going with
I don't think
ADD Hugh or No Coat Hugh?
Let Joe try to power through and keep the show going.
That guy's a disaster.
Hey, Joe, way to try to soldier on, buddy. Get through that.
I don't think we got an answer.
We didn't.
I mean, that's one of the worst calls I've ever heard.
But it's 10:46 though.
Usually that's a 1 o'clock
Friday.
hour call. That's
what is yeah.
That
And the Dodgers are coming to town.
Yeah, you did call it a gummy Friday. I think you inspired people a little too early on their Friday.
I'm gonna get started at like 2:33 at the latest.
I didn't say that's fine for me, but our callers getting started a little early will impact the show. So
I mean,
Ron,
what the hell was that?
Ron did say his favorite part of WIP is the callers because you never know what you're going to get. And then our next caller is
Boom.
Joe there. I mean, is his point the Phillies have no chance this weekend?
I had no idea what his point
I
was.
felt that's where he
sounded
was
like.
going. Like the Dodgers are a juggernaut.
Well, they are a juggernaut, but it also is baseball, and teams.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, teams win and lose series all the time against teams that aren't quite as good. What are we talking
I
about?
asked him if it was a big deal. He's like, nah, it's April. And then we get on. He's like, of course it's a big deal.
And they have no shot.
Yeah, by the way, did you know that all 4 1 seeds are in the NCAA bracket?
And in the bracket of Hughes as well. Plant-based, tongue-tied, told you so, and distracted. All right, let's go to I have way more faith in Anthony over in Jersey than I do any of our callers so far. What's up, Anthony?
What's going on, you guys? How you guys doing?
Anthony, we're good. Man? You got to rescue us.
What's going on, Hugh? Hey,
What's
Joe,
going on,
I don't know if I can rescue anybody, man. Because my man, Hugh, Mr. Optimistic, man. Y'all need to go ahead and apologize to that brother, man.
Apologize to Hugh?
No, they ain't about to. Man, listen, this you calling the wrong show for that, Anthony. They not about to apologize, dude. That's not gonna happen.
Anthony, tell the truth. When
I know them too
when
well.
Hugh was trying to tell everyone yesterday Taiwan was going to do what he did, did you buy that?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Joe. Hey, Joe, you know how I bought it, Joe?
Why?
I put a ticket in. Taiwan, I'm not going to lie. I knew he wasn't getting over 5Ks, but I had Taiwan on my ticket, man, and he came through for me. And I had Schwarber.
You making people money here yesterday.
Yeah, well, I'm happy for it.
That's a good ticket there, Anthony. Anthony, is this series starting tonight a big deal?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. It's a big deal, man. If the Phillies want to mark their territory to one of the teams in the lead right now, dominant teams, yes, sir. This is a big deal, man. This is a big deal. Mark their territory right now.
Put
Let
that
them know
seed
the
of doubt. Yeah, get that doubt in the
Right
Dodgers'
now.
mind. Yeah, I love that. All right, Anthony, you ready for the bracket of Hughes? You ready for your matchup here?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's give you the one we tried to get to our last call.
You're gonna run that last.
Yeah, run that last matchup back. All right, the 12 seed. ADD Douglas, we lose his attention sometimes, or the 13th all the time, or the 13th seed No Coat Douglas, as he went 2 full winters without a coat here. Which one? Who wins?
I want to say the No Coat Douglas, but the last few shows, man, he's been on a tear with his ADD, man.
ADD Douglas.
That's true.
Yeah,
it's
he
hot.
has.
Yeah.
No,
Anthony,
ADD
good
Douglas
one,
is
buddy. We appreciate your call. All right, ADD Douglas into the Sweet 16 here.
ADD Douglas. I'm just since we're here, let y'all know now. The med, like something's going on with the meds, so they ain't
That I know that is a real thing.
No, because
they're
out of my supply. So it's about to be. I'm just letting y'all know now. Next week it's gonna be a rough one.
Great.
This is your way of telling us.
I'm just letting you know. Next week, until this prescription gets filled, it's gonna be a lot worse.
It is a real thing. My son takes medication for this.
No, I'm telling you, dog. And they run out a lot.
We have to bounce around to different pharmacies to find the one that has it in stock. It is.
See, I don't like to do all that.
Yeah, I do feel for people who do obviously.
You know whose fault this is?
Who's that?
It's all them damn college students that be taking ADD meds around the time that they gotta study and all this other stuff. Why don't you just study at a regular time? Because for people that need their medication for real. Yes, I said it.
Are you going pop-up?
I am.
Yeah, he did.
No, dude, because see, this is what happened for me. Because you got with our medical plan, you have the name brand, and then you have the generic kind.
Yeah, sure.
So I went in the store yesterday, and they gave me the name brand, and they were like, it costs this much. You know how much ADHD medicine ain't cheap. So I was like, no, y'all keep that. I'm going ahead. I'll wait.
Oh, so you're deciding to wait. You
could I could have got it, but I ain't. So I'm.
Well, that also sets up Frugal Douglas, who will be in our next matchup. Larry in Philadelphia. What's up, Larry?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up,
Larry? Good morning, buddy. What are you feeling on this Phil's Dodgers series?
It's a big deal because first of all, I want to start off by saying this. Hugh?
Yes.
Go ahead and peacock, Hugh.
No, I'm not gonna do it, man. You know what I mean, man. I gotta work with these cats every day, man.
I called in yesterday, but I had to end the call because I had to attend to some business. But I thought Taiwan was going to be was going to be great yesterday. He did wonderful. I'm proud of him. He did wonderful. But this Dodgers series, I think it's a big deal. I think it's a statement piece. To say, we are just as equal or if not better than the Dodgers. If we lose, then it's going to be, well, we're not as everyone think we are. We're not as good. We beat up on lesser teams, but when it comes to the big boys, we fold. So I think that this season is a statement. We gotta buckle up, and we gotta show them that we mean business.
Absolutely, Larry. I'm with you. Put that doubt in their mind that they can't beat the Phillies. All right, Larry, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
I am.
All right, let's go to our bottom left region, the 7 seed, Frugal Douglas, who obviously watches his dollars, and the number 2 seed, Long Talking Hugh, who we hear usually in the first segment of every show.
He's making a resurgence.
Yeah,
these last
he
couple
is.
days.
Who do you like better, Frugal Douglas or Long Talking Hugh?
I'm gonna go with Long Talk.
Long Talk.
When he's long talking, he makes some good points.
Well, you know what? He's gonna keep long talking if you
Yeah,
tell him
but I mean,
that.
I have to, man.
Yeah,
because
Larry, good phone call, buddy.
Because it's obvious that not Larry, but a lot of our listeners have ADHD them damn selves.
Yeah,
so I have to present when I give these statements.
When people disagree, they're just they can't focus.
No, because
okay. I got it.
You know what I mean? A lot of people don't listen, so I got a long talk.
Okay. Well, long talking's moving on. 215-592-9494. Is this series against the Dodgers a big deal? Your calls on that, and you get a matchup in our bracket of Hughes with your calls say. Plus, on the other side, we got interesting news yesterday that could affect the Eagles in a big way this summer. We'll hit it next. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Spring is in the air. You know what else is in the air? The smell of bacon and the grill's fired up. Y'all know how much I love bacon, so I got to throw bacon in there every time. It's time to take cooking outside again, people. Picture this. You're in the backyard. A juicy Hatfield marinated tenderloin is on the grill, and on the flat top, you guessed it, I'm talking about that Hatfield bacon, sizzling to perfection. Now, that's what spring's all about. Longer days and great food with family and friends. Head to simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retail locations near you, and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Phillies baseball is back.
He has got it! Yeah!
Tonight, Phillies, Dodgers. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies pick up their first sweep of the season.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You'll find the engagement ring of her dreams and save huge during Benari Jewelers' Spring Bridal event this weekend. The biggest ever sale. Choose from thousands of engagement rings and save up to 20%. Top bridal designers have flown in bringing their entire collections, all on sale. Check out the latest from Tacori, Sylvie, Henry Dossi, and more. Whether you're looking for oval, round, princess, marquee, or cushion cut, you'll save up to 20%. That's this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Details at BenariJewelers.com. Don't miss it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Here in Philadelphia, we've got some sluggers who could knock it out of the park. Try parlaying some home runs with how many strikeouts we'll get from our starter. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, huh?
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Warriors beat the Lakers on Thursday night, and if the playoffs started today, it would be Golden State and LA in the first round. Steph Curry versus LeBron James will always hold a special appeal, but I can't help but think what a 5th title would do for Curry's legacy. Most people believe LeBron is either the best or the second best player to ever suit up. If Curry wins a 5th ring, does he sneak past LeBron in a real way? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I love this song. It's so terrible.
I love it.
I never knew Luther did. I never knew it had words to the song.
Monday night. We'll see this Monday night after the championship game. And after the bracket of Hughes, we'll have all the Hughes and all the great moments. Welcome back, Vintage. It is. But it's great at the same time.
I mean, yeah, because it's Luther, but it's like, seriously?
I just think of the end of the NCAA tournament. I think of the bracket of Hughes here, which we are rolling through. Your chance to participate, 215-592-9494. We'll throw a matchup of Hugh Douglases at you as we whittle down this bracket. All right, back to your calls on the bracket of Hughes and this series tonight. Dodgers and Phillies starting tonight at Citizens Bank Park. It is our first, it's the first, what do you call it? The City Connect. First City Connect Friday.
Oh, okay.
I think it's an Apple TV night. So if you
It is Apple TV
yeah,
night.
if you have it, great. If you don't, queue up Scott Francis. He'll join us.
Scott.
Yeah, an hour from now he'll be with us to talk about this team and this series right now. So
You can actually queue up Scott on Apple TV.
It's really great.
Yeah.
It's probably
You got
the
to
best.
line that up, though, right?
Yeah, but it's one of the.
There's a button on, like, if you have the broadcast up, you can click and, like, switch to the Phillies radio feed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It might have been the best thing that they added to that.
It is. I mean,
Because a
the
lot
Apple
of people
TV
do
guys
it. A lot
are
of people
brutal.
do it.
Yeah,
And people like to hear who they like to hear.
It's one thing if you have a big game and it's like, you know, the biggest baseball announcers, Joe Davis or whatever. But Apple TV, yeah. I think most of us are going to want to switch to Scott Fransky tonight. I'll be doing that. All right, so big Philly series starting. I think it is a huge series. Agree, disagree on the importance of this thing as we start this thing tonight against LA. But Hugh, here's something that kind of caught us by surprise yesterday. So the NFL and Hard Knocks, and I'm speaking about the one in the summer, right? Because they've had a lot of different ones. They've had the in-season, they had the off-season one, which famously the Giants put their foot in their mouth about Saquon a year ago. But the old school Hard Knocks, the original one, the summer one during training camp, what they've done here is they have changed the rules on terms of when they pick a team or how they could pick a team. Because in the past, there was some ways that teams could avoid it. Because ideally they want a team to volunteer. No one seems to volunteer anymore.
Yeah, because nobody wants that access.
Right. So then they end up picking a team. And it used to be if you had made the playoffs in either of the last 2 seasons, you couldn't be picked. They have waived that now. So now there are 20 teams eligible to be on Hard Knocks this summer. Hugh, one of those teams is the Philadelphia Eagles. And I'm just going to give you my first thought. I want this to happen. I think it'd be so much fun if the Eagles were on Hard Knocks and we got to see that access behind. I mean, we get to know a lot and see a lot and be around a lot here at WIP, but the cameras behind the scenes at training camp, I think it'd be awesome. The more, the better with the Philadelphia Eagles. Hugh, coming off the Super Bowl, I think they could handle the distraction, and I would love if they were on Hard Knocks. Now, you have been on Hard Knocks before.
I got cut on Hard. PTSD. But I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming.
So where do you come down on the Eagles? Let's say this summer they're chosen for Hard Knocks. Are you in or are you out?
I don't want... I'm about to stutter. My first initial thought, full transparency, is when I heard that, because I heard it this morning. I was like, I don't want to be on Hard Knocks like it was me. Like I'm the, because we're going to be there at training camp and all the other stuff. Don't want that. I think that this team is in a spot where, they're in a good place. I think that they're going to make another run. Hard Knocks is a distraction, and it's been a distraction for every team that's been a part of it. And there's always been something that might seem, like it's not a big deal, that always turns into a big deal on Hard Knocks.
So I think it is a distraction. When I was first starting to do radio, one of the jobs I had, I was on a station that the Jets were on over in Jersey, and that was when Rex Ryan was on.
Yeah.
And I got to go to that training camp for a couple days, and it was a lot. I mean, in terms of the cameras, like the cameras are everywhere, and I'm sure the technology has gotten better now. I don't know like how they'll set it all up, but I mean, what I remember being at the one that the Jets were at, I guess it was like 2010. There were cameras everywhere, so that's part of it. But I feel like aren't the Eagles used to this? They're the biggest story in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They're covered like they're the White House over there. I mean, we have people on that beat all the time asking tough questions. It's not like the Eagles aren't used to the spotlight. They've been in the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years. They have a lot of veteran players that are used to this now. I think they'd handle it fine.
You're right. They would, but who are you going to follow? Jalen? Jalen's not. I don't see Jalen wanting to be somebody that has somebody in his personals like that.
I agree with that. He's from the Nick Saban school. But I tell you, I do think they would hone in on the Jalen AJ relationship.
They probably would.
That would be a topic.
And I think that Jalen, you run the risk, in my opinion, and I don't know Jalen that well. This is me assuming, like I like to do, that you're going to get a watered down version of him because he's trying to protect his peace in a sense. Just got married. His wife, him and them trying to figure out, their life together. I don't think you're going to get the version of Jalen that you think you're going to get.
Maybe not. I do think the Eagles have some compelling characters.
Some Big Dom would be a big part of the story. And Big Dom, listen, Philadelphia is a close-knit city. You're not going to see, I don't think you're going to see the Big Dom that people want to see.
Maybe not, but sometimes they get behind the scenes stuff.
But part of Big Dom's mystique is that you don't know what Big Dom does.
Yeah. No, you don't.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sirianni.
Does he want people to know what he does?
I don't think so. Like, and then I know Dom, and Dom gets stuff done. Now you're taking, you're going behind the scenes, and you're going to get I feel like the version of Hard Knocks that you think you're going to get is not going to be what you're going to get.
Maybe not. I think Sirianni would be good on camera. I mean, just behind the scenes stuff. I think Vic Fangio, because he's always honest anyway, even when he knows he's being recorded, would be great. Lane Johnson. I think the offensive line would end up the stars of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Lane, Dickerson, Mailata.
But the guys that you really want to see, the meat and potatoes of the Eagles, you ain't about to see.
But here's what I'm interested in as a fan. Like the behind the scenes conversations that we speculate on, we might actually get something. Like, let's say we've talked about this, right? Safety feels like a thinnish position. Like, I'd like a behind the scenes Howie and Vic talking off the side of practice. Like, hey, are we comfortable with safety? I don't know. I have to look. Like, that's something we would never know. We would just wonder.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that stuff bleeds into the show. 215-592-9494. So the Eagles are one of 20 teams eligible to be forced to be on Hard Knocks. Hugh, as I look at the list, I think there's like 5 or 6 that to me make sense for HBO. So they have the Cardinals, no. Falcons, I don't see it. Ravens, Bills.
I take the Falcons would be interesting
because so if Cousins stays, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's
okay.
It. Because
that's kind
you're
of compelling.
Talking about like $100 million backup.
Yep, that's pretty compelling.
That is crazy.
Baltimore, Buffalo, Carolina doesn't have enough interesting people to me. It's too young of a team. Cincinnati, Denver.
No, wait a minute. Leggett is the receiver.
Yeah, he's but compared to the Eagles in terms of brand names.
I'm trying to put it off on somebody
Denver,
else.
Yeah, I know you are. Denver's not have enough big names to me. Green Bay, Houston. Now the Kansas City thing is interesting, but I wonder if people are Kansas City'd out.
Houston is interesting because of CJ being there.
That is true.
And how he's integrated into that team.
The other ones are Indy, Miami, Minnesota, the Giants. They already did the Giants last year. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, San Francisco.
Pittsburgh is interesting.
That's the one. That's the one. If Rodgers.
Yes.
If Rodgers goes, I feel like Pittsburgh and the Eagles are the most compelling.
I don't want us to do it, man.
I know. You're trying to get
because
you're trying to convince HBO to go away from here.
No, it's not.
Come on.
Come on. Name calling. I have it's because you're not gonna be you're not going to be allowed to be who you are. And I think that has the possibility of hurting us during the regular season. I really do.
The last few, Seattle, Tennessee, Washington, are all eligible to. Washington with Daniels and their resurgence, that could be what they choose. If I was HBO, I'd go Eagles or Steelers. Like if the Steelers with Rodgers and Tomlin and Slay and Metcalf, that's combustible.
I wanted to be the Steelers.
I know. Is it because of what we heard on your Hard Knocks? Is this why? Is it because of this?
Del Rio meets privately with his staff. Releasing Hugh Douglas is a big decision. Del Rio wants to make sure it's the right one.
Let me ask you this. What does Hugh give us that Lionel doesn't give you?
Well, Lionel played better.
I'm just saying. I mean, what are we paying for? Look, I don't want to be hasty. I really don't. Tell me if I'm way off base, but does Hugh do anything for us? I'm not trying to stir it up. Believe me, all I want is the best guys. Yeah. That's what we all want, right?
Was that Lionel Barnes they were talking about?
Yeah. It was.
Is that why you don't want to be on Hard Knocks?
No, it's not it. Because to be honest, I knew that was coming. That's why the day that I got cut, I was already 3 shifts to the wind. And I was laying on the training table. I was asleep in the locker room, sleeping off the night before.
It was a vacation, wasn't it?
And I was like, and when I walked into the office, he was like, hey, I didn't bring the cameras in here because I didn't want to embarrass you. I said, no, you can't embarrass me. Say what you got to say. Can we hurry? I was like, can we move this? I looked at my watch. I was like, can we move this along?
Did you ever imagine if I told you that day that clip would be played on your radio show all the time?
Never imagined.
20 years later.
Never would imagine. So
does you do anything for us?
I you know what I remember from that cut is I left my locker as is. I didn't take nothing. And I remember those cats went in my locker and they took my $50 cologne. They took all that stuff.
Not the
They
cologne.
raided your locker?
They took because I just left because I was like,
they were trying to even out what happened with the contract. I mean,
well,
they figured they paid for the cologne.
I really because I didn't fit, and I knew that, and I was okay with that. And I remember going home and throwing all of my clothes, the ones that I wanted to carry, on my bed, and I took the cover and I wrapped it around my clothes and threw it in the back of my truck and was out. I shot him the deuce. It was like, I'm out. And then as soon as I got on the highway, Derek Boyko called. Well, I called Derek Boyko and I said, hey, man, I just got cut. He said, are you serious? I said, yeah. He said, I'll call you right back. And at that point, my phone started ringing because it was a couple other teams that were calling. And the Eagles called. They said, hey, they want you to come back to Philly. And I was like, I'm trying to go get some of this bread. I said, I'm trying to get some more bread. So a friend of mine called Bernard Johnson. He was like, fool, you better take your ass back to Philly. He said, they about to go to the Super Bowl.
And he was right.
And he was right. And I was like, yeah, He said, man, go on back to Philly. He said, that's who you need to be. That's who you deserve to be. So I was like, okay, I'm going back to Philly.
Well, it all worked out. And we'll see if Hard Knocks ends up with the Eagles this summer. 215-592-9494. I'm all for it. I think it'd be fun. And I mean, Hugh, the show could be on HBO. I mean, they're going to be there while we're doing our shows live from training camp. You
say, hey, this was a guy that got cut on Hard Knocks.
Oh, they might want to interview you 20 years later. They actually would.
Like, how you doing? I am fine.
You know what's funny about the clip that we played, the full clip, is that when those two parts come up,
I mean, what are we paying for?
And
does you do anything for
it
us?
sounds like they're being dropped in. Like now that we only play them out of context.
Yeah.
Like when you hear the full clip, it sounds like
they were playing. That's what I'm saying. They were
edited.
Playing for the camera. You know what I mean? Because I know Ray Hamilton was my coach, and I know he was pushing for me because Ray kind of gave me the heads up, like, hey man, it's not looking good for you. So I was like, okay, that's cool, whatever. So yeah, it's more about the sizzle. So they're always gonna focus
of
on.
Course. It's a TV show.
The I don't want to say negative, but the part that's the compelling part of television.
Yeah, well, and that's part of it. And look, I think it'd be fun. I think the Eagles could handle it. 215-592-9494. For Kyle, your thought on potentially having the Eagles on Hard Knocks this summer?
I would love the Eagles to be on Hard Knocks. If you're an Eagles fan, why would you not want to see an inside look at your favorite football team? Like, let's be honest about what football and sports are. It's entertainment. Like the thing that makes the games the best is the drama leading up to it and some of the stuff that we get to see or know about the team. Like Eagles fans love consuming information about the Eagles.
And drama. And drama.
Like, that's the ultimate amount of information to consume about your team. And the distraction thing is frankly nonsense. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, the rules used to be they were teams that didn't make the playoffs, they could force you, right? Like, that is a lot of it is circumstantial. You are probably already not a very good team.
Yeah.
And I looked with Mike earlier this morning, Mike Angelina, with it was the list of teams who went on Hard Knocks and how they fared in their seasons after being on Hard Knocks. So the Ravens did it 2001. That was the year they came off of winning the Super Bowl,
which is kind of like this, right off the Super Bowl.
What did they do that year after that?
They went 10-6 and made the playoffs. Now, a natural step back from winning the Super Bowl. I don't think you can blame Hard Knocks on taking a step back from the Super Bowl, right? They let I forget what happened with Trent Dilfer and everything like that, but they obviously weren't the same team that they were that won the Super Bowl the year after. The Bengals in 2009. 10-6, won the division. The Jets in 2010 went 11-5, went to the AFC Championship game. The Bengals 2013, 11-5, won the division. The Cowboys in 21, 12-5, won the division. Like, it's fine.
No, it's not fine because out of all those teams that you just
nobody
mentioned,
won the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
But okay, hold on. Did those teams not win the Super Bowl because they were on Hard Knocks?
No, here's the thing that I'm saying is every team that you mentioned, that doesn't give me comfort in saying like they didn't win the Super Bowl. And like I just said, when you're in front of the camera, why do we watch reality TV? We watch it for fights and people acting a fool.
Yeah, but
but they're on Hard Knocks in training camp.
Listen to
By
what
the
I'm
time
saying.
they're in the playoffs, Hard Knocks has nothing to do with
what
it.
I'm saying, but they have to create storylines.
Yes.
People naturally, if you're in front of the camera, you're naturally not going to be who you are if you weren't in front of the camera. It changes everything. It changes the whole dynamic.
It's in training camp.
I don't care if I don't care.
If you're in the playoffs in January, what does that have to do with what happens in August?
What do you think? What do you think the seeds are sown for the season in training camp?
They went to the Jets went to the AFC Championship game.
Listen, the seeds are sown in training camp.
And
we're trying to get This is how I feel about this, and this is what I'm talking about. Every time that you're on television and the camera's in front of you, somebody's acting different. Somebody's playing to the camera. I don't need my team doing that if we're talking about going back to the Super Bowl.
This is
10-6 is 10-6 is unacceptable. 10-7 in this case.
Okay, but it's not going to have anything to do with them being in Hard.
How do you know that?
Two things.
That's a Harvard study right there. It's inconclusive.
It is inconclusive. It is.
Well, then to your point, then who cares?
I am willing.
I want to have the best opportunity and the best chance to get back to the
think
Super
that's
Bowl.
fair. I think there's a backdrop of like it could create unnecessary drama, but I think in the examples that we've seen in the past, like, there's no correlation between Hard Knocks and where you finish in the season.
I think we're missing something. I think we're missing something. I think we're missing something. I think
it's nothing to do with it,
guys. The thing we're missing with the Eagles create their own drama. Last year, we had a whole thing about the quarterback saying something awkward about the coach. There was no camera.
Yeah, we don't need Hard Knocks. We just have WIP and Brandon Graham.
The drama's anyway. Brandon Graham went on his show in December of the greatest season in the history of the franchise and said the quarterback and receiver don't like each other. And they still won the Super Bowl. So the drama is coming either way. I just want to see it with the cameras.
Like, why did the Jets not win the Super Bowl in 2010?
Because Mark Sanchez wasn't good enough.
Right.
I mean, that's why.
No, it's because of Hard Knocks.
No, it was because Mark Sanchez. All right, the other thing. The other thing is, could you imagine how much fun it would be to come in here? What is it? Monday nights, Tuesday nights? It's on like every Tuesday morning in August.
And they're here?
No. We get to react to the Hard Knocks
But
episode.
no, Hard Knocks is going to be here too, talking to us because we are weaved into the fabric.
Can you believe what AJ said about you on Hard Knocks last night? Let's talk about it. That would be fun. Come on. All right, 215-592-9494. Your thoughts on all these things. The Phillies, is this series a big deal starting this weekend? And do you want the Eagles on Hard Knocks?
No.
I know, no fun, Douglas, over here. Let's go to Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream team, how y'all doing?
What's going on?
Hey,
man?
Will.
Hey, man, listen, I got to share that spotlight with you, man. I said, sorry, when I was going to get that jolt of energy. And what I'm seeing now is he only needed that one win, right? And sometimes that one win can actually change your whole thought process of now being a winner. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think that the whole entire team is locked in on. They don't have that loser mentality anymore. They got a winning mentality. Just like when we face these Dodgers, right? It ain't no giving no games. They coming home. They at our crib. We're not allowing no wins here, especially when we know we could beat these dudes. See, and I always compare, our football season to our Philly season, because just like Kansas City, they were the best and the greatest team until, guess what? They met us. And that's how the Dodgers going to fall today, because they meeting a bigger and better team. We locked in on winning. We got the missing pieces to the puzzle. And guess what? This energy that's raining out and generated through the team, the fans, and everything else is going to continue to show and thrive us, man. And like I say, as long as we stay locked in and focused on what we need to do, we're going to continue to win. And we're going to bust these Dodgers, tonight. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to sweep these dudes. And I want to say something about the heart now.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, we don't need that. And I totally agree. No distractions, man. That's why we had little minor distractions last season. But guess what? When we got rid of them little distractions, we was fully locked in. And that's what we're going to really need this season, because we don't have all the players that we had last season. So we need to focus and actually lock in and really have an understanding. Yes, we want to repeat. We want to go back again. And the only way to do that is, let them actors act. We want to continue to be sports. We're not entertainers. We're sports players. We're a football team. We're not entertainers. Let them other teams entertain the world.
Yeah, but I want to be entertained by the Eagles, Will.
Yeah.
I hear you guys. You guys are just scared. All right, Will, you ready? You ready for your Hugh matchup here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go to the top right bracket. A pair of underdogs that made it through. The number 12 seed, Gassy Hugh, of course.
It's a luxury. That's a hill. That hill's going to stay there. Not far. Keep saying that didn't
Against number 13 seed, Victim Douglas. Who moves on, Gassy Hugh or Victim Douglas?
Damn, that's a hard one. I hate to do it to you, Hugh, but Hugh. Gassy Hugh.
Gassy Hugh. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, me too. Well, good phone call. I started writing down Gassy Hugh before you even said it.
I saw that call.
Sometimes you know the winner before the game starts.
I know it sounds egregious, but it was. I didn't.
Gassy Hugh to the Sweet 16 here. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop board. A lot to discuss here. Is this series tonight against the Dodgers starting tonight a big deal? It is to me. I want to put the seeded down in LA if we see them in the playoffs. And teams like this, that are as good as the Dodgers, lose maybe 6, 7, 8 series the whole year. Let's make their first one of maybe a few they're going to lose all year, starting tonight against the Phillies. We'll keep throwing matchups for you in the bracket of Hughes, Scott Fransky at noon. And do you want to see the Eagles on Hard Knocks? 215-592-9494 for some midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by Bet Parks Online Sportsbook and Casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There is absolutely loaded sports calendar this weekend. Whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. How about the first baseman in Philadelphia to go yard? And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
60 overnight with rain, tomorrow 67 and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Strom ready, look at first. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Breaking ball, got him. And Ohtani goes down, representing the go-ahead run here in the 7th.
Last July, Strom against Ohtani at Citizens Bank Park. Welcome back to the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. We got ourselves a big one. Starting tonight, this weekend, the undefeated Los Angeles Dodgers in town. I think this series is a big deal. I know it is early. I know it's only April 4th.
It's only April.
It's only April. It doesn't feel like April.
No,
Hugh.
it doesn't. It doesn't. I cannot deny that. It does not feel like, and it's not going to feel like April at that ballpark. You know, I can sit here with this mic cracked and I can tell you and say all the things. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. But I can tell you by feeling of the ballpark. What was it, at Monday when we were down there?
Yeah, home opener. Yep.
Oh man, it's going to feel like a playoff atmosphere.
You know who's going to have some emotion behind him tonight? Just we had the caller first hour said he knows him personally. We saw him last Saturday in his first start, show emotion. I need Luzardo pumping his fist walking off the mound after a big strike out of Ohtani tonight. Need it.
What? So, and you know what that reminds me of? I mean, that Strom cut that we just played. Strom always shows emotion when he gets a big K.
Yep.
Like that one, 7th inning, the Phillies crowd behind him. Like, I remember just how I felt after that moment. I was like, man, like this feels like postseason baseball right here. Like, of course, this is a big series. If we get a moment like that again, you know people are going to be fired up. We can't help it.
Yeah, and look, it doesn't mean if the Phillies win this weekend, they're going to beat the Dodgers in
Right,
October.
no, of course not.
But it will give me more confidence. The way I look at the Dodgers is the way I look at the Chiefs. Kyle mentioned that earlier in the NFL. Like, if you beat the Chiefs during the season, you feel like, you know what, we can beat them. Like the Ravens thing
When we beat the Ravens.
Yes, that was a big one. I go back.
Tomato can though.
I go back.
Tomato tan.
Yes.
Yeah, but the stakes aren't as high.
But
that's the thing. I
but
get
you
what
can
you're
hold
saying.
on
Yeah.
to this.
No, I mean
the stakes aren't.
The stakes aren't as high. I get that. You know what's funny? Because I've had this moment when we played the Rams when they were at the height. They beat us in the NFC Championship
The
game.
greatest show on turf.
And we
Rams.
played them the next year at the beginning of the season, and everybody was all hyped for the game. And it was a rematch. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a rematch because the game that they won against us, they went to the Super Bowl. We got to play next week somebody else. And at the end of the season, now I get what you're saying, and I understand that for a lot of fans, this is a measuring stick, and this is going to be bragging rights, all of that, and it's going to matter. And I'll even go this far, people. As much as the players are talking about, it's not that big of a deal. When they walk into that stadium tonight,
it'll feel like it.
When they drive up to that stadium tonight and they see all the people coming in, that changes. But guess what happens at the end of that game? Nothing.
Yeah, it's just tomorrow's game.
Yeah, it's
and
nothing.
then one after that.
Nothing.
I know.
But we sit back and we can enjoy this. We're going to talk about it, whichever way it goes. We're going to talk about them being, prime for the World Series, or we're going to be talking about them not playing against anybody and not showing anything. That's what this game.
So I think you were on the team for this, right? Remember when? Well, I guess obviously you remember we lost the Bucs in the NFC Championship game. Didn't you open the link the next year in Week 1 against the Bucs?
I was gone.
He was
gone.
gone.
Right, that was the gap year.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the gap year.
But I mean, look, the Bucs kicked our ass to open the link again. Do you not think Eagles fans are like, oh,
we're never going to beat him?
No,
here we go.
But that's the point that I'm making. That's the fans' feeling, and the fans. I would never get on here and try to tell these fans, especially these Eagles fans, these diehard 4-for-4 fans. I never get on here and say you shouldn't feel this way, because you are. You're going to feel that way, and as a player, you're gonna be in the moment. They're gonna be in the moment. And like I said, Kyle, when they walk up to that stadium and they see everybody wearing all that gear and stuff, it's gonna change.
They're gonna feel it.
It's gonna you can't help but to feel it. It's gonna change.
What I want to do more than the outcome tonight, more than like the games, like you're right, it's April. We might forget about how many games the Phillies won in April by the time the season ends. I just want to put the seed of doubt in the Dodgers.
Yes, I get that.
Because no matter what happens during the season, let's be real, the Dodgers are going to walk in the playoffs as the favorite, right? It's
regardless of what happens in this series.
Yes, the collection of talent they have, it's almost like when the Heat came together or the Warriors were at their best. Like they're the favorite until someone beats them, and that's fine. But I want to go into the NLCS playing the Dodgers, and them in the back of their mind being like, you know what?
They match up well with
them.
They
beat us 9 out of 12 the last year. They're the only team to beat us.
And I would even venture to say that not afraid, but they know that there's a good possibility if things go the way that we want them to go, that they're probably going to see the Phillies.
Sure,
they're probably going to see the Phillies.
It feels like we're due to see them in the playoffs
at some point. Yeah, that could happen.
I mean, you heard JT, Kyle Schwarber, like they know what Dodgers are undefeated. And JT's doing I heard they're unbeatable. Like, they're thinking about it. They want to go in and beat the Dodgers. So, regardless of how the players feel, even though I'm sure they do think this is a measuring stick for them, they want to go beat the Dodgers. Like, Phillies fans, are going to react strongly to this game. Otherwise, what's the point of having fun watching the Phillies in April if you don't get a series like this and it doesn't get you going?
This is the play.
This is why we did the play.
And it's going to be, I would definitely go tonight. but I can't go down. It's gonna be a lot of people.
It's
gummy night. I'm gonna watch from afar. It's gummy night.
You're not making it to first pitch, buddy.
Yeah, I will. You're probably right, Kyle. I'm not going. Hey, listen,
You've been talking about gummy since the second we got
Everyone blow up Hugh's phone at 7:00. Wake him up.
Yeah, because it's
Wake him
like
up.
like I said, I don't partake during the week. But man, y'all kind of gave it to me this week. Y'all, I was ridiculed a lot.
We beat you down.
Yeah, I need a gummy night.
You poor guy.
poor Hugh Douglas.
Yeah, this guy. That's unbelievable.
Victim Douglas.
All right, 215-592-9494. Marlon in Southwest Philly. Is that Marlon, a Cowboy fan and a Dodger fan, Marlon? Marlon, you a Dodgers fan?
The moment was too big for Marlon. He didn't make it.
Marlon, you are a disaster.
Marlon, where are you?
Disaster.
We'll get him up.
Yeah.
But Marlon, the Cowboys fan,
is also a Dodgers fan?
Also a Dodgers fan.
This is ridiculous.
It's outrageous.
Jay in Philadelphia. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, Jay. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, today's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Jay. How old are you?
Thank you. I'm 45 today.
All right, awesome.
Yes, sir. And on my birthday, before it even knew, I got to apologize to Hugh Douglas. So I'm not doing the best.
Jay, you don't have to apologize, man. I mean, you don't. You feel the way you feel, man.
No, hold it. You know what? The only thing worse than apologizing is him taking the high road.
I know. This actually makes it worse. You're right, Jay.
Why is it annoying?
It's making me sick.
It
I
is.
almost would rather him
I thought
peacock.
we were getting peacocking Hugh, and instead he's like, yeah, no big deal. I just know everything. I know more baseball than you guys.
This is
no big deal.
Jay, this is not what I'm doing, man.
Unreal.
You had every right to feel the way that you felt yesterday. I mean, I can't deny that because like Joe had stats throughout the day talking about, him on the mound. You had every right to feel that the way you felt, man. So I'm not taking, pride in that. I mean, I'm glad we won yesterday. That's it.
You know what? Hugh talking like this reminds me if you're married and your wife acts like there's not a problem, but you know there's a problem.
Yes.
But you won't admit there's a problem.
Wait a minute, seriously?
And it makes it worse.
Yeah.
That's not a me problem. That's on y'all.
No, Jay, I get that.
Jay,
it's like, can we just talk about this? Can we just move forward?
Because both of these individuals came in here this morning and they just knew I was about to come in there acting up. I didn't. Because I don't have to. Because I know.
Oh, high road, Hugh.
He planned his behavior. He knew.
I know. It's unbelievable. This behavior's off the charts.
See, I can't win. Either way, I can't win.
So look, man, I do not want the Eagles on Hard Knocks. First of all, because Hard Knocks, obviously by the Giants, they can show too much. And we are like, man, we're like Bigfoot to the NFL. They can't figure out how we do the cap. I don't want to give away any of our secrets to any of these organizations. Look at how much we found out about the Giants through Hard Knocks.
But Jay, it's a fair point.
Giants suck.
Yeah, but
anyway.
Don't you think that Howie's smarter than Joe Shane? He's not going to get there knowing the cameras are there and going to say something really stupid like Joe Shane.
No, he ain't gonna do that.
He's not that bad, but look, he's human. Anybody could. Maybe he don't say something. Maybe an assistant says something. Who knows? I'm not willing to risk it. And well, the one thing though, if everything was dedicated about how angry we are about the tush push, then maybe that I would like to see behind the scenes how guys are talking about that. Yes, but other than that, I don't want to give up any secrets, man. So no, it's a no for me.
I got you. What do you think about this series tonight? Big deal?
Give away any secrets,
especially since the NFL is trying to do us bad with the tush push.
What secret has ever been given away on Hard Knocks?
I don't know.
Like the Eagles will put the kibosh on that.
Well, look here, Kyle. The fact that
all right, Jay, tell me.
The fact that the Giants peed on Saquon Barkley.
The Giants are morons.
Yeah. Joe Shane.
They were morons before Hard Knocks. Yeah. They were morons on Hard Knocks, and they're still morons.
I mean, that was career suicide by Joe Shane on TV.
Personal,
but exactly. So guess what? If they don't re-sign him and he leaves, we look at him like they're stupid. The fact that we saw stupid. Everything that we saw, oh my goodness, made it so much worse. So
you guys worry too much.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Howie's got this. I'm not worried. Jay, what do you think on this Dodgers-Phillies series?
Oh, big series. We only play them 6 times a year. What they weren't last year was the defending World Series champs. They weren't that last year. They were a good team. And if people remember, they won the World Series with a lot of injuries. So now they've made their team better. So I don't know if we played them when they had a lot of injuries, but throughout the year, they were missing a lot of guys here and there. So now everybody's health. Well, Freddie Freeman's still not even going to play. So, yeah, so we better win. Like, I don't want to see us losing. If we do lose, then we got to be playing the right way and lose. But if we're striking out with the bases loaded, man, with our big hitters because everybody's trying to take hacks to hit home runs, then I won't feel good.
Yeah, you're right about that. And they've had some weird at-bats last few days where they have left guys on base. They've gotten away with it. All right, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes, Jay?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it. Let's go down to the bottom right here, the region, where we have the 5 seed. Got a couple favorites that moved on. The 5 seed, who we hear from on almost a daily basis, Spin Dr. Douglas, versus the number 4 seed, Harvard Hugh, with his Harvard studies that are always inconclusive.
Always inconclusive.
Spin Doctor or Harvard Hugh?
Hey, man, it's a 4-5 matchup,
Mhm.
man. That's great. Oh, man. You know what, man? I'm going to give Harvard Hugh, man, the nod, man. Harvard Hugh's going to move on.
Harvard Hugh to the Sweet 16. Jay, we appreciate the phone call.
I got to tell you, I had Spin Doctor going very
I know.
What do you mean, Spin Doctor? I mean, what I be spinning?
Everything. And then you spun around the peacocking to High Road Hugh, and you threw us all to a tizzy.
I didn't. No, because you expected that.
Well, I called the building this morning. I said, "Can we get the door removed so your head could fit through?" And they said that's too hard to do in one day.
I would never do you guys like
come
that,
on,
man.
come on.
I would never do you guys.
Just wait. Eventually, that Hugh will reemerge.
Not for this one, though.
Bryce in Wilmington. What's up, Bryce?
Yo, guys, how you doing today?
Hey, Bryce. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, so really the only reason I called in today was that one dude's call earlier really made me upset, dude. I hate when people call in and have like the Mad Mike type phone calls saying like the Phillies stink and the series doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I just don't get that train of thought being a fan. Like you're just taking the fun out of watching the sport.
Well, especially
Makes no
while
sense.
it's still going on, right? Like Bryce, like it's one thing if the team gets knocked out or they struggle, then we all react, right? We get frustrated. But they're 6 games in, they're 5-1, and the Dodgers are coming in. Like let's be excited. It's a huge series.
Exactly. And they're like, if you look at the league standings, they're like the 3rd top team in the league. We're playing the number 1 team in the league who's undefeated. Like, how can you sit there and say this isn't a huge series? Because I know it's super early in the season and it's a very long season, but it gives you kind of a marker to where we're at. And I think
Kids back there
I
wilding
think
out, ain't
our pitching staff I think is top 3 in the league. I mean, I think Sanchez could be a dark horse Cy Young winner, and he's our 4th starter.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't even think his command was there on Monday against Colorado, and he still only gave up 1 run. I mean, he's got a chance to be really, really good. Bryce, you ready for your matchup of Hughes?
Yeah, I actually have one more quick question.
Yeah, what do you got?
I saw this online. I never fact checked it, but is it true that Sanchez grew like 5 inches this offseason?
So he got stronger. I don't know if he got taller.
5 inches in an off season.
I think he put on weight, Christopher Sanchez.
You think he's a teenager?
I'm telling you, I didn't fact check it, but I saw someone post something saying he was 6'1" last year, and he's listed as like 6'6" this year.
You know what? Here's what we'll do.
That sounds like physically impossible.
We have Devin covering the team now.
At this age.
I'm going to ask Devin to check in on Christopher Sanchez and ask him if he grew in height this offseason.
I'm going to say I don't think we even need to do that.
No, I think
there's just zero chance it happened.
Well, I want to check for Bryce. All right, Bryce, you ready for the bracket of Hughes?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. The 5 seed. You know him. You love him. You heard him get dumped. Dump Button Douglas.
Why has Cy Reddick been on 4 other freaking football teams?
Versus the 13 seed Hero Hugh, who's going to go out to Vegas. Who are you going to rescue?
I was going to say the singer from En Vogue.
Yeah, he was going to get in his truck and save her.
Oh,
Who do you like?
She needed saving.
Dump Button Douglas or Hero Hugh?
It's got to be Dump Button.
It's got to be.
That's an alpha move.
Yeah, that's an outright victory for Dump Button Douglas. Bryce, good phone call there. Yeah,
she's still living in a car too.
Yeah,
she won't take help from nobody.
You could have saved her.
She don't want it. She said she likes staying in her car.
You could have went out there.
I wanted to.
Dump Button was one of the biggest favorites of round 2. That was an easy win. That one from the opening tip, that was decided. Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
Hugo Kyle, what's up, man, on this Friday?
Terrence, what's up, buddy?
Terrence.
Hey, first of all, I want to talk about the Hard Knocks. I feel like I'm with you on this. I don't want the Hard Knocks, man. I believe in the Hard Knocks curse, the Hard Knocks jinx, whatever you want to call it.
I just debunked it. So.
Well, Hugh did point out no one's won the Super Bowl off of Hard Knocks.
Yeah, nobody won the Super Bowl, girl. We're trying to win the Super Bowl.
I want results. I want Super Bowls. Like, if you're the Hard Knocks, you got to win something and show that it's worth going on.
But Terrence, don't you think the Eagles? Don't you think the drama is going to be there anyway? I mean, Brandon Graham went on WIP last year and said the quarterback and receiver don't like each other. They still won the Super Bowl.
Let me debunk Kyle real quick. Okay, we had some drama during the season.
Yeah, what?
Like you said, it's going to magnify. It's going to magnify in the spotlight on television where people can see, like, the cameras. You think it might get a little bit more personal with the drama on the camera?
It might. I mean, it might. But I think they can overcome it. They've shown an ability to overcome it. All right, Terrence, I got you on this, but Hard Knocks would be awesome.
I'm losing my mind.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to debunk.
We are talking nonsense right now.
Well, that's what we do for 4 hours a day.
It might be entertaining, but I feel like you don't need it, man. And I'm going to go. I'm talking about the Phillies and the Dodgers real quick. I think we got to pump the brakes. Like, I do want to give Taiwan his props. He had a good game yesterday, but I feel like it was against Colorado. So, like, I do want to, like, you got to pump the brakes.
He's right.
They haven't played a
That's not right.
It was a tomato can.
That's not right.
What do you mean it's not right?
Tomato tan. It's not right.
I mean, that team
Well, okay,
stinks.
going into that, like, this
games.
is where, and I'm not talking about you in particular, Terrence, but this is where I get a little irritated when people move the line. Is because we went into that game thinking that he didn't have a snowball's chance in hell to win it, right? And then when he goes out there and he performs the way that he does, you'll justify his performance by saying, well, he didn't play against anybody. That's not fair to him and what he went out there and did. How can you justify that when you thought he wasn't good enough to go out there and do what he did, but when he does it, you take that away from him by saying, oh, well, he ain't play anybody. How does that work in your mind? Because to me, not you, Terrence, I just want to let you know that, but to me, that's what Kyle likes to call copium. You're coping with the fact that you were wrong about his performance, so you diminish his performance by saying he didn't play against anybody.
All right.
Yeah, I do get that, Hill, but I do feel like
point to Hugh.
You just crumbled you.
Play more impressive against. I want to see more performances because that is still one.
It starts, but it starts with one. But it starts with one.
Right, I think two things could be true on this. He deserves credit for how he pitched yesterday. And I'll believe he's really turned the corner if he does it to Atlanta next week.
Yes, but it starts with one.
Well,
it starts with one.
Yeah.
It always starts with one.
It does. And he got it yesterday. All right.
And we will revisit this Taiwan Walker situation. We'll revisit this guy later in the season and how he performs later in the season. But I do feel like this is not a big series with the Dodgers. I feel like it'll be a bigger series if we're playing them in the NLCS or the playoffs. I feel like it's too early to say this is a big series because we don't know how the Dodgers are going to look the rest of the season. We don't know how the Phillies are going to look the rest of the season. So I feel like it's too early to say this is like a big magnified series because we don't know if it's injuries. We don't know what's going to happen down the line because we know the last time we played a good team with the Yankees and they blew us out the water and then he went into the Mets in the playoffs and got obliterated.
Yeah.
So, you know,
well, you're right. We don't know.
Obliterated?
They might. That might be a good word for it.
We are all inclusive here on this show with words and everything.
Yes. All right, Terrence. Are you
I butcher them every day.
Well, speaking of, are you ready for your matchup here in the bracket of Hughes, Terrence?
Let me get it.
All right. Let's go to the top right. And we have the 7 seed, Walk It Back, Hugh, against the 2 seed, Mumbles Douglas. Can we hear from Mumbles Douglas here? Mumbles Douglas against the 2 seed.
Do we have an example of Mumbles Douglas?
I thought we had
Mumbles, man.
Well, I figured something in there is mumbly.
What were you expecting?
Terrence, what do you got? 7 seed, Walk It Back, 2 seed, Mumbles.
This guy go to Mumbles, man. This guy go to Mumbles.
Mumbles Douglas, Terrence, we got it. I thought we had some mumbles on record.
Well, they usually happen in show.
They do.
They're usually they're underneath a caller.
Yeah,
they're
not
like
clippable.
the other caller that called and his kids was in the background acting bad.
Yeah, that's on
like,
me.
yeah, you gotta get them kids, man.
I assume.
Like, what do you expect?
I assume we had mumbles. I assume we had them on record.
We gonna get them kids, man. Go get them kids.
I think there's back-to-back calls. I heard kids in the
I
background.
do have a clarification on the Christopher Sanchez thing.
Okay.
So obviously he did not grow 5 inches at age 27.
I feel like that'd be a bigger story.
Within a few months.
Yeah.
His height had not been updated since he had been in the minors, I believe, or as a teenager.
So did he technically grow, like in terms of the listing?
The listing was changed from 6'1" to 6'6", but that's because I guess they hadn't actually taken his height.
Oh no,
for a very long time.
No, we need an investigation on this. He's being relisted as 5 or 6 inches bigger than he was.
Yes.
How do you not see
that's
that?
an oversight.
Yeah.
But he did not grow 5 inches in an offseason.
I don't know. My antenna's up on this. He's gaining 20 pounds. He's growing all these inches. What is going on with Christopher Sanchez?
He's blowing up.
He's coming into his own.
He's 27. We're acting like he's 14, going through puberty.
He's coming into his own. You're a man now, Chris.
He's filling out. Yep.
I guess he is. All right, let's go to Ben in Millville. What's up, Ben?
Yo, JGHD, what's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how we doing? Long time no talk.
You got it. Yeah, it has been a while. Ben, what are you feeling today?
Talking with Cotwell, man, your callers around 10:45. You talk about giving anybody a giggle and a big smile on their face. That was A-class radio. That was hysterical.
Well, it's like one of our callers said, you never know what's going to happen with the callers. And that segment was a perfect example. You never know.
It was great. It was great. I was talking to Kyle about it. It was hysterical to me. But if we get swept, by the Dodgers, we're going to call and cry and the sky is going to be falling. But, it's still, game by game right now. Hugh's right. It's April 4th. That's how the players are going to think. And that's what I think the fan base is going to say, it's April 4th. We win some, we lose some right now. It doesn't really matter. But, it can't be the opposite where you get swept by the Dodgers. Then we're going to be like, everybody sucks. Kyle sucks. Turner stinks. Errors galore. It's going to be a feeding frenzy on how bad the Phillies stink.
You know what, excuse me, Ben. That's a good point. Monday, I'm thinking about Monday, right? If they sweep or they get swept, it's going to feel like a big deal, right? If they sweep, it's going to be like, whoa, they're 8-1. They just swept the undefeated Dodgers, and if they get swept, it's going to be like they're not that good.
Yeah, but that's the ebb and flow of baseball.
I know,
and that's okay. You know what? That's okay because that's what we're going to do as fans, especially. You know what I find ironic is like. Ben, a week ago.
Yeah.
A lot of us, and you probably, I don't want to assume for you, but we all were saying that we weren't going to be emotionally invested in this team when the season started. Guess
that
what?
Was me as well.
Guess what? We're emotionally invested. That's fully, baseball. We're fully invested, and so I expect it to be either or Monday. It's no in between when it comes to this team. I don't care what anybody says.
Nope.
It's going to be either or. And hopefully it's the either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We don't want the or.
Yeah, we don't want the whichever one you think it is, because I don't even know.
Either sounds better to me.
Yeah, it does.
Because you're thinking positive first, or, and then you think the bad thing. All right, Ben, you ready for your matchup at Hugh Douglas's?
Oh, absolutely. Bring it on.
Let's go. Top left bracket here. Top left region. The 11th seed, off an upset. Shrimp Douglas, who was one of the shortest defensive ends in his year in the combine, versus the number 3 seed, Homeless Hugh, who lived without a place to stay here in Philadelphia for 2 full years. Who do you like?
Man, I laughed at the first one. I got to go with Shrimp Douglas.
Shrimp Douglas in an upset.
That's crazy. I thought Homeless Hugh was going to be
Ben, good phone call. Shrimp Douglas to the Sweet 16.
You know what's funny? Somebody pointed this out to me yesterday.
That you're short?
Well, not that. Somebody said, hey, when was the last time you went to Wawa? And I was like, I haven't been to Wawa since I haven't lived in the city.
But it's got to be a Wawa near you.
No, it's not. It's one right down the street.
Yeah.
But the convenience, like I could walk in this. It was right around the corner. I haven't been to Wawa since. I need to get that, man, because that was my go-to. Them sandwiches and them all that.
Yeah, Kyle, write down this team for next year. A sleeper, Hoagie Hugh for next season.
Yeah, man, I haven't had a good hoagie in a while.
You don't even eat the bread.
Well, I do. It all depends. Had a hoagie yesterday. Me and Tuck went out to eat yesterday, and I had one at the hoagie at the ballpark. Well, we didn't go out.
Hold on. You and Tucker?
Well, we ate it at the ballpark. We ate at the ballpark.
So you guys were going.
You know, me and Tucker, we're bonding. We're bonding
in the cafeteria.
We're bonding in the cafeteria.
And you ate the bread.
Because it was a nice, it was nice and it was chewy.
You
it
feeling
was
all
nice,
right?
chewy. Yeah. Wait a minute. Something wrong with the cafeteria bread?
No, it's fine. You pay?
Oh.
No, I just usually take it
this
off.
time? Did you pay?
No, listen. Mike paid.
Oh,
We forgot about Thief Douglas.
I know.
Mike paid.
215-592-9494. On the other side, your phone calls, and we'll talk to Scott Fransky for a Fransky Friday. His thoughts on if this is a measuring stick series for the Phillies and if we can expect to see more of that from Taijuan Walker. It's the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Boost Profit Tokens over the weekend. I like Auburn in the Final Four tomorrow night. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Phillies baseball is back.
He has got it!
Tonight, Phillies, Dodgers. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies pick up their first sweep of the season.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join LifeSearch to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to LifeSearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. LifeSearch featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit LifeSearch.com today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Bet and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text KING to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text KING to 321-321. That's KING to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Final Four is tomorrow, and with 4 number 1 seeds, there's no obvious underdogs to root for. But if you're asking me what the best story would be, it's Kelvin Sampson or Bruce Pearl winning their first titles. Both coaches are in their 60s, are clearly great program builders, and are on their second chances after recruiting violations set them back earlier in their careers. Either one winning would be a long time coming. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing. Yes, it is that time of week. It's time for a Fransky Friday on the Midday Show.
Scott,
sponsored by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, as the 5-1 Phillies get set for a series against the undefeated Dodgers. Scott, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Oh, I'm doing awesome, Scott. As a matter of fact, Scott, I wanted to ask you, when Taiwan was on the mound doing what he was doing, what was going through your mind when you saw that magic?
I just felt happy for Taiwan. He's such a good guy, and he works really hard, and he's obviously been through a lot. And I mean, we're with those guys all the time, and I think you really root for people like that. You know, you root for good people. You root for good things to happen to good people. And it's one day, and there's a whole lot of season left, and who knows where it'll go from here. But I just thought it was really cool for him to have that moment and to enjoy that. You know, I know his mom was there and everything. So, yeah, just happy for him.
Yeah, like I always said, man, it always starts with one. And for him to have that kind of outing, and I know that most people are going to say, you know, it's Colorado and things like that, but
Sure.
it always starts with one.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else he can do, right? It's
Yeah.
the team that he was told to go beat, and he did. And we'll see what happens, you know, next week, you know, where he'll be and how he'll be and what kind of performance he has. But you're right, it has to start somewhere. So maybe that's the start.
Well, it's a good start for the Phillies overall, Scott. 5-1, and one early in the season, you start to see things and you wonder, is this real or is it just this week and then it kind of evens itself out? And Scott, one thing that is noticeable is since striking out 19 times on opening day against the Nationals and Mackenzie Gore, the Phillies aren't striking out. I mean, right now I'm looking, I think they're 8th in baseball in strikeouts per game, but that includes the first game. So
Right.
if you take that out, they've probably been number one by a mile. Only 7 strikeouts yesterday. Scott, what do you make? I mean, how much of this is, okay, they faced pitchers beyond Gore that have not been that great, and the other side is maybe they really have made some adjustments here?
Yeah, I think there's probably a combination of both. I actually asked Rob Thompson basically the same type of question yesterday, and, you know, it's a little bit of everything, I think. It's a small sample size, too. So let's check it in another month, and then you'll get, you know, a full look at good teams, bad teams, you know, playoff contenders and non-contenders, and home and road and different conditions and different kinds of individual pitchers, right? And so, I mean, I don't think there's any question they've tried to put forth a new approach where they're not going to strike out as much. There's different guys that have individually have talked about it, how it's a goal of theirs not to strike out as much. And, the proof will be in over the long haul. But, again, there's no question the two teams they've played so far, they're not going to be the same as what they're going to see this weekend or the next few weeks going forward. The schedule definitely gets a lot tougher, but they won 5 out of 6, which is exactly the kind of thing you're hoping for. So we'll see.
You know, Scott, I'm a little curious about tonight, and I know how the fan base is going to look at tonight, but in your guesstimation, how do you think the players are approaching tonight's game against the Dodgers?
Honestly, Hugh, they have been down this road so many times. I don't think they look at this any differently than they do any other of the 161 games that are on the schedule. I truly believe that because now different guys might, individually a little bit, but, get amped up for it or whatever. But I do think that on the whole, this is a club that understands the length of the season. They've seen it both ways, right? 22, they got off to a terrible start, played better at the end, got on a roll. 24, they played unbelievably well at the start, didn't keep that roll going. They've seen both ends of the spectrum. They know what this game is about, and they understand that, not too high, not too low, and it's all cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. This is a really long season. So I think they approach it. They know that the Dodgers are good, and I think they approach it as such that they have to play their best every night if they're going to win, regardless of the opponent.
Scott, do you think there could be any extra value if they play well? So last year they beat them 5 out of 6. They obviously didn't get a chance to see them in October. And just looking at the Dodgers this year, I mean, they might not lose that many series. Teams that win 110 games or so, and a lot of people think they could do that, they probably only lose 7, 8, 9 series a year. If the Phillies can be 1 or 2 of those series, do you think that could be something that's in either extra confidence for the Phillies come October if they do meet, or maybe the Dodgers think in the back of their head, this team's given us some trouble the last couple of years?
Yes, I think both sides are probably to an extent true, but I think I'll go back to my previous answer where they understand that every day is a new day in baseball. And just because you beat a team 2 out of 3 times in April doesn't mean you're going to do that in October, and vice versa. That you have to come ready to play, and you have to try to play your best on every single day. And, I just feel like they're realists. They understand it. They're veterans. And that's probably the way they view this. Now, right now, I think any athlete probably plays better when he feels better, right? So if you feel good going into the series, if you play well and you feel great coming out of the series, I think that has a bit of a snowball effect. So that would be great. But I don't know that it means anything. What happens this weekend doesn't mean squat come October. I don't think a whole lot to either side.
Scott Fransky joining us here on a Fransky Fridays. We get set for a big series this weekend. Dodgers in town. The only time they'll be here this season. Maybe, again, we'll see them in October. Scott, not many problems at 5-1. How about a good problem to have? How do they get Edmundo Sosa in the lineup? What an incredible start for him. 4 straight, multiple hit games. I mean, the guy's hitting 600. And I'm wondering how Topper gets him in there, because this weekend they're slated to face righties. Typically, that wouldn't be when he plays. What do you think about the usage here of Sosa? And do you think Topper is going to try to squeeze him in there at least one of these games?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he does play one of the games. But, I think he's really cognizant of the idea. Let's be honest. Edmundo Sosa starts the year as a bench player, right? And he's been really good in that role, and they're really happy with the job that he does, and he brings a ton of energy when he gets a chance to play. But I do think if you as an organization feel that your best course of action is to have guys like Marsh and Stott in the lineup every day, whether it's a lefty or a righty, I think you're going to kind of try to get that ball rolling and give them every opportunity, to prove to you either A, they can do it, or B, that they can't and they need to make adjustments. So, it's still early in the season, and I think he's trying to make sure everybody stays fresh, gets a lot of at-bats. He told me the other day, he said, I don't know that I've ever, through the first 2 games of the season, games 1 and 2, got every single player on the roster into a game. That can be tough coming out of spring training and with off days and everything else. So you're trying to get guys on a roll. It wouldn't shock me if he's in the lineup one of the days this weekend. It also wouldn't shock me if he's not. Honestly, again, he's a versatile player. He's a bench player. Gives the manager a lot of options. But I think for the most part, you're going to see the regular guys go out there this weekend because of the way the pitching matchups line up.
Scott, I know it's early, but the Atlanta Braves, or we'll see next after the Dodgers, are 0-7. Where do you stand on, hey, it's really early versus, hey, that's a really bad start? I mean, for any team, but let alone one that came in the year as the favorite to win this division.
Yeah, well, I mean, that in one respect that works in the Braves' favor, right? If the Marlins came out of the gates and lost the first 7, everybody would be like, well, okay. It's newsworthy for sure, but the Braves are still loaded with talent. Now they had a big injury with Lopez. That could be significant. They're working on getting Strider and Acuna back. That's a pretty important infusion of talent. And we mentioned it in 22. The Phillies got off to a bad start and they were still there at the end and making a run. I think it's a long way. The Braves have way too much talent to say that they're not going to be still in the thick of this, even though they've started 0-7. I definitely think, especially in today's game, they can recover from that, and they probably will. And again, they're just too loaded with talent. Now, again, if they get a bunch of injuries on top of what they've already got, well, that might change the calculus a little bit. But they're still loaded with talent.
Scott, let's end with this. So yesterday in the lead up to the game, and we were at the park doing the show, Hugh was Scott, he was spot on. He basically called Taijuan's outing to the number, 6 innings, everything. He nailed it.
Wow.
And Kyle and I, we said things like, crazy, are you drunk, or like all things like that. So should we apologize to Hugh? Some of the audience wants us to do that today. We haven't done it yet. Like, do you think maybe we're hard on the guy?
On Hugh?
Yeah, on Hugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Hugh, you shouldn't make Hugh your whipping boy, That's for sure. I mean, he was on the money. So
yep.
He should get his flowers for being right on that. He's not always right. Right? You know that.
I mean,
we all know that.
He won't admit that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had some that, the whole Bryce Huff thing, I wasn't right on that one.
Defensive luxury, not.
I was dead on about that.
Geez, stop.
And trust me, I'm not keeping score, Hugh. So I'm not. I just think you called it yesterday. You should get your props.
I mean, I just felt it, because you know what it was, Scott. I woke up in the morning, and I turned my television on, and I saw. I don't have to say any names, but we everybody was talking about baseball and who was on the mound, and it really wasn't. They weren't giving him ringing endorsements,
Right.
So I felt compelled to just believe in the guy. I mean, it's the first outing.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. And it's it's one day, and like I said, we'll see where it goes from here. But yeah, I mean. Would it hurt you, Joe, to apologize?
It would not.
It
would
hurt me.
It would hurt Kyle.
Yeah.
I can tell you who it will hurt. It will
Scott,
hurt Kyle.
it won't hurt me. Typically on this show, I'm the one more liberal about apologizing. Hugh, it takes a little more needling.
I ain't apologize.
Yeah, Hugh
They
doesn't.
don't. They don't have. But to your point, they don't have to apologize to me.
Well, no, but Scott's vote counts.
No,
maybe we will.
You know what I like, Scott, about all of this is the fact that when I said all of this and they ridiculed me, like we have a text thread that we have.
Yeah,
I was listening to by the way, always a great call. I was in the car when you announced that the 4 innings, no hits, and the text thread was definitely silent. It was definitely silent.
We were busy. That's all. Yeah.
So I went to Twitter and I let people know that
I was on this.
I was on this.
Mm-hmm.
I even let Kruk know. Kruk, because when I got in the house, it was in the 6th, and he said, "Who thought that that Taijuan was going to go 6 innings?" And I said, "I did."
Just one person.
I did.
You
He said
called
nobody thought it. I was like, "I did, John Kruk. I was the one." I did that. So yes, I got my flowers.
Mr. Baseball, Hugh. Scott, we appreciate it.
It's also possible that Taiwan believed he would do that as well.
Yes, I mean, and that's what it is.
One thing allowed him to do it, right?
Yeah, I got to believe. I believed in him, and he believed in himself. It starts with one, man.
Maybe he was listening on the way to the park. Maybe you inspired him.
Probably did not understand one word I was saying, but he was listening.
Scott, we appreciate it as always. Have a great weekend, and we'll be listening tonight.
All right, sounds good, guys.
There we go. Scott
Flowers,
Fransky.
all right? Give
Yeah,
him the
all
flowers.
right. Probably will. Scott Fransky there with us, as he is every Friday, the voice of the Phillies. So Scott thinks we should apologize here, Kyle, to Hugh. I mean, I did think about it when the game ended. I started rolling through the things I said to Hugh yesterday. Are you drunk? You called him a lie. You told me he was lying to the city of Philadelphia.
Well, Kyle calls everybody a liar.
What's wrong with you?
A lot of people lie.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people do lie. Yeah, but Hugh meant what he said yesterday.
As much, it's funny because if somebody listened to the show for the first time ever, they would say, and people did say, oh, they talk so mean to you. I said, dude, when you hear the word liar, as much as we like to use the word liar and drunk and crazy, it doesn't carry as much weight as once
now,
did.
in our defense, and I think we were probably a little heavy-handed yesterday, a little bit. Well, it would be like going outside and it's perfectly clear out and you start screaming, it's going to rain in 5 minutes. And I'm like, what are you talking about? There's no clouds in the sky. And then it ends up the sky's open, it rained. You were right.
Because I'm part meteorologist too.
Oh, okay.
But
Hurricane
Hugh?
Yeah, hurricane. You know what? True story. When I was in high school.
Oh boy, what is this?
It was Hurricane Hugo.
Oh.
Came through, and that was my nick. I had a jacket that said Hurricane Hugh on it.
Wait, you never told us you had an actual nickname of Hurricane Hugh?
Well, it was
it's in the 26 bracket.
I know.
No,
but
it was like, yeah, it
we
was
literally have a bracket of 64 U's.
I mean, you got to learn as we go. Yeah, but it was Hurricane Hugh. Called me Hurricane Hugh when I was in high school. It was junior year in high school.
Was that like an ode to you on the field? Like you
Well,
were
yeah,
playing
because
so well, you were Hurricane Hugh.
I wore number 83, and I don't know why I had number 83, but that's the number I wore.
How did that not get to the NFL? That could have been a big thing.
That would have been horrible. That was a horrible number.
I don't mean the number. I mean the nickname, Hurricane Hugh.
No, my brother to this
Badass
day.
nickname.
My brother to this day calls me Hurricane Hubert. When he texts me, he say, Hurricane Hubert, what's going on? Yeah, he texts me that to this day.
I think I need a little more time to think on if I'm going to apologize.
Yeah, I probably will, but I'm not ready to do it yet. I mean, again, it's like saying it's going to rain when it's perfectly sunny outside. You were right, but I had reason to question.
No, see what's going to happen tonight. I told you Doug is going to come after I get these gummies.
Yeah.
And then I start like reckless tweeting.
Oh, no.
Because, the boss is out of town. So I got me a couple.
He's right there. He came back.
Oh, no, dang. He back in town. Well,
he probably just in time to hear you say that. So.
Well, there's that. Well, I guess that idea is out the door. He's back in town.
Fingers Douglas says
we did put it up to a vote on Twitter. Should we apologize to Hugh?
Yeah,
we'll take that into consideration.
He told us he was going out of town.
He was on spring break.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
He's back. All right, let's see what the voting says. Andy in Westchester's up talking some Phillies Dodgers. What's up, Andy?
Good morning, guys. Afternoon, guys. Sorry, a little tired.
We put you to sleep like Hugh was put to sleep a couple days ago?
I feel attacked.
Yeah.
I feel attacked.
You should, Hugh. So I love that we're not even through the 64 Hughes. We already got half the field for next year.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. So that happens. At the end of a season, you see a team emerge. You're like, that's the team next year. Wait, watch out for them.
So, yeah, I actually plant-based profit. Hugh, you were right on. I never a doubt from my end. I actually am the ever an optimist. I feel like we got him for a reason. He has done it before, and you just, I always fall victim to hope, but hope becomes logic to some degree when you just want somebody to be what they were at one time,
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and I felt, to be honest, like I said, I felt kind of bad for him because, I mean, and that's very rare for me. But this is a new year, and hope springs eternal. I don't feel bad for anybody making that kind of money. But it was, you wake up and he's being judged on stuff that he did last year. Now, granted, he didn't have a ringing resume. It wasn't like things popped out to you, and all the things that did pop out were bad. But it was like he's been working hard. And I remember Cole Hamels earlier in spring training said he liked some of the stuff that he was bringing to the table.
And to be fair, he did seem to put the work in, and his velocity in spring training.
A little bit up a little bit.
Yeah, it went back to where it was a couple years ago when he was at least serviceable. Like his first year here, he wasn't very good, but it wasn't like he wasn't impossible to win with him. Like one of our callers, Joe, mentions, they did win 15 games with him on the mound 2 years ago. So that has been part of his resume. Just last year was so bad. It was like tough to look past that for everyone but Hugh. I mean, Hugh saw through it yesterday. The rest of us we were caught up in what happened last year. Andy, is this series a big deal starting tonight?
Absolutely. I mean, any chance to establish yourself as one of the big dogs in the league is huge to me. And I mean, ultimately, people are saying it doesn't matter because it's so early, but it could matter later in the season for seeding, right? I mean, if we're going head to head and we've beaten them, then that definitely makes a difference. Again, you got to think long term.
You do. Now, look, the Dodgers might just win way more games than everyone and be the 1 seed, but it could be that way. I mean, it could be where they both win in the upper 90s, and then we're talking about that the last few weeks of the year. That could be it. Art, Andy, are you ready for your Bracket of Hugh matchup?
I am. I feel a lot of pressure, though. I don't want to get this wrong.
We believe in you. All right, let's go to the top right region here. We have the 11 seed Snitch Douglas against the 3 seed D-list Douglas.
Sorry, partner.
That's funny. I got Snitch Douglas last time. I'm going D-list. So.
Oh, you know what? I appreciate you're not beholden to the team that won last time. The bracket's got to go as it goes.
Yes,
D-list Douglas. Moving on here.
Look forward to seeing you on Tubi.
All right.
You guys
can't wait.
appreciate it.
D-list Douglas is also emerging with our new YouTube thing going on.
That's true.
Since we've been on TV, I've been doing the push-ups every day, man, trying to, and my elliptical came yesterday.
Oh, this is going to be a new Hugh.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, we getting right for the summer.
Auditioning to be like a stunt man?
Yeah, I'm going into my zaddy phase. Going into my zaddy phase.
I forgot about that one, too.
Trying to get into my zaddy phase.
You're out of pocket.
I like it. All we needed was a camera and a YouTube live
that's
stream.
What I'm saying. This is why
I
I do not want to be on Hard Knocks. People change when the camera's on, man.
But you're getting healthier. This is
but
a good
I'm
thing.
just saying, but people change. You worry about what you look like. You worry about the background blending in with the background and stuff.
But that's not a bad thing.
This I'm just
You want
saying.
people to see you.
I gotta wear clothes every day. This is not comfortable
By
for
the way,
me.
has everyone seen what your shirt says? Tell the listening audience.
It says with all due respect. I tried that last night and somebody did not like that.
You tried the with all due respect
really?
and then said something disrespectful?
Right? Yeah. I said with all due respect.
We tried to tell you.
Well, I thought he was being a little bit of a snowflake, though. He was being a little bit of a snowflake. But I said with all due respect.
Yeah, but see, we tried to tell you this wouldn't work. People would feel disrespected.
Some people are a little sensitive because with all due respect, supposed to work. Because you didn't say it disrespectfully.
Really not. That's kind of the
but
point
that's what
we
I'm
were trying
saying.
to make.
He must not have been listening to the show because he didn't understand. Because when you say with all due respect, you can't get mad.
No,
you can't get mad.
You think that. The rest of us don't believe it.
He told me I was an egomaniac. and I was like, egomaniac? I said with all due respect.
That sounds like a 5 seed next year. Egomaniac Hugh. All right, 215-592-9490 for the bracket of Hughes. We'll throw a matchup at you as we cut this thing down. Matchup by matchup here. Is this series tonight, starting with the Dodgers, a big deal? It's a big deal to me. Your phone calls on the Dodgers Phillies. Should we apologize to Hugh? We'll decide next if we're going to do that. And the Eagles and Hard Knocks. Would you like the Eagles to be on Hard Knocks this summer? I would. I think it would be awesome to get the behind the scenes on this Eagles team coming off a Super Bowl. Scaredy Cat Douglas over here doesn't want the drama. 215-592-9490 for the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Phillies baseball is back.
He has got it!
Tonight, Phillies, Dodgers. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies pick up their first sweep of the season.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, it's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week. Whether you're into the basketball, the baseball, hockey, any of these sports, check them all out and get exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Profit Boost over the weekend with FanDuel Sportsbook. So many ways to go. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, new customers, you get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's all there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. All these sports, all the games. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is no withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Philly, are you ready for a wild weekend? Cheerleaders Philadelphia is bringing the heat April 11th and 12th. Catch the electrifying Jesse Pony live on stage with 2 shows each night and meet and greets between shows. Then Saturday, April 12th, it's UFC 314 at Cheerleaders. Witness featherweight history with Volkanovski versus Lopez. Thrilling fights and fiery entertainment all under one roof. Cheerleaders, just minutes from the stadium. Watch all your favorite sports teams on their 75-foot video wall alongside Philly's sexiest cheerleaders.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary. Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tell you what, how many people had Taiwan going into the 6th inning?
Yeah, he's throwing strikes.
He
like you
really
mentioned.
is. 62 pitches. Pitch count's great.
Your official Taiwan Walker prediction.
6 innings.
6 innings.
3 hits. 1 run. I did, John Kruk. I had him doing that. I had him doing that.
You really nailed it.
But I will say this.
Absolutely nailed it.
I will say this. All the ridicule I got yesterday, and people calling me mean and hurtful names, I was like, but I was like, hey, I gave my reasonings behind it. And then, like I said, after the fact, I did get my
He
reasons.
said he felt it. No, he said he feels it.
No, I said I felt it. And then I told Joe, I told Joe, I said, Joe, a lot of these hitters haven't faced Taiwan before.
He had his iPad up. He was doing analytics work on the Rockies.
Yeah,
I saw him clicking
I
like
did my
each of their
Harvard
names.
I did the Harvard study because,
Incorrect.
when I saw it initially, I didn't want to ask nobody because y'all had already been ridiculing me so much. I was like, let me go ahead and I started Googling what the line. I knew what the line meant, but I just wanted to make sure before I threw it out.
Okay, so all right, well, hold on. Now I need to ask. If it wasn't the Rockies and it was, say, the Dodgers,
would I have still felt that way?
Still have been championing Taiwan.
This is a gauge on how drunk you were yesterday.
How drunk? I probably, I would have.
Wow.
I would have because
so I wouldn't have.
No, you know what? Because
full disclosure.
Because like I said, there was a lot of deciding factors that went into that for me. And when I saw it, and not only that, Cole Hamill said early in the season, well, in spring training, that he liked what he saw from me. It was a little bit of that too, and I was just thinking about it. And I know that he didn't have the greatest of outings the last couple times he's at the mound, but he just looked different. He just looked more focused, and that's what it was for him to be. Kyle looking at me sideways, like, yeah, whatever. No, but he didn't look different to you on the mound.
He did.
Those first
He did.
few
He
pitches.
was pitching with more confidence.
Yes,
yesterday.
and for him to be as efficient, because like I said, 44 pitches in 4 innings,
very good.
That was bananas,
So
man.
I think it might be might be as simple as his velocity coming back. I have to imagine, imagine going onto the mound as a major league pitcher, and if you're throwing less than 90, you got to feel nervous.
Yeah, because you can see that. They can see that.
Yeah, and if you're back to your norm, and for his norm that's like 92, 93, you feel like, all right, I've done this before. I could get some guys out. Last year he looked like he was just waiting for them to hit the ball.
Can I be honest though?
Yeah.
When I started reckless tweeting about that 5th inning, and when he started like getting hit around a little bit,
you were getting nervous.
Ooh, I was like, man, they about to kill me.
That could have bit you.
You know what I mean? Because it was he got a little rocky, but that defense stepped up for him. So yeah,
I just gotta say, in the same way that if Zach Wheeler went out and gave up 7 runs, I would not be worried about Zach Wheeler.
You're not the opposite.
I'm not buying the Taiwan Walker
I'm not
thing
either.
after one game against the Tomato Can
you know what's
Colorado
funny?
Rockies.
Can I say this too?
So you got lucky.
Okay, we call it whatever you want to call it.
That is what I'm
But
gonna
I
call
did
it.
it. I'm still the only cat here to hit an 8-leg parlay.
Oh, jeez.
I'm the only one to do that.
See, I knew it.
Are you talking about
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I
I'm
told
just saying.
you
Only
so,
one that
Douglas
hit.
could only stay
I'm the
away
only one
for
that
so
on this
long.
show that hit 8-leg parlay. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Are you talking about ever?
I'm just saying.
Because I've hit an 8-leg parlay.
When's the last
before.
time you hit one? You ain't hit one as recent as I have.
You're the worst.
This is how the pro bettors do it. When was the last time you hit an 8-leg parlay?
All I know is I hit 8-leg parlay.
All right, so here's
Congrats, man.
the real question is, should we apologize? And I've thought about this for 2.5 hours. And Hugh,
If you apologize, I would be disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. I would be disappointed.
It's hard.
I can see this is
It's hard. It's
Don't
hard.
do it, Joe. Don't do it.
It's hard. I am not sorry for doubting you. I'm not sorry for being upset at your prediction.
So they're removing the line.
I shouldn't have used as many mean and hurtful names because I felt like I spurred on all those people to send you those mean messages. Like, should I have questioned if you were sober? I shouldn't have. Should I have been as heavy-handed? No. So I am not apologizing for my belief that you were crazy. I'm sorry for how heavy-handed I was.
Wow.
That felt.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that. But that
I still
didn't,
think it was insane. But you know what? I probably should have been a little bit softer.
I'll take that. That's not really an apology, but I'll take it.
Yeah. So
whatever it is, that's what I feel.
Kyle, I know Kyle do not disappoint.
Well, I was getting killed on Twitter for, of course, ripping Hugh mercilessly yesterday for the Taiwan Walker nonsense, which I still believe it's nonsense.
You called him a
everyone was
liar.
like, you should apologize. And I was like, man, maybe I should. And then I came in today and I was like, hold on. Hugh wouldn't apologize to me.
No, he wouldn't apologize.
Exactly.
So screw that.
That's what
I'm
I'm
not
talking
apologizing
about.
to you. Get
That's
lost.
that's what I'm talking about, Kyle. Stay true to who you are. We don't apologize on this show,
Well,
man.
I do.
For what?
I apologize a lot.
For what? We don't apologize.
It actually fits everyone here.
That's why. Listen,
Hugh moves the line. Kyle refuses to apologize.
We are
and
from
I'm sorry.
Philadelphia. We feel the way that we feel. We argue with people all the time. That's what we do. We move the line as we see
That's
fit.
right.
So you're
and
not
we're still fans. Like, that's why. Listen, I remember when I started doing radio in Atlanta. They wanted me out of the city. They're like, oh, you're horrible. You can't stay. Like, when I first started, and then you know what I used to tell them?
Get him out.
I was like, dude, I did radio in Philadelphia. It is nothing to you. There's nothing that you can say to me or about me that's going to deter me from cracking this mic every day and doing my thing. Now I'm back. This is what we do. I don't expect, if anybody would have called in and said, you know what, Hugh? I think you know what you're talking about. I would have been disappointed. Yeah,
that doesn't happen here.
It doesn't happen
People
here.
just wait for the next time you're wrong
Listen,
and say, see, I always knew you were an idiot.
See, that's what I'm saying, and that's what we do. Because let me tell you what's going to happen if this goes south this weekend. Let me tell you what's going to happen Monday. This team stinks.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Tans. That's what they did.
Yeah.
We're going to do that. The simple fact that we sat here for a whole month and talked about we were going to be indifferent to this baseball team. Everybody lied about that. If you want to call some people liars.
Well, but some people took the pledge.
Some people, like what, 3 people?
No, way
And
more.
took
than
it
Me,
that.
you, and Kyle?
No, well, some people took it more seriously than others.
Me, you, and Kyle?
I took it seriously.
You
Kyle,
did.
Yes.
you.
Me, you, and Kyle took the pledge. We took the pledge.
No one thinks you took it seriously.
Me, you, and Kyle took the
Grouping himself
pledge.
You
in with
made
us.
you
And
made
everybody-
jokes at the pledge.
You know what's funny? Now, you know just what as I do. I don't remember names, but I remember voices.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that before the season started said they weren't going to care about the Phillies. I had to wait and see when the postseason
they
rolls
care
around.
now.
They care.
We got a big series
They
tonight.
care. We move the line every time. So I would be disappointed if anybody apologized.
Okay, so everyone,
That's not what we do.
everyone who said something meanful to Hugh yesterday, you don't have
You
to
don't
apologize.
have to apologize to me because guess what? We come in Monday, we're going to do this again. And I'm going to say something that's going to make people think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
And you're going to call me names. And guess what? The next day it's probably going to be something else. So this is what we do, man. This is what we do.
I'm also disappointed in myself. I forgot about something.
What's that?
Your yearly April Phillies out of nowhere hit. Because last year you were on Rojas and he did well for a month and then he didn't get a hit for 5 months. So I should have saw right through this yesterday.
Oh, so that means Taiwan's about to crash and burn.
No, he won't crash.
Oh.
Now, you know what? You know what's
I
funny?
know what's gonna happen.
You know what's
two
funny?
more good starts, and then he was going to come in here talking Cy Young.
No, you know
And then it
what's
falls
funny
apart.
though, because I don't know if y'all picked up on this. I guess this is because Scott knows the ebb and flow of baseball. It wasn't like a ringing endorsement. He was real kind of
you
careful.
could tell he was reserved.
Like he was real reserved.
He didn't want to go too far.
He was,
Yeah,
yeah.
but That's what he's supposed to be.
I felt that Scott was being a pro and didn't want to call the Rockies tomato cans.
Yes.
But we all know what we saw.
Yeah, no pro would go on a radio station and start referring to teams as tomato cans.
You mentioned the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played throughout this 8-game win streak have been tomato cans.
Because I lean all the way. When I go hard. I lean all the way
I know,
in,
but
dog.
the Ravens weren't.
They were tomato tans.
No, they were not.
I like tomato tans better. I do like that better.
It does fit our show. It really does. Let's go to the phone lines here. Aaron is up next on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
What's going on,
Aaron,
man?
what's up, buddy?
It's opening day, boys.
Oh, now he said, I see what he did.
Oh,
And
now
it's
it starts.
opening day.
Now
Yeah.
the real games start.
It's going to be bananas down there today.
The Phillies. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I have to. Hugh, how are you today?
Hey, what's going on? See, this is what we do in Philly, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Philly. I mean, it is what it is.
And I couldn't. I apologize. How rude of me. Nosferatu, great to see you.
Nosferatu's a vampire.
You guys are wild.
I like Nosferatu, though. This is what we do. This is what we do, man. That's why I love it here. This is what we do. What you got? What you got, Aaron?
If anybody is excited about this team at 5-1, where opposing pitchers are third on the Phillies RBI list, I mean, if it wasn't for the wild pitch, this team would be in a lot of pain. I mean, yesterday, Taijuan Walker pitches a masterpiece. And through 4 innings, we have 8 hits with nothing to show for it. Bases loaded, and the heart of our lineup swings and misses. I mean, is this not the same story from last year, or am I wrong?
So it's a little bit of the same story. I would say, though, Aaron, since the first game, they have struck out at the league's best.
They haven't struck out.
It's been the best team in baseball in terms of not striking out since the second game. Like, this is almost like a full week now where they're not striking out. That's different to me. Their at-bats look better. Their at-bats look better.
What's the object of baseball?
Well, to score runs. I get that.
It doesn't matter if you strike out or if you can't score runs, you're going to lose.
Right, but you see patterns. If they keep doing this, they're going to have a better chance to score runs.
Well, that's why today is opening day, and it's Fired Up Friday, and it's time for the Phillies fans to show up and shout out for the red storm that's coming. There's nothing more that I hate than those sizzling, rich LA Dodger fans who are about as fanatical as
people have money that go to the games.
Yeah, in LA.
It's time. This is opening day. It's the start.
They're getting beat up in the parking lot, though.
We're going to see what this Phillies team is made of, and it's time for them to put up and shut up and put some runs on the board, to make some key hits with runners in scoring position. It's time.
Yeah, too much detail.
I flamed out. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Aaron.
He flamed out earlier than that, but he tried to keep it going.
You admitted it. That's pretty impressive.
That's growth. Aaron, are you ready for one of the Bracket of Hugh matchups?
Let's do it. Although my favorite is you. I mean, how can you beat the
filibuster?
The mumbling Hugh. I mean, is got to be the favorite.
Well, Mumble's a 2 seed is already on to the Sweet 16. All right, your matchup here. You get the first 1 seed of the day. Tipping off the 1 seed, Distracted Douglas, who we see on a pretty regular basis, against a very hot and dangerous 8 seed, You People, Hugh.
You know what? We're going to go with the 8 upset.
Wow, the first one is out.
I mean, is that not a classic or what?
You People.
Especially in this day and age.
Takes down Distracted Douglas on a buzzer beater. Aaron, we appreciate the phone call. Kyle, our first 1 seed is out.
Wow.
Distracted Douglas, who I think this phone went off a few minutes ago, and Kyle gave him the side eye again.
No, I thought I was going to get past that today. I guess it didn't.
I always catch it.
No, but dude, I don't understand why I turn the volume down, but it always goes off when I open it up in certain things. It just goes off.
I think the issue is opening it up.
Yeah.
that's our issue there. All right, You People, an 8 seed, has moved on here. Ken in Cinnaminson, who we saw outside the radio booth yesterday. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey, Ken, how are you?
So before I get to my topic at hand here, I called you guys earlier in the week, and I gave Kyle the rest of the week to craft his payback for the bet that he lost.
Kyle is not happy right now.
And I need him to send me off to wine country this weekend, feeling really good. So I'm waiting for Kyle to be a man and pay up.
Kyle.
Okay, Kyle, we got.
Well, all right. I'm a man of my word, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get this the hell out of the way. Okay.
What a sincere start.
I made a mistake. Well, two of them, actually. The first one, and maybe the biggest one, was to put my faith in the Philadelphia 76ers to finally break through and go to the Eastern Conference Finals. The second mistake that I made was forgetting that as an elderly man, Ken in Cinnaminson has infinite wisdom. Much more wisdom than I do. So I hereby concede that my sports wisdom pales in comparison to Ken's as an elderly man. And I officially defer to all of Ken's takes from here on out. Ken, the floor is yours.
Well, I appreciate that, Kyle. And since I don't have any reason to believe that you're actually going to keep that commitment, that's the best I'm going to get. So I guess you and I are about the same age. So I guess
they call me elderly. They call me elderly every day. It doesn't bother me.
Elderly too. So
yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Kyle, one of these days you're going to learn that the greatest skill in life is to get elderly, because some people can't get there because their mouth writes checks that their body can't.
I'll be there. Yeah, that probably is where Kyle's headed. Yeah, to be honest.
So I want to recount on the on the last matchup too, because there's no way that 8 seed beat. There's no way.
Buzzer beater. Sometimes they happen. The 1 seed comes out a little flat. You know how it happens, Ken. They get taken down.
If you go back to the replay, he stepped out of bounds.
Oh.
I think we need a replay. Need a replay there. So, listen. If we all know, as a matter of fact, that if the Phillies lose this weekend, get swept, and the Dodgers come in here and hang 25 runs on them in 3 games, we all know with absolute certainty that Ron Famaco is going to be calling here on Monday saying that he has known for 2 years that the Phillies pitching staff was the biggest problem.
Yep, of course.
Then the flip side of that has to be true as well, meaning that if they sweep the Dodgers, it means something. I mean, the fact of the matter is that all 162 of these games mean something. They all count. And, it's important to go out there. And I think that these guys want to beat this team. So I think that, they're all going to say the right things. Like, you got to take it one day at a time. It's a long season and all the things that you hear baseball players say all the time. But, I think you're going to see a little extra emotion out of Bryce, a little extra emotion out of these guys tonight and this whole weekend as this series unfolds, especially if it's a, kind of a nip and tuck tight series. It looks like 2 really good teams going after each other. And I do think it's important. I think it's big. And just because it's April 4th doesn't mean it can't be big, because games on April 4th count just as much as games on September 4th.
They do, and they count us. And tonight's a big one, starting tonight against the Dodgers. All right, Ken, are you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
I am.
All right, you get a 1 seed as well. The second 1 seed to tip off today. We know him. We hear him often here. His name is Tongue-Tied Hugh.
And the ambiguity. Those I can't even get it out now. This is the series we played 2 tomato tans.
Going up against the 8 seed, and he's come on lately. Life alert, Hugh, fallen down a couple times at home. What do you got for us? 1 seed, tongue-tied, 8 seed, life alert.
I like the pluck of life alert, Hugh. I mean, the team's got some heart, but tongue-tied Hugh is rolling through this tournament, and it's not even close.
Yeah, it's like Duke. They're up by 20.
Emptying the bench with 10 minutes left to go in the second half.
Tongue-tied Hugh to the Sweet 16. Ken, we appreciate you. Enjoy your trip out
west. I like
west.
tomato tans, though.
Me too. Tomato
tans. This is the series we played 2 tomato tans.
That one, it's like getting an injured player back to add into the tournament. That one might take tongue-tied to the Final Four and maybe to the title game. I mean, there's so much ammo for that.
Oh
one.
man, I'm doing so much now. It's just a part of me. It just happens so much.
Whatever you want to call it.
To a top below, you know.
I feel like tongue-tied is the team our listeners have seen the most. Like they've seen that team on TV a lot this season.
You know what it is? It's almost, I can imagine for a lot of people, initially it was not a likable squad.
Yeah.
But as it progressed through the years, it's like, you know what? I get it. Because even you got to the point where I would say something and you know exactly what I was
It is kind of like Duke in that way. Like they're hated.
But loved.
But then you're
you
like,
watch them when they're
man,
on. Yeah.
that's greatness right there.
No, because because my thing is this. I know I screw up words all the time. I'm like, hell, lean into that thing, man.
So much
lean into it.
Much like Duke is better for the ratings, you wouldn't think a tongue-tied talk show host is better for ratings, but actually it works. Somehow it works. Bruce,
this is the series we played 2 tomato tans.
What's up, Bruce?
Man, look, I'm still laughing about the tomato cans, man. Y'all killing me, man. Y'all are killing me.
Hey man, sometimes you just gotta lean into your flaws.
Yeah, you
gotta lean into them.
This is who I am, Bruce. What do you got for us? Is this a big deal? This series?
Well, yeah. Here's the reason. Here's the reason why. I mean, on one hand, if they lose the series, it's kind of like on the fence in a sense. It's not a big deal that they lose, but it's not going to impact them. But here's the reason why I think that they're going to win. I mean, it is a big deal. It's simply because the fact, if you look at the Phillies, right, one of their common things, their strengths and weaknesses has been on their emotional state and how they play and how they coalesce and play as a team. This would be huge for them because right now they haven't played anybody, and just to come out as a win when everybody is down in their plays right into what they're trying to do this year. So I think that this series, them winning the series, is going to help them mentally to move to play a difficult April schedule.
I agree with that, Bruce. I feel like if they get this, it's the confidence they're going to need, and it puts a little seed of doubt in the Dodgers that maybe these Phillies are a problem for us. Bruce, are you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Yeah, now I'm ready for the bracket, but I wanted to comment. There was another talking point that you all were discussing.
Hard Knocks? Hard Knocks? Hard Knocks?
Hard Knocks, yes. I want to say something about Hard Knocks.
What do you got?
Okay, on this Hard Knocks, it's a hard no with a caveat. First of all, hard no, because I don't want, a lot of callers have already said this already, they don't need to be knowing what our inside business is, except for one thing. This is where I'm going to be on board with it.
Okay.
I want to see them, get them on camera and talk about the freaking tush push.
Yes,
and let everybody know how pissed off we are, and we coming for next.
See, now we're talking here, Bruce. Put that on TV.
Now put that on Hard Knocks. Put that on Hard Knocks, and let everybody know what the hell is going on. I'm still pissed off about that. You know, and I won't repeat what I said the last time, but you know how I feel about it. Put that on Hard Knocks. Get it out there in the ether. But everything else, no, they don't need to be knowing what the hell we're doing on the inside.
All right, I got you, Bruce. All right, Bruce, you ready for your matchup now? Let's do this.
Yes, sir.
All right, you get a 6 versus 3. The 6 seed, often when the teams are not doing anything, and Hugh's okay with the do-nothing Douglas, against the 3 seed, Petty Hugh, who we hear about and talk to very often around here. Who do you got, do nothing or Petty?
Man, no, this is not hard at all, man. Petty always... And Petty trumps no doubt about that.
Petty Hugh has moved on.
That's a good call.
Good call. I got to tell you.
I agree. Do nothing bothers me. Petty Hugh is a core value of the show.
You know how sometimes when the bracket comes out, they call one bracket like the region of death? I'm looking at this Sweet 16 in the bottom left. Tongue-tied, dump button, Petty, and long talk.
Ooh.
Whoever makes it out of there, I mean, you're grizzled to get out of that bracket. Wow. 215-592-9494. It's how you hop aboard here. You know what's on the other side. Our daily mock at 1 o'clock. Your phone calls. Is this series a big deal? Do you want the Eagles on Hard Knocks? and your chance to weigh in the bracket of Hughes. We'll throw a matchup at you. 215-592-9494. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Boost profit tokens over the weekend. I like Auburn in the SEC battle tomorrow night. Right now, new customers get $200 of bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with a roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and save $84 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires, only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer ends April 15th. See store for details.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this part-time hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For a limited time while supplies last. Valid in-store only. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar. La, 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 la.
O'Reilly. Extend the life of your engine with a full synthetic oil change and save at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, pick up 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. Or upgrade to a MicroGuard Select filter for just $2 more. Limit supply. Offer in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cowboys pulled off an interesting trade yesterday. They sent a late-round pick to New England for quarterback Joe Milton, a promising second-year player with a cannon for an arm. Jerry Jones has good reason to believe he can find a hidden gem at QB. They found Dak Prescott in the 4th round, and Tony Romo was undrafted. The franchise has only used a first-round pick on a QB twice ever. Long way to go, but maybe Jones and the Cowboys could find another surprise star. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
Yes, it is that time of day. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. You know, it was only a couple weeks till the NFL draft. It was 3 weeks from yesterday. I mean, we're about to get to NFL draft time very soon. Eagles, of course, we hold the 32nd pick in the first round. Latest mock from CBS Sports. Number 1, no surprise, Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami. Number 2, Travis Hunter, who's listed as an athlete now. No one knows what to do. Is he a corner? Is he a receiver? Is he both? He's an athlete. So Travis Hunter goes to Cleveland in this mock. Number 3, the Giants select Abdul Carter. So only one quarterback in the top 3. Will Campbell, offensive tackle, LSU, goes 4 to the Patriots. And Mason Graham, defensive lineman, goes 5th to the Jacksonville Jaguars. As we scroll down to the Philadelphia Eagles, at pick number 32, here we got a new name here. Edge rusher, Tennessee, 6'5", 245 pounds, James Pierce. Hugh, your first thought on Pierce, who seems to be a pretty polarizing prospect here.
My first thought was, to be totally honest, to watch a little bit of highlights on him a few minutes ago. Javon Curse. Ooh. And let me
you got to run
calm
excited
down,
there.
people. He same prototypical size, like Javon Curse 6'4", he's 6'5", about the same body type, but he gets off the ball. Like they had him, I saw some plays, Joe, where he was left in, right in, came up the middle and got a couple like pressure on the quarterback, played with his hands very well. That sounds crazy, but what I'm trying to say, people, is that he uses his hands and his long arms for extension on against like blockers and things of that nature. So I can see that the versatility is something that we need. Kind of looks like, a bunch of guys that we already got like right now.
But that's their type, right?
Yeah, that's their
type.
So, but my thing is, how many of those guys do you need? Now, I can see them getting him because we don't know. We got 2 guys that we got. We got the Nigerian Nightmares here, and we don't know what they're going to be, some older guys. So I can see them working the young cat in there, get him acclimated to this, and maybe he'll step up and do like a Jalen Hunt, become a contributor.
A few things stand out to me. One, I remember his name from last year because people thought he'd be the number 1 pick. So I don't know if it means he didn't have as great of a year, but I remember his name 1 year ago because, as soon as the draft is over, they'll start putting those lists out like these are the guys next year. He was near the top of those. Now, he's still probably going to be a first rounder, so it's not like he had a bad year and he's not good. But that's interesting. A year ago, he looked like he might be at the top pick, and now he's the bottom of the first round.
Ran a 4.4 too.
Yes, well, part of it.
4.47. That's what I was saying. He ran a 4.42, but like he
as well.
He's like 4.47, 40.
That's like crazy.
Yeah,
I know. So I think part of the
Curse,
reason why he's mocked at 32 or not in some of these first rounds we've done, he has character concerns according to a lot of people.
Yeah, I see that. He won't. But he reminds me of somebody that I know because this is the first thing that I saw. It says he wants no part of setting the edge and stopping the run. It's not always a bad thing.
Oh, hold on. Fangio's going to hate that.
Yeah, that might not work with Fangio.
Yeah, it might not.
So, WalterFootball.com, an AFC playoff team. They got a quote here. One player who needs to ace these interviews is Tennessee edge rusher James Pierce. And one AFC playoff team said they would consider taking him off their radar because of character concerns. So I don't know. There was one thing a few years ago. He got pulled over speeding, and there was an issue there. I mean, I don't know if there's anything.
Oh, how dare
I
you.
know. I don't know if there's anything worse than that. But every time I search his name, character concerns seem to be part of the issue.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what exactly they are.
Right, like how bad it is.
Now, kids make mistakes because they're kids. But man, think about it like this: has anybody just go Google your favorite school's football team's parking lot, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. These kids nowadays are driving high end. Not saying, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm condoning this, but if you're telling me that speeding is the worst thing he's done, I mean. And granted, that's not me diminishing that. That's not me at all. Having accidents in cars and all this stuff. I'm not diminishing that. But he made some dumb decisions. He made some real dumb decisions. But I don't think that should penalize him from being an NFL player.
Well, and look, there's a success story here with the Eagles. He's maybe their best player, one of their 2 or 3 best players. That's the reason they got him, right? Jalen Carter fell in the draft, and Jalen had unfortunately a worse incident than anything that has been reported here with Pierce. And if Jalen Carter doesn't have that issue, he probably doesn't fall to 9.
Yeah,
and they don't get him.
And man, like I said, these kids nowadays. I just saw a video. They were talking about the Miami Hurricanes. Their NFL parking lot. Well, not the NFL parking lot, but you know what I'm getting at.
It's basically like
athletic park. Yeah. Man, these kids are driving Ferraris, high-end BMWs like that. That's what they do now, and unfortunately for them, they like to drive them fast. Gone are the days of driving Hellcats and Trackhawks in the parking lot of college dorms now. They've moved way past that.
Let me throw this at you. And again, this is just what's out there. An AFC person said this. I have no idea what his character issues are. Is there something, though, that the Eagles have done a good job seemingly helping Jalen Carter grow up? Do you think there could be – we can only have so many immature.
That's why we got Big Dom there, man.
But I just wonder if there's a number where they say, we're good here, but if we can bring in 3 or 4 more kids that need growing up, maybe that's too much at once.
Well, I will say this. I think that Eagles have done a tremendous job, even back in the days when I played, that they bring in guys that they feel that are like fringe guys, and they do a great job of keeping them out of trouble. Yeah. I mean, me, myself, when I first got here, a lot of people don't know this, I got in trouble when I got drafted. Well, I didn't get drafted, but you know what I mean. For evading and eluding in Ohio. Got a new Corvette and was trying to outrun the cops.
How'd that work
Corvette. Well, safe to say I didn't outrun them. They caught me with the radar or whatever. But I mean it was stupid. But I thought that was something that, hey, I could do. Didn't do it. So yeah, stupid stuff. Real stupid.
And look, a lot of kids at that age do stupid stuff. I mean, that the reality is they got to make it. Not you, no, not us. We got to make a choice here. But the CBS wrote this on their write-up. I can't imagine the Eagles letting James Pierce slide past him at the end of the round 1. He's too talented. I mean, that's kind of the Jalen Carter thing, right?
Yeah.
He's too talented, and they just took him. So if they think he could play and they think he's a decent kid and he'll grow up, I could see him drafting him.
Yeah. The Javon Curse comp from Hugh obviously would make me very excited.
You got everyone excited with that.
I'm saying just look at like the body type.
Very lean, like almost a basketball player.
Yeah. Long arms,
longer than mine.
Well, that's a pretty low bar. The thing about the run, the thing about not playing the run is like the antithesis of what Vic Fangio preaches, and I think that's a lot of the reason why Bryce Huff wasn't on the field past season. I mean, Fangio said it like if you can't play the run, then you're not going to get to the passer either.
Yeah,
I think was
to
some degree what he said. Yeah,
basically.
Just a couple other things that I noticed in this mock. Would not love the Giants getting Abdul Carter because that means they have Burns, Dexter Lawrence,
Thibodeau,
Abdul Carter, Thibodeau.
It's a lot.
That's tough. That's going to be a formidable defensive
line. That's a smaller defensive line, though.
But a good one.
But guys that can get to the passer, man.
Yeah, they getting after it.
Yeah. And then there was another thing that I thought that I'd seen. Oh, the Jets drafting a tight end would be asinine.
So So you're saying they shouldn't be all in on the Justin Fields experiment as their
I
quarterback?
mean, my goodness. Like, if the Jets have that high of a draft pick and they spend it on... I
Well-
think Tyler Warren's a good player. But
he better be
that's
Brock
such a
Bowers. Yeah,
bad
yeah.
waste of resources.
Well, he's got to be
I don't
great.
care if he is Brock Bowers.
They're probably leaning into that whole offense, give your quarterback as many weapons as you possibly can. Because they got Breece Hall is a really good running back, man. And the other running back that they have back there too, or is they have two.
Yeah, they have a couple.
They have a couple running backs, so they're probably leaning into giving their quarterback more weapons.
If I were a Jets fan and they used that pick on Tyler Warren, I'd be furious.
Couple other ones just quickly that are interesting in the NFC. Shedeur Sanders lands with Kellen Moore in New Orleans in this mock draft with the 9th pick. And your guy, Ashton Jeanty, the running back, goes to the Bears at number 10.
Ben Johnson.
And they upgrade the offensive line. That could be
that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. They could take a leap next year for sure. All right, 215-592-9494. Back to your phone calls here. Let's go to Self in North Philly. What's up, Self?
Self.
Yo, what's going on, fellas?
Self, what's going on?
I got 3 quick points, man. First off, the Hard Knocks thing, no. And I'm going to tell you why. I feel like the NFL trying to set the Eagles up. You know what I mean? Just so they can get inside information or whatever. Here we go, Kyle.
Yeah, just like it was rigged for the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Absolutely. You see what happened
that's
when
right.
they called them
Sure
refs
was.
off, right? You see what happened.
Yeah, we had great
them
spin.
out. Exactly.
Great spin.
Now, as far as the Phillies know, I'm not worried about the season. I think the win in the series would be good for to boost their morale and their confidence. But I don't think it's a make or break deal. I'm one of the even kill fans here. I don't get high when they win. I don't get low when they lose. You know what I mean? I'm in the middle. I wait until the end. You know what I'm saying? That's how you should be doing sports because it's always good. Sports is like a relationship. It's always good in the beginning. And then as it go, you start to see the real. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we'll see when they get to October. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but when you know in a relationship,
Boo.
you got.
What's the fun if you can't react?
Actually, you
When you
don't.
know, you know.
You never know a person till you know a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to feel it. You think you know.
You ever had a first impression before and you didn't
Yeah,
like somebody?
Nah,
those
first impressions ain't always. First impressions is that whole is always good in the beginning. You know what I mean? That first impression is the best impression thing. That's out the window. That's not true. That's
The good thing is that it's sports and not like people and relationships. It's supposed to be fun.
Well, I guess so. But here's my final point.
Okay.
And this is strictly for Joe and Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Real men cry and real men apologize.
Well, I did apologize.
You know what I'm saying? So you half-ass apologize.
Well, hold on.
That's fair.
Hugh doesn't apologize to us.
Yeah,
so why would we? Why would
we try to get Hugh to
reciprocate that?
apologize all the time?
That ain't the point.
Well, it is the
tell you
point.
the same thing
I mean,
if
it's like
you was wrong.
it's totally the point.
Yes, that's not on me.
No,
though.
it's
Talking
not
about
the
y'all.
point.
You
And
talking
I
to y'all.
don't care what you say. That apology is needed.
No, I don't care
You know
what you
I'm
say.
saying?
How about that?
It's
All right.
needed.
I thought my half-assed apology was good, and Kyle's not going to apologize. I tried.
Joe.
I'm not apologizing.
I apologize once a week on the show.
I expected that of you, though, Joe.
Yeah,
I expected that from you. Kyle, on the other hand, I knew he wasn't going to do it.
No.
You know
I'd have
what I
been
mean?
mad
Hugh wouldn't
if he did.
apologize to me. So.
Apologize.
Mm-hmm. All right,
Not on
we
this
really
show.
solved a lot here. Self, are you ready for your bracket of Hugh matchup?
I am.
Okay. All right, let's go with the 7 seed in our top left region, Dinosaur Douglas with his short arms against the number 2 seed. And this one fits you, Self, because you're like this sometimes. Dug in Douglas. Dinosaur or dug in?
That's the one. Dug in.
Dug in. I knew it. Because you.
Like he was on the field.
Yeah, he was. All right, good call there, Self. Dug in Douglas.
A ton of great points.
Self's dug in. I knew he'd appreciate that one. That's who he is. Listen, I was planning a more sincere apology.
You don't have to.
And then when you said you would be disappointed if I did, I felt like, all right, let me half-ass this and move on.
The best, I get great joy in the non-text messages that I received.
You admire silence.
You can see the tumbleweeds going through the group chat.
We text so much about the games that the fact that you didn't say anything, that to me made, because I know Kyle's over there like, look at this stuff. He didn't say stuff.
Stewing.
Yeah, because I know him.
You know what? I was actually waiting for you for the "I told you so."
I know
and
you were.
then I was, if it went bad, I was gonna, get you back then. But you were silent, so then I stayed silent.
No, because I'm sitting there, and I get home, and I'm like, wow. I'm like, look at this, and I was happy for him, and I was like, there's no need because Kyle's not saying anything, and then you sent the text, and that's all you said, and I started laughing. But I let the people on Twitter have it. Though.
Oh, you did, yeah.
And then I let all the people that sent them mean comments to me, I let them have it. See, here's the thing.
Twitter fingers Douglas.
I work with you guys every day, and I know that when we say the stuff that we say, it's not coming from a mean place. I know, we're doing a show and, stuff like that. But those other individuals, you people out there, when y'all call and say mean and hateful things to me, I'll tell you in a heart, can't say it right now because the boss is here, but I'm going to let y'all have it.
Hey, wait, hold
With
on.
both barrels.
So you would have said it if Rod wasn't here today?
No.
You know what my favorite part is? My favorite part is, like, the Odyssey app is worldwide. YouTube is worldwide. Our boss could hear you whenever he wants.
No, he can.
But if he's here,
I know,
you act different.
But it's funny. Even when I'm on Twitter and I say something, he's like, hey, take that down. And I'm like, all right. Reluctantly.
Yeah,
and so I try to
Twitter fingers.
So now I've tried to send mean and hurtful tweets in a way where I say what I want to say, but it doesn't get me in trouble. Because you have to use your mind in this. Like sometimes when somebody says something to me, I'll say E period, A period, D period.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That took me a second.
Yeah,
I knew exactly where it was going.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Or I'll, or kiss my ass is not that bad.
No.
Kiss my ass is not like because that's kind of but the other one, I'll just say EAD.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, let's just make sure.
So
we can choose the letters
so
there.
it's like he it might make him cringe a little, but I don't get that. Take that down. That sits. That can sit.
Keep the boss on their toes over here. Aaron is up next. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Aaron?
Hugh, you got to own this, brother. I thought you were crazy yesterday for that take on
Aaron,
Taiwan,
but everybody else, you're not the only one. Everybody else did.
I mean, the whole world did. I mean, it was a worldwide thing, and then all of a sudden, Taiwan went out there and shoved. Aaron.
Well, Hugh, it's an amazing thing. Next time he's on the mound, we put $2 each in, and we make a bet here for a no hitter. What do you think?
That's a backhand comment right there. The $2 bets is them some good bets. Like I said, I'm the only person here that hit 8-leg parlay in the last couple months though. That is the real thing.
You get lucky every few months.
I got hit 8-legger.
Okay.
I hit 8-legger since I've been here.
Aaron, what do you feel? Is this a big deal, this series?
I think it's a big deal. I think it sets the tone. I think, the Dodgers are great. There's no question. But I really don't think between these two teams there's much of a difference. Outside of maybe the Dodgers having the best player out of the two teams, I think Ohtani is definitely better than Harper. But I think just in my opinion, I think the Phillies have a better chance at the end of this year to be the more healthier team.
So, Aaron, the difference I would say, and I understand your point, because both teams have stars, right? Like on any given day, Bryce and Ohtani and they have a lot of good players. Schwarber could match Freeman on any given day for power and all that kind of stuff. The difference for me is the Dodgers' depth is insane. Like they could lose 3 starting pitchers, and I don't think it would affect them in the regular season. They'd still roll to 100 wins. Meanwhile, if the Phillies lost 3 starters, we're in some trouble here, right? And so if we stay healthy and in a 7-game series, they could beat them, right? Because that's just the best versus the best for 7 over 162. Their depth is just unreal.
It is, and the thing too is as great as the depth is. You're right. You're absolutely right. The pitching staff for the Dodgers is amazing. I just think the starting pitching there, maybe 3 out of the 5 pitchers are a little bit unknown.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
Where the Phillies pitchers are, we know what those 5 pitchers can give when they're healthy.
Yeah. And if it came down to it, and I know this isn't the only way a game is decided. If it came down to a game 7, I would take Wheeler over any pitcher they threw. I mean,
easily.
Snell's obviously really good. And I mean, they've got Yamamoto tonight, but I would take Wheeler and like my shot. All right, Aaron, are you ready for your matchup of Hughes?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, we had a couple teams that pulled upsets in round 1. The 11 seed, Songbird Hugh.
Living in this big blue world.
Against the 14 seed, Tubi Hugh, who has really become a force here with all the shows he watches on Tubi. What do you got?
You know what? I turn on Tubi once in a while. And I can't figure out what kind
You
of
watch
movies
those
it's
terrible movies too?
on. Every once in a while, one piques my interest. I'm gonna have to go with the number 14, Tubi.
Tubi is our Cinderella. Tubi Hugh is in
Dude,
to the
I'm telling
Sweet
you,
16. Aaron,
it's like
appreciate
a guilty pleasure, man. It's really because they're really cringeworthy, and some of the props that they use in the movies.
Yeah.
Like somebody sent me one yesterday where I guess Buddy was supposed to have a beard,
Mhm.
and it was like somebody just took some hair and glued it on his face, and he was sitting there seriously trying to act, and somebody sent me a post and said, "You're not a real actor if you do a movie in Tubi and you work at like the Home Depot on the weekend. They're not really an actor."
So is this why you think you could really crack the foundation over
when
there?
Listen, when I tell you that I could do Tubi movies, the only reason I haven't done it because I have to actually, go to Atlanta and like audition for these. It's not hard to be in a Tubi movie.
That's not making me want to watch it more. When you
No,
tell
but
me
I'm saying
anyone
it's
can
not.
act in
I
these.
can act. I can go do the Tubi. I just haven't had time to go.
Have you heard the movies that Hugh described on
I
Tubi?
know.
They sound terrible.
They sound awful.
Afghanistan was but I watched the whole thing.
That's the worst.
Afghanistan.
That's the worst part.
That
you
was
sat there.
I watched it. But some movies on there are like mainstream movies. Like you can go on there and you could probably watch some Avengers or stuff like that.
Mhm.
It's those homegrown movies. Like McGraw Ave is a movie that they shot in Detroit with somebody's iPhone or something like that. Yeah, it's like they're, for lack of a better way of saying it, they're like hood movies. They're like hood movies. And it's like cats that are like neighborhood cats that shoot these movies.
I'm looking at McGraw Ave right now. Let's go to Black Gritty, who's up next. What's up, Black Gritty?
Winjet, Joey Bear, Hugh, what it do? Guys, first of all, Hugh, I know that you out here giving out free hugs. We see people in public, so I appreciate you and your service. I saw you get attacked on the internet yesterday, and they was out here talking about they don't know how the Row Hugs boys ride, Hugh. They don't know how we ride. You know what I mean? Petty Hugh out here giving hugs in these streets and fighting for the little man. That's what you do, Hugh. That's what you do. I saw a Taiwan Walker jersey picture on over today, and all I thought of was you out here planting these seeds in people's minds, helping out Philadelphia with your pettiness and your and your stumbling.
Buddy told me I played D1 baseball. I was like, really?
Hey, they coming at your
He
test,
said I
man.
played
But that's
D1
why
baseball.
you give out them free hugs when you see Hugh Douglas in person. I've never seen a man give out more dabs and hugs than Hugh Douglas. See, that's how you get petty, Hugh. You think I ain't listening? I'm listening, okay? Just because I ain't got time to call in sometimes, don't mean I ain't listening. Now, back to what that caller said earlier. It is opening day. Happy opening day, because now baseball means something. I've never heard more in my life people on the Sixers train of, we open the playoffs, and then 40 billion people tweeting about Aaron Nola. You ain't watched Aaron Nola play baseball for 10 years. You don't know who Aaron Nola is. You still get mad at Aaron Nola. He's going to eat up, and every once in a while, he's going to make you jump off a cliff. But you out here tweeting. But I thought we wasn't worried about it until Red October. So, I mean, now we get to go play the Dodgers. We got the star of baseball, and we got the face of baseball. Thank you, Bryce, for choosing me. It means something that matters. Everybody's healthy. This is where I'm going to sit down, have my popcorn ready, and my Twitter finger's going to be out there in these streets. And I'm excited. This is prime time. Everybody's going to be watching these games. Everybody, coast to coast, Key West to Key Largo. So I'm excited. I'm excited. Hugh, can I get one of them hugs, brother? I missed you, man. I ain't seen
I got you,
Hugh.
dog. I got you, dog.
Yeah, that's right. You in trouble now. Everybody going to think you give free hugs. You know
Yeah,
what
he's
I mean?
not going to like that.
I'm going to put that little kick me a sign on the back. You know how many free hugs, Hugh? You know what I mean? You're going to be like, why everybody touching me? Get off me. Why? Anyway, how you guys been?
We're good. We're great.
Transition. Yeah, we're good.
We're going to make ourselves a big series tonight. You ready for your matchup of the bracket of Hughes? That's the real question.
I am ready for my matchup.
All right, here we go. But we're going to finish out the right hand, the bottom right here. So with you people, Harvard, Hugh, and Tubi already moved on. Joining them in the Sweet 16 will either be the 10-seed Hick Douglas, who wants to just hang out in the woods in his new cabin and hang out, versus the 15-seed Trailblazer Douglas, who pulled a huge upset in round one. Hick, Hugh, or Trailblazer Douglas?
It's Trailblazer Hunter versus
Trailblazer!
Oh, yeah. Hey, You ain't
No,
giving
damn
them
well
wood,
out
dog.
here.
I want them hugs, player. You ain't
No,
giving
damn well I ain't out here
you.
hugging people.
Ain't no sitting with you. I'm Petty Hugh, too. I thought you guys
You got it, Black Radio. So unlike the real March Madness, we do have Cinderellas. A 14 2B Hugh against a 15 Trailblazer Hugh in the Sweet 16.
That's funny.
A lot of upsets today, more than I think people. So I'd say the one seed so far have gotten through easy, but we have some Cinderellas that are really going to make this thing interesting as we move forward. We got a couple matchups to go in our final segment. We'll get to those.
Yep.
2 more matchups. Is this series this weekend against the Dodgers a big deal? Yes or no? 215-592-9490 for plus. And we waited because we're in a good mood today. We're having fun. But we have to get to the latest on the Embiid situation, including something we should be on the lookout for this offseason is tension on the horizon within the Sixers. That's next. Your phone calls. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There is an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their explosive promotions. How about Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, or the Golf Profit Boost tokens? Well, here's a parlay that I like. I like for the local team to hit home runs and the local basketball team to get an outright win. So there you have it. Money line on the basketball team and home runs on the baseball team. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Heading to the ball game today? SEPTA's Wilmington Newark line runs from Delaware to Center City and covers the I-95 corridor. It's a reliable alternative to peak traffic times. Check dctma.org/commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Find the engagement ring of her dreams and save huge during Benari Jewelers' Spring Bridal event. This weekend, choose from thousands of engagement rings and save up to 20%. Top bridal designers on site with their entire collections on sale. Whether you're looking for oval, round, princess, marquee, or cushion cut, you'll save up to 20% this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Details at BenariJewelers.com. Don't miss the best engagement ring buying opportunity ever at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it finally time to invest in yourself? Well, start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice, 2 board-certified specialists. specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind for all our customers, existing and new. We're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to vaxassist.com and schedule today. That's vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
See what that does here. And yesterday, ESPN Shams talking about the decision to go get surgery now on Embiid's knee.
So Joel Embiid, really over the last month and a half, Molly, he met with tons of doctors, specialists, trying to figure out exactly where this goes. They looked at some radical options for that knee. That included options that would have sidelined him for next season too. But Joel Embiid, the Sixers, landed on arthroscopic surgery. This gives him a chance to potentially play next season as well. But it's his second surgery in 14 months. His knee just did not respond this season the way they wanted. So the Sixers, Embiid, they have to figure out how can they get him back on the floor like Joel Embiid. Which version will we get next season? That's the question.
So a couple things hit me there. And I heard that yesterday, Hugh, and now I'm just listening again. The wording he used is this surgery gives him the chance to play next year.
Yeah, this is not good.
As if that's not a certainty that he's going to play next season.
This is what it sounds like to me, is that throughout this procedure, there was probably some radical ideas presented to him.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave him scenarios of how long it would take before recovery and all this other stuff. And this is the one procedure that will allow him to try to play next year. But Joe, my thing is this, because I got bad knees, arthritic knees. And I remember the docs telling me that when I went in and they looked at your knee, because they do it every year, it's like you don't have a lot of cartilage in there. And eventually you're probably gonna have to get some knee replacements. And I was like, well, I'll try to help stave that off as long as I can. And I remember that's why when I heard about his knee injury and everything, the best thing you could do in a situation like that is try to strengthen the muscles around it, try to take some of that pressure off your knee. It sounds like they're going to try to go in and maybe do the prickly bone thing. And what I mean by that is they're going to go in and try to bleed the bone at the top and try to make it grow cartilage naturally. But even with that, it's still a pain tolerance thing. So, it's not a guarantee that it's going to work.
Well, it's not. And he's had so many of these that you just wonder what he's even going to be like if he even can get back on the court. But it goes beyond just the physical. There's now the drama of this, which is Embiid and the Sixers and some potential tension. Listen to this yesterday on the decision, what happened earlier this season, and where the organization goes now.
One thing as well to keep in mind here, going into the offseason, there was some tension there between Joel Embiid and that front office, from my understanding. There were some issues. The team believed he needed to play at some points this season. They need to get his conditioning right through playing and getting better that way. He felt like he needed surgery. He ends up getting the surgery.
So the tension he's talking about within this franchise, Hugh, I go back to the Morey thing. Because when he first got shut down officially a couple weeks ago, the report came out that he went to ownership, right? He went directly upstairs and talked there. I wonder if this is going to end up with Morey out of here after the season. This has been a disastrous season for the Sixers. Morey and whoever else greenlighted that contract, I guess obviously the owner's got to be part of it. They look ridiculous because that it's not just that he's hurt. It's unfortunate that he's hurt. It's unfortunate they can't figure this out. Hugh, you said this the day it happened. We talked about it for months afterwards. That contract they gave him is ridiculous. And if it was truly Morey pushing the contract or saying, yeah, let's do this, I mean, it's not good. And if there's tension between him and the front office, that's not good for Morey's future. Because Joel,
he gone. Believe that. Kiss the baby on that.
I think Morey could be out of here quicker than people think.
Yeah, and he's been definitely silent since all of this has happened, man. With the MIT comments and the squint your eyes comments. I mean, it's ridiculous. But you've made some bad moves. You made some bad business decisions. Like, I understand that the NBA is totally different than the NFL. But you gave Joel Embiid a contract extension knowing that his knee was bad.
I mean, they should have more info on his body than anybody.
Yes. You gave him an extension. And he didn't play most of the year. He played, 3 games, 4 games, something? I don't know how many he played, but it wasn't a whole lot, a handful of games. And you gave him a contract extension. And now it's not even a guarantee that he's going to play next year.
It's not. I mean, you just hearing that. I mean, you got tension between the front office and the player doing a surgery to try to get back on the court. It is a disaster. The silver lining is they keep losing games so they can at least get a good draft pick and hopefully move this thing forward. 215-592-9494 to hop in. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Tom in Middletown is up. What's up, Tom?
Hey, gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to your house.
Oh, of
hey,
course.
What's going on, man?
Welcome to our home, Tom. What's up?
Okay, listen, Hugh.
Yes.
I have to say, and I'm not saying this like one Monday morning quarterback. I was with you on the Taiwan Walker thing.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
All right, now because my sons, we all bet, we all gamble and stuff like that. They were all betting. They were all betting the over 9 yesterday because of Taiwan Walker pitching. And I said, listen, guys. I said I'm keeping my money in my pocket. I am not getting in on this. And I think he's home. He's getting paid a hell of a lot of money, and he's still in the starting starting rotation. I think he's still got something, and I predicted a shutout pitch from him yesterday.
So the two of you are the only. I mean, I'm actually amazed how many people were agreeing with you behind the scenes yesterday.
No, you know what? It's funny because
Taiwan Hive.
When I was walking out of the booth, a couple of fans came to me and said, "Hey, man, I agree with you on Taiwan today." It's tough.
It was.
It's hard being right.
And I was with you. Great minds think alike. I mean, I don't know what to say, but listen. And I have something that bothers me though about the Phillies.
Okay,
even though we're 5-1.
Yep.
Okay, like how comfortable do you feel with Romano as a relief pitcher?
Not very. I think he's been better since the first game. He was all over the place. I think he's looked better lately, but I'm not super comfortable with him yet. I think Kirkering's their best guy right now.
I don't see confidence in Romano when he's on the mound. And now we played the Nationals and the Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
When we play a good team, I just don't have confidence in this guy. Like he just looks scattered. Like he doesn't look confident to me. Like I am nervous about that.
Well, I mean, look, we might get an answer to what that looks like tonight or tomorrow, right? I mean, it could be 1-run game, 8th inning, and here comes Betts and Ohtani, and then we got to see what this guy's got.
And listen, as far as Hard Knocks, heck no. I do not want the Eagles on Hard Knocks. nobody needs to see our genius at work and what our strategies are and how we do our offensive line movements, and we just don't need to be on public display for that. I mean, that's our private stuff, and
But
we'll
don't you want? But don't
hold
you
on.
want to see it, Tom? But forget everybody. Don't you want to see it? I do.
You
Yeah.
know what?
See, deep down, you want to see it.
That's a selfish way of looking at it.
Yeah. I know.
Okay, I see it on the field every Sunday or every Thursday.
Right, but we don't get to see the
Monday,
behind the scenes stuff as much. Yeah, that we're just
Yeah, but
guessing.
I don't like that. I don't want them to know what we do, our strategies and stuff like that.
Well,
Like,
where did this idea come from that everybody thinks that all of a sudden our playbook's going to get leaked on Hard Knocks? That's not what happens on Hard Knocks.
It's not that. It's the four storylines that happen on Hard Knocks.
Hold on. We create the storylines. This is like when people were like angry at WIP for Brandon Graham talking about Jalen and AJ's relationship.
the Eagles.
If we make a story on Hard Knocks, that's strictly on the Eagles.
And also, they might make the story anyway.
Yeah, but it has the potential of when you do stuff like that to make people feel like it's not a safe space anymore. You know, yeah.
Well, then maybe
You got
they're
it,
more
you got
guarded
it,
because
Tom.
they're on TV.
it almost becomes
Unless
a
things get out.
documentary, too. Like it's like Kyle, I agree with you all the time, 100%.
See, that's a
but
problem.
I don't agree with you on this.
Well,
This should not be.
what does that
displayed
tell you?
to the public.
It's fun though, don't we want? Isn't sports supposed to be fun? We're all just because Hugh got cut on Hard Knocks doesn't mean the Eagles season is going to go down the drain.
I got PTSD.
All right, Tom, you ready for your bracket of Hugh matchup?
Yep, let's go.
All right, well, you get a 1 seed. It's a big responsibility here. The 1 seed, we hear him all the time. I mean, today he held back, but we know he was deep down. Told you so, Douglas, against the 8 seed, ear hustling Hugh. Who do you got? Told you so, Douglas, or ear hustling Hugh?
Come on, man. Told you so.
Told you so. I mean, that's the ones, and I don't know which
It's a rout.
bracket has stronger ones. The NCAA tournament with 4 ones in the championship, or this. All right, told you so. Moving on to the Sweet 16 in our bracket of Hughes. I think we're worried about things that aren't worth worrying about. If the Eagles are going to be dramatic, they're going to be dramatic. There was no Hard Knocks last year. We had the quarterback and coach. Everyone thought they hated each other. And the receiver and quarterback, everyone thought they hated each other because of Brandon Graham.
So far, we've gotten it's a curse, which is nonsense itself that I debunked. Second, we got our strategies are going to get leaked to the rest of the league, which literally never happens on Hard Knocks.
Now, to be fair, Sirianni's never been on Hard Knocks before. I mean, what if he accidentally leaves up the playbook on his screen?
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
I'm just saying. I'm a Sirianni guy now, but like that could happen.
It's a lot that goes along with that, man. I believe that to be the case. So we trying to go back to back, man.
Why not do both?
Man, we can't do the Hard Knocks. I'm not a fan of Hard Knocks.
Oh, it'd be so much fun. Like we're all watching Hard Knocks on Monday, and then we come in here Tuesday. Can you believe what AJ Brown said yesterday? Come on, I mean, it wouldn't be fun. Actually, that stuff is just fun and drama. But I love to hear the conversations. In all seriousness, like Howie and Vic talking on the
about
sideline.
different players. Yeah,
right. Like
I hear what you're saying because it takes you. It takes you behind the curtain.
Yeah, like let's say
I don't need to know all that.
Let's say they go into the they don't draft a safety high, right? And they go into the summer and it's Reed Blankenship and Sidney Brown. And we're like, I don't know. And maybe in front of the camera, like when they are in front of the people here that cover the team, they're saying we feel confident, but then they catch them where Vic goes up to Howie and said, do we think we can get like upgrade, or however he would say it? Like, I'm not sure about this position. Like that would be interesting to me. We never get that.
What if I told you that, and this is just me recklessly speculating like I like to do.
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you the charm of the Philadelphia Eagles is, and the reason why they have so much success is because all of their warts, they keep them in-house, and everything that happens negative around this team is kept in-house.
Are you living in La La Land?
BG.
That is not.
You think the Eagles' warts are kept in-house?
Man,
when we have
listen.
Jeff McClain snooping around?
Man, listen. I had a chance to talk to Jeff. I did Jeff's podcast too.
And Jeff's a good reporter.
Jeff's good at getting scoops.
Yes, what he does.
There's a lot. Let me say this. There's a lot that happens with this team, in my opinion, that we don't know about. There's a lot that goes on that we don't know about. And I think part of the reason why that this team has the success that they're having is because they're not as exposed as maybe other people are.
So I agree with you on that. There's probably stuff that we never find out that we only find out some of it, right? Tip of the iceberg stuff. But that's on them to not let the cameras hear that, right? Like Howie's been around this forever. He's got to be a grown-up. Like what happened with the Giants and Barkley wasn't just their decision. It was how stupid they were to broadcast. Like Joe Shane acted like a fool.
Joe Shane's a bubblehead.
He's a bubblehead, but Howie's not. I'd be surprised if Howie let something like that hit the air. I don't think he would.
No, so I'm starting to wonder how many people actually watch Hard Knocks, because none of these things they follow like cool storylines for players who may make the team, may not. Like they're the bubble guys on the roster. Like they're feel good stories. And you get some side conversations in practice, but it's never like, let's create this play and let's run this play and here's why we run this play. None of that stuff happened.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the negative narratives that they have, storylines that they're trying to create. Like, for example, and I know I didn't have a leg to stand on in Jacksonville, but the conversations that I had before I got there were not the ones that we had when Hard Knocks were there. When I went to Jacksonville, I was hurt. They knew that. The fact that I played my last season here in Philadelphia, I didn't practice for like the last month or two of the season. And when I got signed to Jacksonville, and it was funny, right? Because Kansas City knew that. Coach Ramil was like, hey, man, we're going to take care. We know you got the knee injury and all this other stuff. We'll take care of you. Jacksonville said the same thing. And when I got there, they knew I was hurt. And they said, oh, man, don't worry about it. We're gonna make sure that you're healthy and ready for the season. Well, as soon as Hard Knocks came, hey, man, you got to be out there and you got to start practicing. I'm like, dog, but I'm not healthy.
Does she do anything for us?
And it became that. And so with me not being healthy and me not being able to run, I was a little heavy. They knew that. So when I came to camp, Jack comes in, and I remember when Hard Knocks was there, Jack said, hey, man, in front of the cameras, hey, we need you to, you're a little heavy. You need to be at this way. And I'm looking at him, right? And I'm like, I'm like, you knew I was hurt when I was here, but I said, okay. So now I go work out, and I'm going home, and I'm busting my butt trying to get ready for training camp. I walk into the building that day. I roll up, a camera crew waiting on me. And I'm like, what the hell are they waiting on me for? They were waiting for me to weigh in because they were trying to build the storyline that I came in overweight. I didn't come in overweight, but now I'm looking at them like, oh, okay, so that's what we're doing. That's how we're handling
it. Was your weigh-in televised on the
Yes, it was.
Hard Knocks?
Yes, it was.
Did they ask you if it was okay?
No, they did not. They sat there, and I didn't even know this was happening, dog. I'm sitting there, and I walk in, and I'm like, why the hell are they following me? And when I got on the scale, I took my clothes off. I got to say, well, yeah, Hugh has an edict. And you will see it in the show. Hugh had an edict to come in at a certain weight. Yeah. And he came in, and Jack said, and then Jack had this whole storyline where he was like, well, yeah, he's a little overweight. Again, I was hurt. But that wasn't the narrative. That has a chance. That has the propensity of making people looking at you differently. And that's why at that point I was like, I don't give a damn what happens. They can kiss my ass in Jacksonville. And that's basically what I said.
You know what you just did? You gave me ideas for what the episodes could be about. So I was just ready for this. So I'm going to get to the one that's like the version of that in here in Philadelphia. There'll definitely be one about the characters that Mailata and Dickerson are, because I think they steal the show. Nolan Smith is the next leader. There'll definitely be a drama one with Sirianni and Hertz and AJ. But you know what the Hugh one would be?
What's that?
I could hear the voice. I forget the guy's name that does the voiceover.
Yeah.
About the one guy who's was supposed to contribute and didn't do much and feels awkward heading into year two. They're going to do the whole Bryce Huff thing. Because Bryce Huff is almost like what you're describing yourself as, right? Paid, and it didn't work out year one, and then what do they do? Do they play him? Is he going to get? They'll follow Bryce Huff. They'll talk to Fangio, and I could see an Eagles Hard Knocks with Fangio.
It has the propensity to bring negative mojo to the squad, in my opinion.
But it'd be fun.
It'd
be fun. All right, our Twitter question brought to you by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. 79% are with you on this, Hugh. They don't want to see the Eagles on Hard Knocks. And as far as the series against the Dodgers, 67% say, yeah, it's a big deal, even though it's April 4th. Let's talk to a guy that's been a part of a lot of big series, some of them against the Dodgers. Ruben Amaro Jr. calling in. What's up, Rube?
What's up, guys? Hey, I just had some perspective. I was listening to you guys talk about the Hard Knock stuff. You know, in 2008, after that season, MLB Network came to us and asked us to do the pen. I don't know if you remember that.
I do, yeah.
2009. So we ended up doing it. I was a little reluctant, but I mean, I think out of deference to to our organization and to the MLB Network and trying to support it, we went ahead and did it. And honestly, it really wasn't that big of a deal. I did have some concern about, how intrusive it would be, how invasive it would be. But honestly, as far as the mojo and stuff like that is concerned, it really didn't affect us all that much. I know we didn't win the World Series in 2009, but I don't think it really ultimately bothered us a whole lot to the point where it became a detriment. I think there's a professionalism that's done with the people who are running that program that I think, and I don't, probably the show wouldn't run if they weren't being professional. And so I don't think there's any real issues with, secrets or trade secrets or things of that nature that the organization would have it be a detriment. And I think that Howie and Sirianni have certainly created a culture where I don't think it would be affected by any of that stuff.
Yeah, and for me, Ruben, I just think the players here, and it's probably similar to your Phillies team because you guys have just won the World Series. You guys were used to the attention. I feel like the Eagles are used to the attention. I mean, they're the biggest story here, as we know, and they've been in 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. I feel like some teams it might be a lot. I feel like for the Eagles, they're used to having all the cameras in front of them all the time.
Yeah, that's a great point, Joe. I mean, I honestly think that, like I said, I mean, certain people can handle this stuff, others cannot. I just have the feeling that just based on what I've seen and how people have acted in that organization, I just think that it's something that would not be a distraction for them.
I agree. Ruben, we appreciate you. And
Appreciate that.
Enjoy the series tonight. It's a big one. We enjoyed the interview with Middleton on the Philly show yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, that was fun. It was good stuff. John's always pretty passionate about, his place in here in the, in the sports world here in Philly. So it's pretty cool to chat with him.
Yeah, good interview. And Ruben, enjoy this. It's going to be a fun weekend against the Dodgers.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you.
There he goes. Ruben Amaro Jr.
Shout out to Rube, man.
Calling in. See, he thinks it's all right.
I can see
Ruben on our
that.
side.
Yeah.
It's going to be
see that. I can't go against Ruben, though, man.
I know.
Ruben's a good dude. Good dude.
Yeah, no problem with me, though.
Yeah.
Kyle.
Yeah,
I agree with you all the time.
Well, I think he was saying sort of what I'm saying. Like, there is a level of professionalism that they have to uphold as a crew that's broadcasting, things within your organization. Like, there is some level of privacy.
I also believe there's veto power. Like, if something slips, you can say,
there's
don't
no
air
way
that.
you can tell me that Laurie can't,
No, I mean,
put
I get that. I get that
out
part. But the show is meant to be compelling.
Yes.
And if they can't veto everything.
No, and that's what. So right, I think if they had a slip up, a Saquon Giants slip up, they probably would say, "Hey, let's
not do that." But everything you can't veto everything.
No, you're right.
And like I said, when I was in Jacksonville, they were trying to create story narratives. They were, and here it would probably be the same thing because you want to be compelling. I would think that a big part of this whole Hard Knocks thing, it has to be Big Dom.
He would be.
Have to be.
I think I would think though, as a trained actor, you would understand that you were a compelling character.
Yeah, I was. I got that, but I'm trying to get ready for a football season.
I know. In the moment, it was probably hard to get
what
that.
I mean. It was hard to get that, but I'm trying to get ready for a football season. And Jack want to play Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's why your ass
ready?
overseas, Jack. That's why you ain't got no job in America.
That's
punk
darn
ass.
right. Let's go to Tyler in Delaware. Hey, Tyler.
I'm still hot behind that, dog. Still hot behind that, dog.
Over here. What's going on, fellas?
Tyler, what's up, buddy? You ready? What do you think about this Dodgers Phillies series? Big deal?
Absolutely, Joe. Hugh, first of all, I'm not getting you, Joe, and Kyle no travel size bottles of vodka anymore. I'm getting y'all the big dogs.
Now we're talking.
Man, you.
I like vodka.
You were spot on yesterday.
That's
6 and 3 hits. Now let's see if he can do it against the Braves next
Yeah,
year.
it's still.
Let's not push that envelope, guys.
Let's relax.
But hey,
starts
Joe,
with 1 though.
This is a huge series. This to me, even though it's early, you have an undefeated baseball team coming in here. This is the team that you're going to have to hurdle to get to the promised land, and it's very exciting that You have the type of starters that you got. I get you don't have your big dog and Zach on the mound, but you got Jesus, Knowles, and Sanchez going these next 3 games. I love our chances.
Me
And
too. No, Tyler, I do
point,
too. We got to get. Let's get 2 out of 3. Tyler, we're up against it, but I need you to help me. I need you to give us a winner here. The bracket adheres. The last one for today. The 1 seed, the number 1 overall seed, Plant-Based Hugh, up against the number 8 seed, Love Dr. Douglas. Who moves on?
Oh man. You know what? I'm still looking for love, and so is Hugh. Give me the upset. Give me Love Dr.
Wow.
Plant-Based
What a
Hugh
way
is
to end the
out.
show.
It's upset season.
It is madness. It is full
That's
madness.
madness right there.
Wow.
Yeah, I almost messed up. Said what
Love.
you ain't allowed to say on there.
Almost. It is Love Dr. Douglas through. All right, your Sweet 16. Love Dr. Douglas against ADD Douglas. Shrimp Douglas against Duggan. Tongue Tied against Dump Button. Petty against Long Talk. Told You So versus Gassy. That's a big one. D-List and Mumbles. You People and Harvard and Tubi and Trailblazer. Your Sweet 16.
Sweet 16, baby.
Can't
Sweet
wait for
16.
it. All right, everyone have a great weekend. Enjoy it. It's a huge series. Phillies and Dodgers starts tonight. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Phils!
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really 2. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in, with healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. So when you walk in, you feel whether it's the freshest organic produce or those gluten-free crackers that taste totally delicious. Or it's simply the sight of a million easy dinner options that are also healthy. This is that Sprouts feeling.
Phillies baseball is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have: Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. The best part, zero bubbles. Ask for Surfside at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, We're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The headlines read, Raiders signed Geno Smith to a 2-year, $75 million extension. Sounds like a lot of money, but overall, the deal puts Geno very much in the middle class of quarterbacks, which means the Raiders have flexibility. They could still draft one at 6 or move off Smith in the coming years without killing their salary cap. It's a sensible move, which might not mean Super Bowl is coming, but for this franchise, they'll take it because there hasn't been a lot of sensible in that building for a while. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We're back with a Chickies Friday on the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, here we are, Chickies and Pete's Spring Friday. How we feeling, Ike?
Feeling pretty good. It's Friday, so, I mean, my goodness, how could you feel bad on a Friday? It's the beginning of the weekend. We have a big series coming up against
big series.
LA Dodgers in town for the weekend. Love it. Can't wait to get into that. Jackie Baseball, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for. We've had the appetizers. Main course is on deck. Holla at your boy.
Just letting everyone know Spike's in a mood today. 100%. He's a little tight.
I'm a little tight. I need everyone to lock in.
Yeah. Caller's got to lock in. Me and Ike got to lock in. Buzz has to lock in.
Everyone's got to lock in.
Yeah, I can feel the intensity on a nice, relaxing Friday being risen too much for my liking. But it's a big weekend, and I'm excited to start it.
It's not a bad mood.
No, It's not a bad mood.
You've seen me pissy before.
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
Ike doesn't have to do anything. Ike is locked in every day. Understand that, whether he is in his way or not. Put that on the table. We can proceed.
I wasn't asking you to lock in.
No, Jack made a statement, so I
Yes,
had to make sure I had to
gotta
correct
lock in.
that statement.
All right.
Yes, my bad. I need to lock in.
Well, it's a very big show, as it always is on Fridays. We've moved Elliot from 3 to 4, and he'll be with us for an hour today because he skipped out on us on Tuesday.
Ducked us, some said.
So Elliot Shore-Parks will be here at 4 o'clock. We'll award the belt, see whether Broads keeps it at 4:30. Kevin Stocker will join us at 3.
Stock.
Preview the big series this weekend. Tornado Shapiro will give us the weekend forecast at 3:30.
Tornado.
Stock was out of pocket again, by the way.
He is out of pocket Stockett.
Yep.
He was. He always is. But, it is an on-the-record Friday, as it normally is on the WIP afternoon show. And I need everyone to be on the record about the Phillies and what they've proven so far this season. Because I think everyone stood, and I think you specifically on this show, started the season sort of 1 foot in, 1 foot out on the Phillies, waiting to see what we would see out of this team so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
And on the Record Friday, I want to know if what they've done so far has changed your perception. Do you feel better about the Phillies, or do you feel the same after them going 5-1? Now, 5-1 is important, but it's not everything, right? Mm-hmm. They haven't played great teams. So the fact that they're 5-1 doesn't change too much to me. Now they could be 0-7 or whatever, like the Braves. I'm glad that they're 5-1.
Right.
But all of the things, to me, here's why I feel better. And I'll go on the record saying that I feel actually much better about the Phillies than I did a week and a half ago.
All right.
Everything that was a question to me leading up to this season has started to be answered. Like, we wanted to see a different Phillies team at the plate, more patient, right? Their walk rate is up. I think they're 4th in walks in baseball. Their strikeout rate is down. And even if you don't know those numbers, just watching them, it feels different. Castellanos feels different. I think Trey, when he's been in there in the leadoff spot, has felt different. And all the questions we had about their plate discipline has been a little bit answered so far for me. So I feel better about that. Then there were questions in the pitching staff. Luzardo, look, Jack told us Luzardo was good or whatever, but actually seeing Luzardo go out there for 5 innings, strike out 11 guys, Luzardo is a legit, like, number 3 starter, maybe even a number 2 starter. That has started to prove it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all we heard about during the spring training about Chris Sanchez. Chris Sanchez looked great in his first start. How about Alvarado? Alvarado, who has been sort of missing in action the last couple of years, has his velocity back. Looks like he has his attitude back. So all the things that I was questioning things like Luzardo. I was questioning things like the bullpen. Most specifically, I was questioning their approach at the plate, and it's all been better. So I feel much better today than I did a week and a half ago about the Phillies.
I'm not surprised. Listen, a week ago, you felt great about 19 strikeouts.
I did.
That the team had. So,
and they were a great sign.
Listen, Delaware Valley, enjoy the moment that we are in right now with Spike Eskin because he feels good about the team. I'm just saying. You don't normally get that. You don't normally get that out of Spike. He normally finds a dark cloud as opposed to a silver lining.
Right.
So enjoy it right now. That's all I said. Enjoy it.
Comes with the last name.
Because here's what I'm telling you.
Look,
I'm not there yet. 5-1. I can appreciate it. I'm glad they've gone out and beaten up on the Washington Nationals and the Colorado Rockies. Awesome. This weekend can go a long way to getting me to be in that corner where you are. This weekend can go a long way to doing that. And I'm not saying they need to sweep the Dodgers, but here's what I don't want to see. I don't want to see a series loss or a series sweep where they get swept and it looks like you don't even belong on the same field with the Dodgers. I don't want to see that. I'll take 2 out of 3. And be good with 2 out of 3 and feel good about this team moving forward. But it's a long baseball season, Spike. And I got to be honest with you. I'm one of those people that, when I come to a conclusion about a team, at least early, I'm there until I'm shown something different. And it's not going to be one game that gets me to change my mind on how I feel about a team. And 6 games of baseball is not even equivalent to 1 game in football.
No, it's like half of the game.
You need 10 games. You need 10 games in baseball. So I haven't seen enough is what I'm ultimately saying. I'm encouraged by what I see. There's some things that I like. I want to see how long they continue to be a team that doesn't chase, that takes pitches, that isn't about strikeouts. Listen, the small ball, I don't necessarily need to see that every night, but hey, it's a nice twist to the Phillies from over the last couple of years. So I'm good with that. The pitching is good as we expected. I don't think there's anybody doing anything that was unexpected just yet. Right? Is that fair? Like I don't see. I mean, Taiwan had a good outing yesterday for 6 innings, but that could change the next time he goes out there.
Don't you think Nick Castellanos having plate discipline, walking rather than strike it, that's not expected to
Here's
me.
the thing I've learned about Casty.
Yeah.
It's about the long view with Casty. There's going to be peaks and valleys with him all year long.
Sure.
So with him, I expect it. So I understand he may struggle at times. He's going to have his hot streaks or what have you. I'm good with Casty. I'm good with everybody right now. I really am. But we're getting a different level of competition coming in this weekend. Let me see what this looks like this weekend.
All right. 215-592-9494 on the record Friday. Phils are 5-1. I feel substantially
I don't feel
better.
any different.
I feel way
That's a
better.
long way to me saying.
You're always negative.
I don't feel any different.
You're always negative. Are you like positive Spike or negative Ike today? 215-592-9494 on the record Friday. Do you feel much better about the Phillies than you did before the season started? Jack, where are you?
I feel exactly the same. I'm on a negative Ike side, which is shocking. Listen, I'm not going to make a huge deal out of it. They got to hit a starter. Like it matters, dude. Like they're beating up on the worst bullpens in baseball.
But they're getting to the bullpen. That's the point. They
are, but it's not like they're getting them out there in 4 because they're working so many pitches. It's still 6 innings, and they have to turn it on late. So, I need to see that. And I've just been disappointed with Mopey Bohm. It really is. It's bothering me.
Well, that thing I agree with.
And it's early in the season. They're winning games. You're still getting some of the mopiness. So that's an issue for me. And I just, again, this weekend does matter. It does matter. It's not the end of the world if they lose 2 or 3, but they can't go out there and get bludgeoned. So I am obviously still positive about the team, but nothing has really changed how I felt off of the first week of baseball. There's been little things that are better. Do it against an actual pitching staff.
215-592-9494 on the record Friday on the WIP afternoon show. Do you feel better about the Phillies after this start? By the way, the other thing that I'll mention is the daycare thing is not nothing. And the Bryce Harper sort of being the vocal leader thing, also not nothing. 2 things I didn't expect coming into this year. I didn't expect Bryce to ever change that. We had all sort of conceded that he was a lead by example guy and not lead by what he says. And he's not screaming and yelling guy, but he's saying things in the press that matter. And the daycare stuff going away, I think is meaningful too. We do have a next question today.
Yes.
So today would have been Heath Ledger's birthday if he were still with us. Heath Ledger, great actor who we lost too young. So for today's next question, you'll give your sports point. And then next question will be who passed away too young? Who did we lose too young? Jack, who do you got?
This is simply too serious to do one of my bad answers.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to do something silly.
So I'll go with one of the best baseball players of all time, Roberto Clemente.
Oh, that is a good one. Thank you. That is a good one. Ike, what are you laughing at?
You weren't even born.
Doesn't matter. I respect the game.
That is a good point. You never even saw Roberto.
Can't stand him.
Yeah,
Man.
he is the worst.
Yes.
Get rid of him.
Everyone knows about the 21-foot fence in Pittsburgh because of him.
Okay. Ike, who did we lose too young?
Who did we lose too young? Wow, so many.
Wonder where Ike's going to go.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we've lost a lot of young people in the hip-hop community.
Yep.
We have.
There is one person who is your answer for about half of our next question.
Man, I can't help it because he fits so many different categories.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm not going to go there, though.
Okay.
I'll go because there are some people we lost him later than he was at that age. I'm going to go with Whitney Houston.
Oh, absolutely.
Took Chuck's answer.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Whitney Houston.
That is Chuck's every year.
I mean, there's so many. There's so many entertainers you can go with.
Absolutely.
My goodness, man. It's
well, and
there's so many I could have gone with.
In music specifically, I think. So I'm going Kurt Cobain.
Hold on, that's not by coincidence.
No.
I don't need to start a conspiracy theory show, and I'm just saying.
Like a conspiracy theory?
I'm just saying.
Ike Illuminati?
It's a lot of great talent that's gone too early, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going Kurt Cobain. Lead singer of Nirvana.
Exactly.
Now, yeah, and I was in high school for it. I'm not going to
Yeah.
pick something like Jack that I didn't even experience.
Well, again.
I understand him.
All right, let me think of a different answer.
No.
Think of another one.
It's fine.
Yeah. How about you put some thought into the
I didn't put
question?
it. I forgot that's what we were doing. Ringthebellbook.com.
Can I tell you, Jack on Fridays puts even less effort into the show than he does Monday through Thursday.
Don't have to do much.
Yep, there it is. All right, 215-592-9494. On the record Friday, do you feel better about the Phillies than
I
you
can't believe
did?
I still give a bad answer. I named Roberto Clemente.
Yeah, well, it's a bad answer. He's a liar.
Yeah, you weren't there.
Yeah, you weren't there.
Yeah.
All right, we'll wait. You can do it at the end of the segment.
Yeah, let me think.
On the record,
Pelly
Friday.
Lindbergh.
All right, stop it. You weren't. I don't even think you were alive for Pelly Lindbergh either.
He wasn't.
No.
man.
Yeah. On the record,
Jim Croce.
Stop. Do you feel better about the Phillies? Don't do this on a day that I'm wired like this.
I know.
And for next question, it would have been Heath Ledger's birthday. Give us somebody we lost too young. 215-592-9494. Leading us off, Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Man, brother Spike, you never cease to amaze me. These dudes played 6 games, and you talking about I'm optimistic. It took you to the damn Super Bowl for you to be optimistic about the they won 15 straight games, and you still I gotta see. These dudes have played not even a quarter of the season, and you optimistic. Listen, I'm talking about 2 out of 3. If they win one game versus the Dodgers, I'm gonna be happy. Because the Dodgers are the best team. I mean, I don't expect them to 2 out of 3 versus that team. Come on, man. Like, if they do that, we should be having almost a parade. I mean, I feel the same. Like I said, I always say I feel like they was going to win the division. 94 games, what I said. Like, they haven't done nothing to, stop me. Like, I mean, Bryce Harper is doing what he did. The pitching staff, I mean, it might be better than what I expected. Taijuan Walker, I mean, that shocked everybody yesterday. I mean, the Colorado Rockies are terrible. Bullpens is terrible, so we getting the hits, you know what I'm saying? Kyle Schwarber, you can tell he's playing for a contract.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the dude hitting a home run every game. This dude, he going to average a hit 155 home runs, pace to hit that. I mean, obviously, he's not going to do that, but, it's okay. I mean, some people is playing great, but it's nothing too shocking. You know what I'm saying? I'm holding out yet. Now, we're going to see how they look tonight. You know what I'm saying? Lazard on the mound. We're going to see how they look, because I'm telling you.
Well, can I ask you this, Corey? Let me ask you, because I think it's a big series as well. And I think, it is funny to say that I think they need to win 2 or 3 to a team that hasn't even lost 1 game this year in the Dodgers. But I guess I can't understand, if all of these games are so small, like you said, it's not even a quarter of the season, then what does this weekend even matter? Because this is just 3 games, right?
It matters because we need to see what we look like against the cream of the crop. Yeah, the best team.
It's the best team. It's like you measure how you look, because if you we beating the Rockies and the Nationals and all that. I mean, nobody expects them teams to do much. But if we go out here and you get stopped versus it's a blowout every game, it ain't even close versus the Dodgers, how will we feel? You know what I'm saying? Baseball is a long season. Obviously, we know that. Ebb and flows. We gonna talk about it because that's what we do. But it's we feel good right now, and let them go out and get swept, losing games 7-1, 7-2. How are we gonna feel on Monday? Are we gonna be optimistic?
No.
But I'll tell you this: after just 3 games, if they win the first game and the third game, people are going to be out of their minds optimistic on Monday. I can tell you that.
Sure.
Now,
but we gonna do that.
Yes.
I was just telling you how we gonna sweep them. You know what I'm saying? We gonna sleep.
Oh, here we go. There we go. There it is. Take a deep breath.
Captain Philadelphia in Kentucky.
I'm just giving you the realistic answer, but in my heart,
they're not going to sweep them. I mean,
we gonna sweep them. You know?
Corey, why don't you give us somebody who died too young?
Hey man, come on, man. This is the easiest question. I mean, it's not that.
Like I said, it's so many of them.
but I mean, come on. Everybody knew where they was. They couldn't believe it when Kobe passed, man.
Oh yeah,
Lord.
that is one.
Yes. No, I wasn't.
Thank you for the call, Corey. Yes. I mean that was one. You know, it's weird when Kurt Cobain died. I actually wasn't surprised. I was very sad, but I wasn't surprised because he had just overdosed like 2 months before. guys like that, rock stars who are addicted to heroin, you're always just sort of waiting.
Yeah.
The Kobe one was, because of how it happened, was just such a stunner. It was almost one of those ones where you see it and it doesn't seem like it's real. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, you and I have been around a while. We kid Jack about how young he is or what have you. But I've been around since the early 70s, and I've seen and experienced the whole, whether I've not seen personally, but just experienced the whole shock of someone dying unexpectedly. There's nothing hit me like Kobe Bryant.
Really?
Nothing in my life.
Wow.
No one.
Really?
Nope.
Yeah.
Because like you said, some of those other people that passed away, even with like Whitney Houston, we knew Whitney had
issues,
demons and stuff she was dealing with. So
Yep.
that wasn't a total shocker. Even Pop, that give away the other
Yeah,
one. Pop,
right, yeah.
But
not a surprise.
not a shocker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So even though you didn't want to like that, but like for Kobe to pass away the way that he passed away, and God bless the other, obviously Gigi and the other 7 victims in the air, the helicopter with him. But that was, I think that caught everybody off guard. That was out of nowhere.
Well,
that mean you can think about the level of athlete that would have to pass away that would give you that type of shock. You're talking about Tiger. You're talking about LeBron, Jordan, like those. That's the level of athlete or stardom you're talking about that passed away.
Well, and I think the other thing with Kobe, complete opposite to the if we're talking about Whitney or Kurt Cobain, is like Kobe seemed like he was pivoting in a positive direction, right? He was a guy who
won an Oscar.
Like I couldn't stand Kobe for his entire career.
Yeah.
But post career Kobe, I started being like, well, I kind of like this guy now, you know?
Yeah.
And he was sort of coming into his own, I think, as a person and as an adult.
He evolved.
Post
He just
basketball.
evolved.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It's great to see evolution.
Sometimes when you grow up too young, you don't get a chance to grow up at all.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to him. And I think post career, he actually started to become the adult that he probably couldn't be when he was younger.
It's hard to be that at 18.
Right.
Even with LeBron, as much as I rag on him, like I can see a difference from when he was 18 to where he is now. Like we've watched these guys grow up their entire lives in front of us.
He's gotten cornier.
No, that's always been there. Like that part has always been there. But it's hard for him to not be. How can you not be when you've never been anything else but that?
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it's
better than everyone all the time. Most important guy in the room.
how do you know what it's like to be hip and cool? Like so. But yeah, when you and that's like with child stars. When we watch the child actresses or actors that we've seen since they were young, to grow up, and a lot of them go through their own Hollywood issues, and you hope they make it through it.
Right.
So many of them don't.
Do not. Right.
Yeah.
It's almost surprising when they do. When they become well-adjusted adults, that is the surprising thing.
That's the sad thing about Britney.
Oh yeah.
Because we've seen Britney since she was a kid. And it's like, man, like Britney is struggling mentally right now with a lot.
Oh yeah. And I just can't imagine being 16, 17, 18. We were
Right.
talking about Bieber last week.
How
can you be that age?
It's another one, yeah.
I don't think I could go through that as a 48-year-old,
Right.
much less a 17-year-old, you know?
And then you're the breadwinner in your family, and everybody's pulling at you. And
Trying to take your money.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yep. 215-592-9494. On the record Friday, do you feel better about the Phils than you did when the season started? Substantially.
I'm getting there.
Big V. Oh, wow.
Well,
Only
I mean,
took
I'm
one
just
segment.
saying.
Oh.
I need this series to get me there.
Big V and Mount Laurel, you're on WIP.
Yo, Ike Spike.
Fritz.
Oh, I think we
This-
lost.
this
Big-
is why.
I think we lost Big V.
That's why I need him back there.
Hello? Are you there? Hello?
Oh, there he is.
All right.
Okay. Hey, Ike Spike, Jackie, baseball. How you guys doing today?
What's up, brother? Did you just have a coughing attack or
Yeah,
something?
what's going on, man?
A lot of stuff going on, but I'm glad.
Are you on the toilet right now?
You're on the radio.
On the toilet, really, with dogs barking? Okay, come on.
I don't know your house situation.
Okay, so look, I started off being nice, but if you want to clown me,
No, bro, we're a minute into the call. No one's clouded you. We're just asking what's going on.
Oh no, I was
walking the dogs, and they basically saw a skunk and started barking and chasing.
Okay.
But
Skunk. There's no way you saw a skunk.
Yeah,
We don't just see skunks. I've seen one
Sure you
skunk.
do.
Oh, stop! How many times in your life have you seen a skunk? One time.
100 times.
My ass. You're more likely to see a.
No, dude,
you're
there are
more-
skunks. Where I grew up in Glen Mills, there were skunks all the time.
Oh, great. Here we go. Back to Glen Mills. Hoity-toity. Yep. All the skunks around there.
where'd
Mr.
you-
Rich guy.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Chester County Fritz over here.
Oh, you're privileged enough to have skunks. Interesting.
Yeah.
Some of us didn't grow up around skunks.
What does that even mean?
We grew up around squirrels.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a squirrel head. You know that.
Are we? Nobody's locked in except for Ike.
Always locked in.
Big B's not locked in. Jack's not locked in. Jack's intent on the show not being locked in.
Yeah, he's trying to take it off.
Hey, Spike, I'm locked in. I'm just
John
glad you're
Lennon.
clowning somebody besides me. That's
Well,
all.
Big B's on the toilet with dogs in the room.
I think the skunk came from somewhere else, Big B.
Yeah. Hey,
There
you're
we
the skunk.
go. Back to the toilet again.
Yeah.
Golly, you always got
All
your
right.
mind down there, man.
Yep, he always does.
Big V, you feel better about the Phils or no?
So great about the Phillies. I always did. I thought that they had a talented roster, but they were lacking a little discipline to get them to the next step. But this game coming up with the Dodgers, because the Dodgers have proven that if you got enough money, you can buy anybody. I mean, they signed everybody except for Babe Ruth, and so far they're undefeated, so it seems to be working for them. But as far as the Phillies playing them, this is one of those things that will define us, and people will actually start to give us a brand or name of the team. When I'm hoping that we go from the daycare to actually, World Series contenders and winners. So that's why this game is important, to get that mark early in the season and carry it throughout.
It's an important series. I agree.
Yep.
Yeah. I think all of us will feel. Big V, give us somebody who died too young.
Ooh, see, one that I expected that I was going to say, but I'm not going to say was going to be Jimi Hendrix. But
Just say Jimi Hendrix. Good answer. Bye, Big B.
Jimi Hendrix.
Thank you.
That's it.
Bye.
The one that I was going to say that I'm not going to say is Jimi Hendrix.
He's something.
It's an all-time answer that he gave on the air.
Yeah, he's the best. I will say the one thing I do feel better about, the thing that would make me feel better, is like the amount of, I guess, the locked in Friday. They seem more locked in this year. Like
They do.
Just from the standpoint of, I think the whole offseason hearing they can't win, and that I appreciate.
They're
Except
locked
for
in.
one guy.
They're locked in now.
I know. Well, it's a long season.
Yep.
Long
And
season.
I want to make sure they still have fun because it's a.
All right, enough fun. We've had so much fun the last 3 years. No
Oh,
championships. I want a ring.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, Jack.
Isn't that the acronym they have?
Yeah, war.
We'll get into it later.
What?
Isn't that right? The war?
They have shirts that say war, win a ring.
I like that.
Yeah.
See?
I like that. I like that.
Get that in the New Era team store.
Yeah. I'd buy one of those.
I know. 100%.
All right. 215-592-9494. It is on the record Friday. Do you feel better about the Phils than you did a week and a half ago? Substantially. And next question today, based on Heath Ledger's birthday, give us somebody who died too young. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Baseball is back. Watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com.
Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have of securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
Phillies baseball is back.
He has got it!
Tonight, Phillies, Dodgers. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies pick up their first sweep of the season.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Jenna Cameron here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Here in Philadelphia, we've got some sluggers who could knock it out of the park. Try parlaying some home runs with how many strikeouts we'll get from our starter. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/John R. J-O-N-R to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Benari Jewelers is breaking all the rules this weekend with the biggest ever spring sale. 3 days only. Top bridal designers have flown in for this with their entire spring collections all on sale. See the latest from the most sought-after designers. Save up to 20% on virtually all Benari engagement rings and wedding bands. Absolute best prices store-wide. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Details at BenariJewelers.com. Don't miss this spectacular spring event at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1. Customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business, and that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio. Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Plus, you can turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport, including your favorite college basketball team in the big tournament. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94, WIP.
Dreams come true. Apply online at mars-jewelers.com. Here is the question. Has the Phillies 5-1 start changed how you feel about them, or is it too early? The answer is I feel better or too early.
Yeah, I'm still at too early. I would say the majority of fans are at too early as well. So I'll go with 58% too early.
72.7% too early.
Wow.
Nice. Now, I do think for me, it's less about the 5-1 start and more about how the 5-1 start has happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought truly in my soul, if you had asked me, are they going to be any different at the plate this year than they were last year? My guess would have been absolutely no. And I do feel different. They are making – now, whether they can hold on to it, to your point, whether they keep doing it is another question. But they've definitely come into the year with a focus on doing it, I think, based on what I'm watching.
Yeah, the only fear is that how's it go in the middle of the summer? You know, like it's easy to do, I think, in the early portion of the season. But let's say it's June and you're the heightened sense of the beginning of the season is no longer there. Can they do it at that point? I think that also matters too. So there's good things. It's not that no one's saying there's not good things, right? Because they're doing a lot of they have the highest batting average in baseball. They have the highest, well, if you take out the first game, the 19 strikeout game, shadows. They have the lowest strikeout rate in baseball, which I think does matter.
Even with that, I think they're sixth or something.
Well, they're 20. I think I checked. Like they're 24th in baseball in strikeout percentage, even with the first.
Oh, strikeout rate.
Yeah, strikeout rate. Yes. So there's good things, but again, the type of competition does matter. Like if they go out and lose 2 or 3 this weekend, and it's not that close. Yeah. I don't think anyone's gonna say this is a good start to the year.
Well, here's the thing: the type of competition matters, but also the sample size matters. So I look at the team and I say, there's nothing that concerns me right now. I don't have anything that
no new concerns.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and I understand that they hadn't necessarily hit starting pitching. I'm starting to buy in to Jackie Baseball's concern there with that. That does matter.
Do you need the updated numbers on that, by the way?
No, we don't. It does matter at some point. But that's why, to me, this series can go a long way into how a lot of people feel about the team at this stage. Listen, the flip side of the coin is baseball is a long season. They were in first place last year. They ran off, I don't know how many series in a row that they won. They had the best record in baseball. Like, we've seen this.
Yeah, but
it's not an upstart team that hasn't gotten off to a hot start. They got to maintain it.
I agree, but I would say this. If they continue a hot start, I'm not going to just put that away and say we did that last year. It doesn't mean anything this year.
Sure. But how far can you like how much can you, I don't know, I guess if you're on the other side of the coin as to you got some doubt about the team and as far as how they can go, how far they can go, the longer they play well, you have room to change your mind.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah,
you have room to change your mind. I just don't know, like the team being the best team in baseball, I'll just go to the first half of the season. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Well, they're sort of in a lose-lose situation.
Yes.
Because if they start too hot, it's like, well, you did this last year.
Yeah.
And if you're not playing well, they're like, there they are, the fraud team.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I'm sorry, but that's what happens when you lose in the first round.
What I find interesting about Spike today and positive Spike, which always take a deep breath.
Wow.
I know you're on edge today, but we're just having
on edge.
Well, of course I did, because I grilled you on the skunk. The skunk situation in the first.
It was definitely anybody who grew up in my neighborhood. There were skunks all over the place.
I just think you see a bald eagle more than you see a skunk.
Absolutely not.
215. Anyway,
Yeah.
but because last year I think you had your fraud meter up on the Phillies much earlier than a lot of people. What I find interesting is that you're not doing that with the team so far this year.
Okay, so to me, they had an opportunity this year to just quit. Like I guess
this year
coming. Here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have Schwarber's contract is up. JT's contract is up. Castellanos has 2 years left on his deal. Rangers' contract is up. They went out in the first round meekly. The third baseman was being shopped all offseason, in trade talks.
Still looks mopey.
He does still look mopey. But I guess my thought would be it'd be very not easy for them, but to just go, we just don't have it. We know what we're doing. We're going to do things the exact same way because we've been successful doing that the same way. The fact that they've come into the year even more focused, it seems, but also focused on correcting things that were wrong when the core of the team is over 30 years old is impressive to me because I think there was an opportunity for this year actually to be bad. Like I think I thought there were I thought 84 wins was on the table for this team.
Unless injuries, there's no way this team's going to be a bad team.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a season from hell possibility. But
from a talent standpoint, the talent is here.
Unless they all got old at the same offseason. We have seen that before with the Phillies.
And they're not old. They're 30 and 31
What's
years
funny
old.
is the Dodgers,
32 years old.
The Dodgers are older than them, technically.
Yeah, but the Dodgers also have a lot of young players, too.
They also have overwhelming talent.
Right.
By the way, for those keeping track at home, against starters, they're batting .275, so that's up. We take that.
That's fine.
But only a .636 OPS against bullpens, .361 batting average with a 1,300 OPS.
And do you have any stats on skunks in Glen Mills yet?
No, but I did put up a Twitter question saying, which do you see in the wild more, bald eagles or skunks?
Okay, well, it's going to be skunks.
So I would still ask this so I can get you guys off this nonsense. Skunks that you guys keep talking about.
Okay.
You want everybody locked in, but you continue to talk about Ricky the Raccoon.
No, he keeps bringing it up.
I think it's funny.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well,
and they're both polecats.
We're the mature ones.
Okay, all right.
He is the guy that is always that guy.
Hold on. Father of two. And I back my car in now.
That's self-important BS.
So can I ask this?
Being a dad?
Can I ask this about the team?
Yes.
Bowman's still the same petulant player you guys have seen in the past. So you still did that. So would you say that hasn't changed?
That hasn't changed. No.
Okay. Stott?
It
hasn't changed.
He looks like the same kind of player.
Well, that time.
Marsh?
I've actually been more impressed. I've been same-ish player.
Same player.
Hold on. What about Sosa?
Sosa has always been good.
Well, but
did you relate to Sosa?
Yes, Sosa has always been. Here's why I bring that up. And Ranger is injured.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is the question marks we had coming into the season, it wasn't just about Chase. It was about the other players becoming different players than what we've seen them to be. Because if we know Schwarber is going to be Schwarber, Bryce is going to be Bryce, Casty is going to be Casty, Willer is going to be Willer, like these guys are going to be who they are. In order for them to actually get to where they weren't last year and go further, it's the other parts, in my opinion, that have to change and become different players. And I'm not saying that it won't happen this year. I'm just saying through the first 6 games, I don't know how much of that I've seen a change from.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kepler has helped lengthen the lineup a little bit.
Yes,
and
he is an upgrade.
He's definitely an upgrade.
Oh, no doubt. Yep.
And then I think it's interesting. Lineup wise, I mostly agree with you. I think Sanchez is taking a step forward. Like if you go on the pitching side,
Christmas Sanchez,
Alvarado getting back to being 2023. Alvarado is big for them because they didn't. And then Strom's, I think, is ramping his way back up. But without Alvarado looking at Alvarado, I think the bullpen feels like more of a question mark. Yeah. Right now, I think people feel pretty good about the bullpen.
Yeah. See, for me, the bullpen only became an issue in the playoffs.
Yeah,
last year,
which is annoying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the pitching was our strength last year.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
it was the lineup that we needed to see the difference in.
Yeah, for sure. It's just that the bullpen was good last regular season, but we lost our best regular season reliever. So,
yeah.
All right, 215.
I'm
And last thing I'll say on the guys you brought up, I actually didn't expect Marsh Marsh is what he is to me.
Mhm.
And Stott, I am still like he is one
still
guy.
early.
Yeah,
Still
I'm going to
early.
go still early with Stott. I still think Stott. And remember, he doesn't have the advantage of hitting higher in the lineup too. So I'm going to give him a little more leeway from a hitting standpoint if he's hitting 8th every day.
Well, really, those were just my reasons for why I haven't necessarily changed my view.
Yep, sure.
On the team overall. That's all.
All right, 215-592-9494. Everybody needs more time for the baseball team to look good, to change how you're feeling. But when you go to Colonial Hyundai, you actually don't need more time because now is the time to go to Colonial. You don't need more time because they're not going to waste your time. Faster, easier, better. That's what Colonial Hyundai does, right? That's what the Carzar does. That's what the team at Colonial does. Faster, easier, better. Their whole new dealership there is designed to make things faster, easier, better. Faster. Tons of new Hyundais on lot, over 200, whatever you need. You need a Palisade, they have it. You need an Ioniq 5, they have it. Ioniq 6, they have it. Tucson, they have it. And whatever your issue is, whether it's financing, whether, maybe you have a credit issue, maybe it's your trade, maybe you're not sure what you're going to get, maybe it's your budget, they're going to solve all those problems. Tons of great trade-in incentives right now, and some of the best financing anywhere, 0%, as low as 0%. Again, faster, easier, better, no hassle at Colonial. 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. All right, 215-592-9494. David in Westchester, you're on WIP.
Hey, guys. As far as Phillies go, I don't see how you can expect anything different from the last 3 years because they didn't change anything. I like the rotation.
Well, why can't they get better, though?
They absolutely can. 'Cause, like, Stott had that off year last year. I don't see any change in the outfield that, Kepler is just, what I'm looking at is just a slight upgrade. Like, he looks like a player, but you know who else looked like a player was Mickey Moniak. I was watching him and I'm like, that dude looks like a baseball player. And when he dropped that ball, I was like, oh my God, he looks like me out there.
No, I don't think anyone thought Mickey Moniak. Well, as a bit, I thought he was a player. But
now it's a bit.
It was a bit.
Oh, now it's a bit.
I love Mickey, but regardless, Kepler's
a bit.
100% a better, is much better than Mickey
you
Moniak
sold
was.
Mick out.
Yeah. Oh, it's a bit the whole time.
Well, life's a bit.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point.
But if you look at your picture of a ball player, Mickey Moniak looks like a player. It's like, Jesus Christ, he should be able to do everything, and he doesn't really do anything well. So it's amazing. So
I don't know. I saw when they drafted Mickey Moniak, I was like, they drafted a little kid. I just remember seeing the picture. I was like, nope, absolutely not. If I'm going to draft an 18-year-old, number 1 overall, he's got to look like a 26-year-old who's actually.
I want him to look like LeBron.
Yes, yeah. Not. You can't look like 18-year-old Jack.
I'd say it's getting a little too from Glen Mills, right?
Yes, correct. David, give us somebody for next question today. Give us somebody who died too young.
Okay, died too young. I'm going to go with in honor of 99 Taiwan Walker, and I'm going to go with Jerome Brown because they shared.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. That's another one that if you're old enough to be here for, you remember sort of the moment that you heard.
I was not here for that. Yeah.
Well, and then I'm sure you've seen the video because Reggie White was speaking at the time at I think it was a religious event at the vet at the vet at the time, and he had to deliver the news to everyone watching, and you can hear just sort of the gasp and the air come out of the crowd when he makes that.
Because people forget there was no Twitter during that time.
Right. So you found stuff out, whether it was the radio or TV, or in that case, nowadays everyone would have known by the time that he said it. Honestly, just going back to thinking about the Bin Laden thing in Philly, there wasn't an announcement at the stadium that that they had gotten Bin Laden. It was just everybody looking at their phones and finding out.
Slowly working its way through the stadium.
Yep.
And then USA chants breaking out.
Yes.
What a night.
Yeah. Definitely quite a night.
Yeah. Well, listen, we are the official show of the US of A.
We are the most US of A show on the radio station. Justin in Pittsgrove, you're on WIP. What's up, Justin?
Yeah, hey guys, what's going on? Good afternoon.
What's going on?
What up, Justin?
I just wanted to say, what's up, guys? I agree with you, Spike. I absolutely feel that the beginning of the season, it's definitely shown glimmers of hope. And I want to go back to something that you said the other day regarding like the Eagles, for instance. You pointed out, hey, we lost a position player, small position players, but they're going to add up to a big negative for the team. I think a lot of these small glimmers of hope with like Cassie being more patient at the plate, like Jack just said, Kepler's a big addition. I think all these little positives are going to add up to something big and great and excellent for the team. I really.
Well, what's our confidence level that Cassie's going to keep the no chasing and walk more than he struck out thing going?
And you know what? I do agree with you to an extent, Jack. I really do. I mean, we've seen it the last couple of years out of him where he'll show glimmers of hope, and then he does fall back into his old habits. Until that time comes, I'm going to be, rooting for him. I'm going to be having the best of hopes for this whole team, man. I mean, even just look at what Walker did yesterday. Now, look.
He's a great kid.
I'll be the person to tell you. I mean, I hope it stays. I hope he can keep up that pace. Unfortunately, I don't think he will, but hey, it's still a small glimmer of hope in my mind that these guys are going to do something great this year. I really think that.
Well, I think, Justin, the thing you said about the little things, one thing that the Phillies that could work out really well is if I guess the low risk bets they made on guys who had been injured, if they all come through, right? If Kepler can be what he was 2 years ago, if Romano is one who, even though I'm out on him, but Luzardo, if he can be, if you make a lot of those low risk bets and you don't count on a lot of them coming through, but if they all come through, that can be a huge addition.
And you're not even bringing up the guys who are also on the contract years on their own team. Ranger, Schwarber, JT, that are all looking for the next contract.
You could tell by JT's play yesterday.
Well, hold on. He had a couple of hits the night before, too. He heating back up once he moved him down the lineup.
There you go. Justin, next question today, why don't you give us somebody who we lost too young?
I would have to say Chris Farley. He was just amazing.
Oh, man. I loved Chris Farley.
Have to go with it.
Yeah, that
was a nice little 5-year run there with Chris Farley.
Oh, my God. Yeah. What now? The movies with Spade. There's Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy. You had Black Sheep.
Black Sheep. Tommy Boy, my favorite.
Yes.
I love Tommy Boy.
That was his best movie.
Yeah.
Is there a ninja movie?
Yeah, the American Ninja.
Yeah.
That was. Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't as bad.
Yeah, listen. You start making money, they give you your money like that. You just do whatever movie is out there next.
Is he on the SNL Mount Rushmore?
Oh,
dude,
tough.
that's a long list.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yes. You got to give respect to the guys that did it for a long time as well.
Well, yeah, and you had the guys like Eddie Murphy wasn't on SNL for a long time, but he shined so brightly.
He was so
on Eddie Murphy.
Joe Piscopo,
same era.
Yeah.
But even before that, you have Chevy Chase, Gilda Radner. It's almost impossible to do a Mount Rushmore.
Better SNL cast member, Farrell or Farley?
Oh,
I thought Will Ferrell was great on this.
I would say Will Ferrell because I think he had more.
Now, did he do SNL and then get all the movies in the 2000s, or was he doing them both at the same time?
Nah.
No, I think he left.
Nah, when he left SNL, that's when he blew up. But Chris Farley, listen, the Down by the River is a classic.
Yep. Even the skit that everybody remembers is him trying out for the Chippendales with Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, Patrick Swayze. I think Chris Farley had more memorable skits.
Yes, I would say that.
Yeah.
Well, the Bears, I mean.
Yeah.
The Bears. Yeah.
Well, he was amassed the physical comedy from Farley.
Yes.
Like the great thing about I forget what the name of the character was, the living it down by the river, but you were just waiting for the moment where he would go through the table.
Yep.
Like he was always going to go through the table at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, see, now that was my SNL days.
Yeah, I got it. Some of the Farrell. I went back and watched a lot of the Farrells because SNL when I was growing up kind of sucked. I mean,
who was on it when you were a kid? You didn't have Mike Myers and
after all those guys.
Okay,
I was going to say that was your time, wasn't it?
Well,
that was after those guys.
It does always after it has a peak. It always has a 2 or 3 year period where everybody sucks.
Yeah,
even Chris Rock was on there.
Chris Rock was on SNL.
Well, as a guest, as a host. Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. It is on the record Friday. Big day. Do you feel better about the Phils? Substantially better, like you should, after their start. Positive Spike Day, negative Ike Day, like usual. Next question today. Yeah, next question today. Give us somebody who we lost too young. Coming up next, Kevin Stocker joins us. Would love to get Stocker's opinion on all this. We'll look forward to the Dodgers series coming up. Then Coming up at 3:30, Tornado Shapiro. It's a big Friday.
Big Friday.
And then Elliot is with us for the entire 4 o'clock hour. We award the belt at 4:30. See if it changes hands. Currently, Broads has a very big show. Yeah, very big show. All right, we're at Shicky's and Pete's in South Philly. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, Mark's Jewelers is looking for a few good artisans. Now, if you're an attention to detail individual, like sort of I am, with a passion for making people's dreams come true, then Mark's wants to talk to you. Now, Mark's isn't looking for people who need a job. They're looking to build careers in metal smithing, how about diamond setting, and computer-aided design and manufacturing. Now, that's because the team at Mark's are jewelers, not just jewelry resellers. Get your career started in Montgomeryville, PA, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Check them out online at marks-jewelers.com. Again, that's marks-jewelers.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There is absolutely loaded sports calendar this weekend. Whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. How about the first baseman in Philadelphia to go yard? And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Only basketball matters tonight as the women's Final Four takes the court in Tampa. But Gino Auriemma and other big names have valid complaints that need to be addressed at some point. The gap between today and the previous round is too short, and only having 2 regional sites instead of the 4 on the men's side is making it harder for fans to see their teams play. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. Jack, no matter how much I tell Buzz not to lower the music before I start talking, he always starts lowering it.
There it is.
He's locked in on lowering the music.
Well, it was only a small drop.
You
time.
heard it, though.
I heard it.
Okay.
I heard it. 100% heard it.
He can't stop. He does it in the open, too.
Well, he probably has an itchy trigger finger.
Yeah, all right. Joining us right now, doesn't care about Buzz at all, smartly.
Well, he might.
He might.
He produces a lot of the games.
We got to ask him. Kevin Stocker of the Phillies radio broadcast here on 94 WIP. Thank you for joining us, Kev.
Sure. How you guys doing?
What's up, Stock?
What do you think of Buzz, Dan Wilson, back at the studio? Positive view or negative view?
I don't know Dan that well, other than what I've only seen Dan through the headphones, to be honest with you.
Well, believe me, in person's worse.
Yeah,
in person's much worse.
Yeah, less impressive in person, I think I would say.
I got you.
Big series this weekend, Stock. We've been talking about the first 6 games. Phils go 5-1, not against great competition, but 5-1 is 5-1. Aside from the record, like, what are some positive signs you've seen so far based on what you expected? And how much does it change after only 6 games, your view of the rest of the season?
Well, the things I guess that has been, I mean, everybody's been hitting the ball great, right? I mean, it's nice that everybody is hot. The things that stick out for sure are things like the contact seems to be better. That's always been an issue. So the guys seem to put the ball in play. They're not striking out as much, and they're getting some walks. So all of those things are super positive. The starting pitcher is what we thought it was going to be. So far, anyway, I think the starters have done a really good job. So those are some of the things that are just most impressive to me. I think as far as the way that it goes down the season, it's always going to come down to health, and you guys kind of know that. As long as the starters stay healthy, guys stay healthy, we should be good. The other thing, of course, there's always been a lot of highlights. Sosa, this guy's been a machine. He was awesome, when he came in and had some great games. So there's a lot of positives to these guys. It's always nice to start the season off really hot.
So the contact stuff and the patience, and we talked about it all off season, the chasing, that sort of stuff. At what point, given how long a baseball season is, at what point can you sit back and say, all right, this feels like a real change as opposed to a short-term change? Is it just a feel thing? Is there a number of games? Like, at what point can we look and say this is for real?
Well, let me put it to you this way. And it's a great question. So this is what I would say to that is, I think it's really difficult to be a veteran when you have a group of veteran guys to ask them to change their approach at the plate. Okay, so to say, hey, all of a sudden, Brandon Marsh, you're going to start taking and so forth. In other words, I would never want a player, like when I played, I would never want to go up to the plate thinking to myself in my mind, make it be a strike or don't strike out, don't chase. Because those are negative thoughts. And your thought process has to always be, like, for example, Bryce, I'm going to hit it until the last minute you take. This team, I kind of think they are who they are. In other words, to answer your question, they're going to come back and they will start to chase more. They're going to have some strikeouts. I just think that's kind of who they are, and it's ingrained in them. But I do think what they can do is learn how to fight better with 2 strikes. And that's one of the things, like in the past, that's always kind of drove me nuts, is that with 2 strikes, I just don't see enough adjustments. For example, whether it's shortening up, getting closer to the plate, doing some things that will help you with contact. But I don't ever want to see the players go up there and say to themselves, I have to walk. I'm going to walk, or I'm going to take a pitch. I'm going to do things that are against their nature. Then it will just look silly. They'll look really uncomfortable, and that would be worse. I hope that makes sense. But I just think the whole thing, like going through spring training and saying all of a sudden you're going to make these guys different hitters, it's just really unrealistic.
It makes sense. To your point about the 2 strikes, the Trey Turner pinch hit at bat from the other day. That was one that I was ready to be like, all right, here he goes. He got down 0-2, but ends up fighting all the way back and taking a walk. And that felt like just a really good at bat in that situation, and a situation where last year I could see him chasing something out of the zone and striking out. So I know it's just one at bat, but that speaks to what you were talking about, I think, a little.
Yeah, a little bit. And I think it's great you noticed that, right? Because I think everybody else noticed that at-bat as well. There's been a few like that. I think Brandon Marsh has done the same thing a couple of times where he used to chase and so forth. The adjustments that a player could make, and I'm not saying they will, but like I would, for example, if I'm chasing a ton of striking out, sometimes you just have to eat the first pitch and take a chance, like just take completely. Or if you get to a 3-1 count, take. Now, that's really hard. These guys don't typically do that, especially in today's game. They're not willing to take a lot of strikes. If you're scuffling and chasing, that would be one thing you could do, would be to try to take a pitch and see if you can get a hitter's count more often. But, again, I just don't want the guys thinking negative thoughts. You know what I mean? Don't swing or make it be a strike. To me, that's negative.
What do you make of the 2 lineups thing? There's some days against righties, it's Schwarber. Some days against lefties, it's Trey. I know it's been a small sample size, but what's your general thoughts on switching up the lineups based on different-handed pitchers?
Oh, I think it's okay. I think it's a good way to test the waters, right, for the first month. That's just me. I like Trey in the leadoff spot. I compare Trey a little bit to Mookie Betts in the fact, if you look at the numbers, other than Trey strikes out more, but on-base percentage, out of the leadoff hole, I'm going off of Trey out of the leadoff hole over the last few years. He has power. He can run. He can do a lot of things up there. I also like how it sets up later in the game. Like if I need a base runner that can run, then Trey might come up for that particular spot. So I do like that. But you can't ignore the fact that when Kyle is let off the last few years, these guys win. He's unbelievable up there at the top, just like Shohei is for the Dodgers. So to answer your question, I think for the first month, I think it's wise to do that, to see how the guys react. Because if you put Bryce all of a sudden in a 2 spot and he's really uncomfortable and he's not enjoying it there, it's going to affect him. You're going to have to move. You got to put him back where he's comfortable, or Kyle, or vice versa. So I think they roll it. I think Rob is smart to kind of give it this month and give it a whirl.
Stock, when we look at Alec Bohm, right? I don't know how much the frustration with Alec Bohm has been about talent and his ability as much as it's been about maturity and how he handles adversity. I know that's something he's trying to focus on this offseason and being able to handle that better. Just your early thoughts on him early in the season. It seems like he's fighting at times with some of those past, demons, for lack of a better term to put it, so that he doesn't have those reactions to his lack of production there. How do you think he's sort of handling that, and do you think that's something that can get better as we move forward through the season?
Well, I think we saw it the other night. He got frustrated and threw a helmet, right, which is kind of the old Alec. I think what I saw, like in spring and talking to him and so forth, and I do think it's a maturity thing, but I also think he's very aware of it. So when it happens now, what I hope with Alec is that he'll think about it after the game and be like, okay, now he catches himself. And he's like, okay, wait, that's what I need to not do anymore. Try not to. He's always going to have some of that. You know what I mean? If a player wants to bash equipment or do things like that, it happens because the stress is so high. I get that, but it has to be done in private under the tunnel or something like that. I just never like to see it on the field. And I think that has been discussed with him, and he's working on it. So I do think that's something with him that can get better. Don't get me wrong, though. I love Alec. I just think Alec is an important piece of this offense and defense. I really do. I think he's so good as far as up the middle, RBI situations. I just think his bat in there is a value. But in saying that, also with a little bit more of a, I don't want to say positive attitude, but being able to put those streaks that he has out quicker and not let them affect him, that would be huge. Yeah.
Kevin Stocker with us now. Stock, big series this weekend. I guess the question is, how is it? We're having trouble putting this series in context, right? Because it's a big series with a team that hasn't lost and a team that everyone knows is the odds-on favorite to win the World Series. We are a week into the season, so like, how can the team look at it? How do you look at it in terms of as a measuring stick for the Phillies for the rest of the year?
No, I'm glad you asked that. So I can tell you as a player, it's not nearly as big this early in the season as it is to the fans and the broadcasters and all of us. It's just these guys, especially these guys, because they've been around for so long and they've been in so many situations like this. It really is for them. I don't want to say another game. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. They understand that these guys are better than better competition than what they've been playing, but they also understand that what happens today is not necessarily. There's a long season. Guys have to stay healthy. I mean, the Dodgers are missing Freddie Freeman. That's a different. He's a killer for the Phillies. All of those things, but I would say collectively as a team, it's going to be just business as usual. In saying that, I think the trick will be, for example, tonight's starter, Luzardo. He's going to have to figure out a way to control his emotions. He's going to be ramped up, I think. A guy like Max Kepler maybe hasn't been in a game that's kind of had so much ramp up from all of us and so forth. So those little individuals, there'll be a few of those that have to figure out how to kind of keep it in check. But these guys, man, I'm telling you, they are. When we talk about veterans, they really are. They understand how to stay on one plane and then try to start ramping up at the end of the season. Granted, it didn't work last year. But so to put that in context, I think it's just business-like, and these guys just know they can't make a ton of mistakes.
What's it like for yourself, Fransky? I mean, the Juice is going to be in the building tonight, this weekend. This is the only time the Dodgers will be here this weekend. There's no need to talk about the level of star talent they have over there with Shohei coming in as arguably it's not even arguable, the game's best player. What's that like for you, calling the game, getting ready for this series? I'm wondering for you guys prepping for the game, do you call it like any other game, or do you sort of feel like there's a little bit more energy in the games this weekend?
It's a great question because I didn't make it very clear. I am now a fan, right? I'm not a player.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
It's been good, Stock. I love it.
Oh, man, are you kidding me? This is going to be so cool to see Ohtani against Lazar. I can't wait to see how young Lazar. I mean, I get into that too. Like, I have my three things, but I can't wait to see what happens. At the same time, I try not to get too excited because I want to stay low key and be realistic about what's going to happen and call the game appropriately. But no, I get excited for the end. I'm excited for them. And for the crowd to see some of the talent that comes in. I mean, granted, we want to beat up on the Phillies want to beat up on the Dodgers, and I want to see it. But I want the fans to be able to see a talent like Shohei Ohtani. I get like an unbelievable talent to come through here just to see him, and a Mookie Betts and see other guys. And I get totally pumped. So you watch tonight. I'll do something crazy on the radio. I'll be out of my mind, way too excited. But I enjoy these games.
Well, listen, I mean, we are keeping track of out-of-pocket stock.
We're noticing a lot of moments from you.
Oh man,
you are. Yeah, we're listening. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here we're gonna play one back for you. And I think that the bigger question is, are you doing these things on purpose? So here's a moment, Jack. When was this from?
This was from 2 nights ago, Stock, when you were talking about Charlie Manuel.
Oh, right. Go ahead, Buzz. Play it for
So 3 games? That's like 12 at-bats that he didn't use that bat. But yeah, the entire season. That's how good the wood was, he said, back there in Japan when he was getting it.
Come on, Stock.
How good the wood was?
When he was getting it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm on the field. That's so funny. I can't believe you called that out.
Oh, we got a lot of them. Trust me.
Everything I say is true, right? I'm confirmed. But I'm down there talking to Charlie, and we were talking about the bats, and he literally talked about the year he hit 48 home runs, and he told me he had one bat the whole season until the last 3 games of the season that he used that one bat. So I was just doing math. 4 at-bats a game times 3 is 12. That's 3 games of at-bats. So that's what he said. He had that one bat the whole season. Are you asking me about hardwood? Is that
Yes.
The innocence in your answer here, not knowing how much of a pause moment that was.
Only us.
Yeah.
Other than what I meant.
Yeah, the hardwood part is we got our eye on you.
Yeah, we're like children there.
Yeah.
Stock.
I came in one day. I was like, Jack, Stocker had like 4 of them last night. I don't know. I think he's doing it on purpose to me.
It's
I
good.
can honestly tell you, it is not intentional. Not
Okay.
one. I mean, I had one last year about Garrett Stubbs.
Oh, we played it. Yeah, we played it the other day.
You should see the look on, like, Francie gives me these looks, or Greg Murphy. They are on the floor, and I'm like, what did I say?
All right.
Well, baseball is the perfect sport for that to happen. A lot of wood and a lot of balls being talked about. Yes.
Oh, my God.
All
This
right.
went off the rails. What happened?
Yep. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Kevin. You can hear Stock tonight and this weekend. Phil's Dodgers. You can hear it all on 94 WIP. We appreciate your time.
Appreciate
Kevin.
it, Stock.
All right, guys. See you later.
There he is, Kevin Stocker. By the way, this hour brought to you by Robin Ford, online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are so cheap. Now, Ike, it's just one little problem with something you said there.
Uh-oh.
Do you think Ohtani is the best player if he's not pitching? Do you think DH Ohtani is the best player in baseball?
Okay, so let me put it this way. Yes, I think he's the best hitter in baseball.
Best hitter in
most
baseball.
Most feared.
You've been on this for over a year. You're Ohtani discrediting.
He's a little overrated.
He's the best player we've ever seen.
Yeah.
When he's pitching.
But even hitting, he's ridiculous. I mean, like, I know we saw
He's
Bonds.
no
I know
more
we saw-
ridiculous than Judge.
He's better. He's better.
I think I fear him more than Judge.
We never see Judge.
Well, Judge is a choker and a loser.
Well, Ohtani hit 200 in the World
He
Series
was hurt.
last year. Well, okay. Well, is he feared or is he hurt?
Well, he was great before that.
I'm telling you.
And then he got hurt.
When he is pitching, he is the best player of my lifetime.
Right.
Otherwise, he is just a good hitter who's a DH, a great hitter who's a DH.
Okay.
But there are other great hitters who actually play the field and don't like.
You
Well,
lost.
that's why I said arguably.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
why I threw
I
that
will
in
take
there.
arguably.
Yeah, so
I will
that's
take
why I threw it in
arguably.
there.
Okay. I'll
You
take
lost one MVP future on Lindor.
No, Lindor was more valuable than Ohtani was last year.
Dude, I actually don't think that's even
God,
true.
don't tell me
He's
about to
so
give me a
good.
bunch of
Of course
analytics.
it's true. Just watch him in the field. Look, for most of the game, Ohtani is doing the same thing that I am, sitting there watching it, while Lindor is in the field, being the keystone of the infield. It's just all you need to do is watch the guy one time and understand how much more valuable that is than sitting in the dugout watching the game.
Is he really that much better than Kyle Schwarber?
Otani?
Yeah.
Debate. I have no idea. Maybe not.
And first off, he's the second best player in the game tonight. Edmundo Sosa exists.
You're right.
But he's not in the lineup tonight.
Oh, he
Probably
isn't?
not.
I haven't seen it.
I don't think he's lined up out yet.
Yeah, it is.
215-592-9494.
Listen, when do I throw out stuff like he's not in the lineup
Right,
tonight without
yeah.
me knowing he's not
Phillies
in the lineup?
Insider of the
Yes.
year right there.
We're letting Sosa cool off. What is Topper doing?
That's what he does. Bruce in D.C., you're on WIP. Bruce,
not locked in.
let me ask you something. The whole time we're talking to Stocker, do you think Buzz is going through? And
I
making
told
sure?
him to be ready.
Oh, here we go. Oh,
How many minutes? You understand, Buzz? I can see when you're telling people to be
I
ready.
do understand that.
Okay. When did you tell him to be ready? Just be honest.
I'm gonna guess within the last 10 minutes.
Well, that's too long, though.
Of course it's too long.
10 minutes?
I said
Terrence-
you're next 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago. Terrence in Springfield. You're on WIP. What's up, Terrence?
All right, Chris, what's up?
What's up?
What's up, Terrence?
T?
Man, I feel like this year, this series is definitely, I feel like it's a big series. It's a measuring stick for the Philadelphia Phillies. But I also believe that it's early in the season to really get on edge about this series because we played the Washington Nationals.
No, come on, T. Come on, T. Get a backbone.
I know, but I want to see how we do tonight. This whole series, Ricky, this is big for their psyche because we know how it ended with the Mets last year.
Yes.
This series is a big series.
This is, but Terrence, this is their reintroduction to the city of we're different. That's what the series means. Is that last year's Mets series? We learned from that. That's over. Let's nip that in the bud. We're different. That's what this series is. And they can't go out and get boat raced.
I just seen the first freaking Ohtani jersey.
They gotta show me. They can't go out there and get stomped out like they did when we faced the Yankees, and the Yankees came there and shook them and Judge.
There's your backbone. That's all I need to see, T.
I want to see these guys come to play. You know, we got the daycare is over with. I want to see us come and play ball. I want to see us get on the pedestal where the Philadelphia Eagles are. I want to see us beat some good teams.
There you go.
Also, I want to beat the bad teams and beat the good teams. Also, I want us to go out there and dominate and show the Dodgers how we beat them last year when they didn't. I know they didn't have Mookie Betts last year, but I want to see how we fare against them. I don't care about Ohtani and these guys. Go there and show them who's building your end. You know, Sherman Big Park and go there and kick their ass tonight. And show them what it's about. Rick.
Terrence is locked in today.
Finally.
Wake up,
Terrence
Fritz.
is locked in.
I woke him up. What are we talking about?
Well,
he was like, he started the phone call like, you know, whatever. This series is not going to mean much.
He's all
right.
He's all caffeined up. I can feel it, Terrence.
Oh well,
You caffeined up over there,
the best
Terrence?
of us.
Nah, I got done a little running on the treadmill, so
Okay.
I'm a little pumped right now.
I like it. I like it.
Endorphins going.
Yeah, Terrence. Next question today. Give us somebody we lost too young.
Oh man, when I heard this, man, I had the great answer. I'm surprised nobody said it. This guy is a legend, Bruce Lee.
Oh, Bruce Lee.
Yeah, Bruce Lee
is a legend. Absolutely.
Yeah, Jack, it's a shame you didn't grow up in the martial arts era.
Oh yeah,
or
the Kung
boxing
Fu movies.
era.
Yeah, or the Kung Fu movies, man. Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon, Game of Death, Fist of Fury, like all that stuff, man. Yeah.
That was good
Kiss
stuff.
of Death. Was Kiss of Death, was that one?
No, Kiss of Death is that movie with the guy from the redheaded guy from that show.
Nailed it.
No.
Oh, no,
Isn't
David
Nick-
Caruso.
Yeah, isn't Nick Cage in Kiss of Death?
No, yeah,
David
he is
Caruso.
in there. He is in
Okay,
there. Yeah.
all right.
Nick Cage is in there, yep. He's in
Maybe
that
there's
movie.
a Kung Fu movie named Kiss of Death.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
yeah,
know.
Bruce Lee, man. Come on, man.
Come
Bruce
on.
Lee was the baddest. Baddest, you know, he
Now,
was the
how did-
baddest when we was young, man.
How did he pass?
Actually, I think he got shot accidentally on a movie set, right?
Did he? I don't
Oh,
remember.
was that his son? I may be.
No, that was Brandon.
Yeah, it might be his son. I had that wrong.
Yeah.
Not Brandon Lee Gowton?
Not Brandon Lee
No,
Gowton.
Brandon Lee
Yeah, it's different brand.
Yeah, you're right. That was his
I
son.
don't remember
I don't know
how
how Bruce Lee died.
Why don't you Google that? Why don't
we will.
Let's see if Bruce is ready. Bruce, you're on WIP. What's up, Bruce?
Speaking of Bruce's.
Okay, I'm ready. Hey, look, I was talking into the mute button. So sorry about that, guys.
Buzz just told you to say that. See, I know it. See, I called him, and it's true.
No, that's not bad. Not bad.
Okay,
I'm trying
all
to do
right.
that for my team's meeting. So
Okay.
So yeah. Look, I've been one of those critics of the Phillies, and I've been in the wait and see mode. But I've been waiting for this series, man. You know, man, look, they still have things that they need to do. Obviously, it's early in the season, but the Dodgers, I'm glad that they're coming here early because I'm optimistic that we can take at least 2 or 3. And here's the reason why. Okay, last year, yeah, he didn't have Mookie Betts, but historically, even the year before that, the Eagles, the Phillies have, for the last couple of years, matched up well with the Dodgers, even going out to their field and winning series out there. So even though they made some changes, and yeah, we're making some adjustments. Look, I will go on the record to say I'm not going to be surprised come Monday that we're going to be talking about how the Phillies won the series, and we have another, some of these scary doubters out there. The bandwagon jumpers are going to be jumping on board. Oh my God, we're ready for the World Series. So
If they win the series, I think this town's gonna be on fire on Monday.
Yeah, I think this is a big one. And I don't. By the way, if they lose 2 or 3, I don't think they'll be ready to jump off a bridge. It'll just be business as usual.
Sure.
Yeah, but there'll be more like, this is who I thought they were.
And the other thing, and we've talked about this a lot, is the order in which it happens. They win the first 2 and lose the third.
It's a Phillies staple.
Yeah.
They've converted on that 40% of the time the last couple of years on the ability to sweep, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It feels like they never sweep.
It's so much better from a vibe standpoint to win the first and the third than to win the first 2 and lose the
100%.
third. Yeah. Bruce, why don't you give us somebody we lost too young?
Okay, so I'm gonna roll with man. I didn't catch some of the early shows, but I'm focusing out here is Tupac Shakur.
There you go.
Gotta go with Tupac.
Oh man,
Tupac's the
GOAT.
Yeah, Tupac the GOAT.
The GOAT.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true online. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. Which do you personally see in the wild more, a skunk or a bald eagle? 55%
bald
skunk.
eagle. Oh, wow.
There it is.
You finally won.
I don't think I've ever seen a skunk like out in the wild.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I
think like
think
one.
I've only seen a skunk
Well,
at the zoo.
You're not near the woods, right?
See, I got woods around me.
You got woods around you? I don't
a
know.
little bit.
There were always skunks in my neighborhood. growing
Yeah?
up. Yeah.
No, I don't think I.
Sometimes they'd be in the trash.
I've seen other different rodents, but yeah, I've seen possums. I've seen squirrels, raccoons even.
Raccoons. There's a raccoon family that hops house to house in our.
Yeah.
It's kind of creepy.
Really?
Like also you'll be.
Well, raccoons are MRFers. You don't want to mess with a raccoon.
Yeah.
Squirrels are cowards, but
Love
raccoons,
squirrels, though.
you don't want to fight
I'm a
with a
huge
raccoon.
squirrel.
Bruce Lee, some sort of brain aneurysm or some sort of brain
Oh, wow.
issue. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
32 years old.
Really?
32.
32,
It's
yeah.
a big career for passing away at 32.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's big in the 70s. He was a 70s star.
Yeah. And then growing up in the 80s, you would see those. Those are the movies you would
Older
see on
movies,
TV,
yeah.
Saturday afternoon,
Yeah.
Sunday afternoon. Kung Fu movies would be on.
Did I say it was the Game of Death? Did I say that?
You said Kiss of Death, but it
Yeah,
was Game of Death.
It was Game of Death, yeah.
Coming up next, well, it is On the Record Friday. Do you feel better about the Phils after these first 6 games? Yes or no? 215-592-9494. And coming up next, the weekend forecast from the one and only Tornado Shapiro.
Big weekend. Looks like
Big
rain in the
weekend.
forecast.
There's a lot of rain this weekend.
We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Baseball is back. Watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. And there's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week for everyone. And whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and Golf Profit Boost tokens for the weekend. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/Ike to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with a roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know.
But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
It's tax time again, and this year, you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org and the Educational Income Tax Credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Baseball is back on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly. Big games, big events, always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. Now, we have a big series this weekend. Now, whether you care about the Dodgers or otherwise, it's still the weekend. And the person to give us the completely unreliable weekend forecast is one Tornado Shapiro.
Right, Tornado Shapiro. Here come the Dodgers murderers drove. Possibly plenty of precip in the forecast. But first, a little music and some respect. Tornado Shapiro.
It's the game day forecast from the world's most accurate and famous meteorologist, Tornado Shapiro.
Well, I gotta tell you, I love when the Dodgers got to town. Nothing but stars. Nothing but stars. And the bevy of beauties will follow. We ran into 3 Japanese gals. We took them to Chinatown. Said, close enough.
No.
We were,
No.
we were in the old
No.
98 WCS CAUFM hot hits band. It was me, Ike, Hideo Nomo, Chan-Ho Punk, Bagwell, and Sammy Sosa. You know, you'd think that Sosa hit a home run. No, he struck out with the Japanese girls too. I think it was a bad interpreter. 65 degrees, mostly cloudy, game time tonight. Freddie Freeman coming in now. He's no relation to the lovely and talented Frida Freeman, weather girl out of KWTF, the Bat, Burbank. She could tap a ball like nobody's business.
All right. Okay. You know, we've stop. We keep mistaking torpedo bats for tornado bats. Do you know anything about the torpedo bats?
Oh, yeah, that's the bat created by my older brother, Torpedo Shapiro. Torpedo Shapiro! Naval officer, rear admiral.
All right.
You get caught up in that tail hook Navy scandal back in the 90s. The media dubbed it the Bay of Pigs. Torpedoes inside Martha's Vineyard.
Okay. No. This is all made up. Anyway.
My big brother.
Okay.
Captain of the Navy baseball team he was. It all started when he dated a gal named Batty Bella. Bella the Rub. She'd rub your bat and find that sweet spot. Like she'll recreate the bat of any man. Bella had a great knowledge of wood.
There it
Just
is.
like Kevin Stocker, the hardest wood Reuben Marrow ever touched.
Okay.
Sometimes it was ribbed for her pleasure. Hello.
All right. Okay.
Bella enjoyed a player who carries a big piece of lumber to the plate. Bella knew that torpedo bat was. Now that's different from a goose ball.
All right. Give it.
More clouds. Game time. 4:05. Wear a hat. You never know.
A little freestyling with Tornado here. Yeah.
Never forget 2008. Matt Stairs ripped one into the night in L.A. I was there. It was me. I acted with Andy McDowell, Buzz Aldrin, and frontster Roger McDowell. Roger put a firecracker in Buzz's lunar pants. Buzz didn't appreciate it. He left Roger stars. Ike kept asking Andy McDowell if she ever saw Bill Murray's groundhog. Hello. Well, Ike found it right quick that neither of them were named Phil or Gus. Andy told Ike, keep on stretching.
Okay.
And who can forget that night in 2009, the NLCS, it was Jimmy Rollins versus double in the 9th inning. It was me, Ike, Bernie Perrant, Monica Malpass, and Don Sutton.
Monica Malpass?
Don Sutton?
Monica's sweater ended up on Bernie's head, and she was wearing Bernie's mask at the end of everything. Ike made a quick stick save before anything got caught in the crease.
Okay. All right. Please stop it and give the forecast.
It's cooler but humid, sticky but dry, hot, but you might need the air. It's cool, but you could possibly need the air tonight, depending on your particularity. It's going to go down to 50 degrees, but it could hit 75. Winds again, 5-10 miles an hour, but fragrant. If you're going to go into the game, don't be foolish. There's always a 50-50 shot of pre-sip. Bring a slicker. I said 50-50, you can book it. You heard it here first. I'm never wrong. How about a little music? A little jingle out. The name is Tornado Shapiro.
Okay. Done.
Wow.
I should have known where that one was going, where it started.
Oh, man.
That's an all-timer.
Yeah.
I'm crying.
You and Andy McDowell, Roger McDowell.
Yep. A lot of McDowells. Torpedo tornadoes won't work.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
with Hideo Nomo.
Yeah. Chano Park. Eric Karros.
Garros.
Oh my God.
What a guy.
It's like a bunch of
All right.
jacks. Chinatown, close enough.
In a moment, we will get to the high hopes. Well, that was when I knew it was.
Yeah.
When I knew he had trouble.
Yep.
And normally, the middle, he was freestyling a little bit too.
Yeah.
I was terrified.
Oh man.
And he heard all the laughing from Mike. And he got excited.
Oh man.
We'll get to the high hopes Jackie baseball report in a moment. Before we do, Ken and Cinnamons, and you're on WIP. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
What's up, Ken?
What's up, Ken?
There's so much talk about wood this
Yep.
afternoon. Blue Chew should sponsor every hour.
Yep.
Especially on Fridays.
Yep.
Ken, you don't stand for this kind of nonsense, so we need you to lock us back in.
It's not highbrow enough for me. And Jack, I'm glad with your answer you didn't pivot to Lou Gehrig after Roberto Clemente.
Another big answer. I remember it well.
So
today, I consider myself the luckiest man in the world.
I'm fake. Well, you're talking to me, so you should feel that way.
Yep.
I don't know what there is for me to feel better about. I mean, I don't feel any worse, but I don't know what there is for me to feel better about. I mean, this is, this is the team.
Well, you're being a little, you're being deliberately obtuse. You know what you could feel better about. If you don't feel better about it, that's okay. But I think there are certainly signs to feel better about.
That's only if you're being like Daryl Morey and you're really squinting. I mean, they still don't prioritize putting the ball in play.
What are you talking about? They're the highest batting average in baseball and the lowest strikeout percentage. That's the definition of putting the ball in play.
Yeah. So, like when bases loaded with nobody out the other night, and 2, 3, and 4 failed to put the ball.
They
in
struck
play.
out. I know.
But
Still, the overall though, you can't say that they're not prioritizing putting the ball in play
Of
when
course
they're
they
the
are.
best in baseball at this point.
I don't.
Oh, if
see any-
Sirianni is off to a 5-1 start, you'd be like, "Oh, I'm the best. He's the best." Come on, Ken.
Sirianni is the best. I mean,
My ass.
I just don't see anything that tells me they have embraced this whole new concept of we're going to move runners, we're going to hit behind guys. I don't feel any worse. I mean, this is who we knew they were, and we'll see how it all plays out. They're still like a 93-win baseball team, but by the end of the year, it's not going to be any different. Kyle Schwarber's going to have 200 strikeouts and 45 home runs, and it'll be what it is.
You worried about your guy still being a little baby?
Don't talk about
no.
the camera like that.
You're not.
I'm sick. I saw he gave up on the torpedo bat. I was down there yesterday for that.
He did.
Walker gem, and I saw he gave up on the torpedo bat. So I don't know if he broke him or if he just decided that it wasn't making him any better of a hitter. But
right.
I still think the guy's a good hitter, and I think he's a good player, and I'm riding him like Seabiscuit.
There you go. There you
There
go.
you go.
Once you're in, you might as well stay.
Yeah,
in,
might
right?
as well.
Yeah.
I'm going down with the ship.
There you go.
There you go. That's how we do, Ken. We
Yep.
go down with the ship.
Might
buddy.
as well. It does you no good to bail at this
Although
point.
I do have my life preserver on. I'm just telling you, I put it on early.
Oh, really? For Bohm?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I was hoping for
reserve the right
change
to change
too.
my mind. I reserve the right to change my
Yes.
mind if I get the information.
That's fair. That's fair.
Exactly.
Ken, give us for next question day, give us somebody we lost too young.
Well, John Candy.
Oh, John
yeah,
Candy
John
is a
Candy,
good one.
for sure.
That is a good one. John Candy, definitely a GOAT.
Yep.
From the comedic movie standpoint,
Yes.
everyone loves planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yep.
Uncle Buck.
Uncle Buck.
Is he in Money Pit or is that just Tom Hanks? He's not in Money Pit, is he?
I think so. Money Pit. I do remember Tom Hanks. There was somebody else in that with Tom
Money
Hanks. right?
Pit's the one about the house.
Yes.
Yeah.
No John Candy in that.
No John Candy in that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You versus Ken is something, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, you just deliberately obtuse to try to match his
Well,
snarkiness.
With me and Ken, I feel like all we're doing is sparring a little bit.
Yeah.
It's not a fight; it's a spar.
It's a swinging competition.
Yes. We'll get to the high hopes.
Swingers competition.
No, that's the tornado bit. I'm sure that's coming someday.
Next week.
If the Phillies start chasing more, that's the joke.
We'll get to the high hopes Jackie baseball report right after I tell you about something you should be chasing. That's brand new windows and doors in your house. That's when you go Guida. You know it's going to do a bunch of things, and you know it's time. It's been time for years probably. You know it's going to lower your energy bills. It's going to keep the hot air out in the summer. It's going to keep the cold air out in the winter. You know it's going to make the value of your home go up because that's what that sort of investment does. You know it's going to make it more comfortable in your house, and Guida knows what's stopping you. Money, right? That's where Guida is going to take care of you. Financing, depending on the scope of your project, 36 months, no money down, interest-free. Or 72 months, up to 72 months, no money down, interest-free. That is 6 years of low monthly payments, no interest, lower energy bills. 6 years. And they're not stopping there. They're going to give you 20% off everything they sell. So every expertly installed energy efficient window, every door, that's every entry door, sliding patio door, blah, blah, blah. I'm getting the entry door. I'm getting the sliding patio door. I'm getting windows. The in-home estimate, which you could get, free in-home estimate, is awesome. Great staff at Guida. Call 877-GO-GUIDA to get it. There are restrictions. There's a minimum purchase. Financing is subject to credit approval, but they can give you all those details. Or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. Let's talk a little baseball with our guy, Jackie.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Big series this weekend. We got Yamamoto versus Luzardo tonight. Yamamoto obviously starting to live up to the hype of the $300+ million contract he got last offseason. Big start for Luzardo. Listen, he struck out 11 in 5 innings last time. Still not the most efficient. He might just be a 5-inning starter, but the upside is still obviously there. He goes out tonight and mows down a good. Now I know Freddie Freeman's not playing, which is sort of a bummer.
They have enough good guys.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say Freddie Freeman's not there. It doesn't count.
So my only thing is that the Phillies keep Dombrowski, Middleton. They've both talked about how we actually had a winning record against the Dodgers last year. Well, the Dodgers didn't have their guys, so
they didn't have anybody.
They didn't have the pitch, whatever. Yeah. So that was a little annoying. But regardless, I did want to see the fully healthy Dodgers and see how the Phillies matched up against them because that's probably how it's going to be in October. Sasaki versus Nola tomorrow. Sasaki did not have a good first outing. He was actually crying. He was crying in the dugout.
Very Bohm-like.
Yeah, welcome to Philadelphia. You got to get him tomorrow. Make him cry on the mound.
By the way, he was getting roasted. For the crying.
A lot of ex-big leaguers were not a huge fan of that.
Well, first of all, he looks like a little kid.
Well, he's 23.
Small guy.
Yeah.
Well, 23 is not a little kid.
Yeah, but I think they're getting. Yeah, I think they look younger.
Yeah.
I don't know. The younger kids look younger than this.
The older you get,
yes.
The older you get, the younger they look. Yeah.
Sure.
He was getting roasted though.
He was.
Let's make him cry. Cry, baby.
And then Sanchez versus Glasnow on Sunday is going to be awesome. Glasnow, sick stuff. So they have their work cut out for them this weekend. Bryce Harper before the game today, so they're talking to him about the Dodgers and what's his reaction to all the spending they've done. Love this answer from Bryce. Here he is a couple minutes ago.
I don't know if people like this, but I feel like only losers complain about what they're doing. I think they're a great team. They're a great organization. That's why guys want to go there and play. LA is a great city to play in, obviously. It's, they're at the mecca of kind of the world of everything, right? From food to nightlife to sports, from the Dodgers to the Lakers to anybody. So
I don't know about food.
No, I mean they're going to continue to get guys. They're going to continue to pull guys from this sport, and if that's bullpen, starting pitching, international players, anything like that, they're doing what the Dodgers do.
So I love Bryce this year.
It's a good Bryce.
Yep.
I will say it feels a little bit like hey, John.
Yes. That's the other thing.
Pay attention.
A message to ownership. Yeah.
Because he said they're not going to stop spending.
Which is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're never going to be able to outspend them. And I think there will be teams that make a mistake trying to,
which is what we're not trying to do.
Right. Because what'll happen is because what they can do is outspend their mistakes.
Yep.
And that is the difference between them and another big market team that can, the Mets can probably do it, but every other team can't outspend their mistakes.
Right.
And the Dodgers can. And that's the difference. Anyone can go and spend a bunch of money on big name players. The question is, when one of them doesn't work out, are you going to spend more money to fix the problem? And that's the difference the Dodgers is. But I like that answer from Bryce. I like Bryce the talker this year.
Competitive.
Yeah.
I think he's talking more too. Now maybe there's more people down there covering him, but
or maybe he's saying more things that we find interesting.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
But I also maybe he's a little bit more out front, like I think it feels like he's talking more than he has in years past. And maybe that's a whole
good
part of the leadership thing. We like hearing Bryce talk.
Yeah.
Now, John Middleton did also talk yesterday. So he was on the Phillies show, the second best Phillies podcast in the world.
Why haven't you got Middleton?
Well, I don't know.
The High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report, by the way, is brought to you by ringthebellbook.com.
Yes. Keep plugging it.
Yep.
Keep plugging it. The pre-orders are rolling in.
There you go.
Pre-orders are rolling in.
Jack, I want 5 more pre-orders by the end of this show.
I want 5 more pre-orders by the end of this segment.
There you go. Ringthebellbook.com.
So Middleton, first thing he says here is talking about the idea of this team at the trade deadline and how they might be approaching it this year versus last year.
I hear from fans all the time, are they going to, if they have needs at the trade deadline, will they have the flexibility to address that?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I mean, I'm telling you, this is Dave's call. It's not my call. It's Dave's call. And if you go back, for example, to last year, I mean, we looked hard. We talked to a lot of people. I mean, we pursued certain people very hard. And we made offers that I can't believe people rejected. But they did. And they were so I won't say excessive, but so generous on our part that Dave and I looked at each other and just said, you know what, we're ambivalent. If the deal comes through, we're okay. If it doesn't go through, we're perfectly fine keeping these players that we've offered. And we kept them. And you know what? I think in the long run, it's going to be better for us that we did that is the way it panned out. But, that's Dave's. That's Dave's call.
So he's lying a little bit in saying it's Dave's call. Dave has a budget to work with.
Sure.
The money that they can spend when you're trading for these players, you got to pay them. You mentioned Crochet, another guy they went after.
And I believe that's the deal he's talking about in that is I think they put a Godfather offer for Crochet and he's surprised they said no.
So, and the answer, the question for me is, okay, they trade for Crochet. Crochet just got $130 million extension. Like, are they willing to give Crochet $130 million extension too?
Sure.
So it does sound like, I like that he says that's Dave, but I don't know, John Middleton's involved, and John Middleton tells Dave Dombrowski what he can spend too.
Sure. Sure.
So,
but there's the idea of he said a couple times there's no financial restrictions, and then the offseason it looks like there might have been.
Of course so.
So we'll see how the deadline plays out. But the second cut here I thought it was also interesting. He talked about Bryce and, kind of – so when he signed here, he talked to Bryce about keeping the money down to be able to spend and build the right team around him, and also gave how he feels his career should end here. Here is John Middleton.
When I was talking to Bryce and signing him, that's exactly the conversation I had. I said, we'll give you the money. It's a record for any pro athlete in any sport in North America. But I got to spread it out. Because if you want me to compress the time frame, the contract, then they drive the AAV up. I said, you're going to restrict what we can do, the flexibility we have to sign additional players. And that's Bryce's commitment to winning. That's before he even decides to change positions in the middle of the year, right?
So, I mean, he has a Fanatic tattoo on his arm now.
Yeah, he does.
To me, says, I see myself as a Philly for life.
I hope he does, because I see him as a Philly for life.
Okay, I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, well, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you want Mike Schmidt to play for any other team? Why would you want Bryce Harper to play for any other team? That's when it's time for Bryce to hang up his cleats. The last time he plays, and I don't mean just come back for the day to retire. I mean, the last team he plays for should be the Philadelphia Phillies.
There's another mention of changing positions, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big sacrifice for the team.
It is. Winning player.
Yep. And I'm actually happy we're in this era of ownership in this town, because that hasn't always been the case.
Oh, no.
In this town.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy with that. Even obviously the Eagles take care of their players. We've gone over that. We see what the Phillies do. They take care of their players. They've had one of the highest payrolls in baseball the last 5-6 years. say what you will about the Sixers.
They certainly pay their players.
Yeah, they've had high-priced players here, and they've gone out. You know what I mean? Like, there was a time we couldn't fathom having Paul. And now, listen, we got Paul George late in his career. We understand it's not what we hoped it would be. But you also had James Harden that was willing to come here and who wanted to sign a max extension here, a max deal here. We just didn't. Nobody was in favor of giving it to him.
By the way, Doc Rivers probably had the biggest contract as a coach, and Nick Nurse probably.
And paying Morey.
Yeah.
And paying Morey.
And so, so, there was a time when the Sixers were under other ownership. God bless the dead. You didn't get that necessarily commitment to them and to winning like you get now from the Sixers, at least from paying players.
Yeah. They spend money.
They spend money, man. And listen, we're a city that deserves that. We deserve to have stars that want to be here. And that's the biggest difference that's happened in the last decade is the level of players that have wanted to come here, whether they come here via trade and they re-sign here or through free agency, they've come here. Like when you look at the Phillies and the Eagles, it's pretty much have gotten guys they've gone after.
For the most part.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Some guys they miss out on, but, I got no problem with what Middleton said, and he should want Bryce to play. Bryce shouldn't play for anyone else.
Yeah, Bryce is sitting somewhere like, well, I probably got 3 more years to play after the end of this.
It's already gotten to a point that I rarely even see Bryce Harper Washington National highlights.
Yeah, I saw one the other day hitting a home run off Nola.
Yeah.
But the
seems like a long time ago.
The ballpark was empty. It was such a different time.
Yeah.
Well, he's officially going to pass more times as a Philly than National this year.
Right. There you go.
Which is crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. Got it in 12. Yeah. His 6 years, 2018 was his last year, 2019 first year here.
It's amazing that he got here in 2019.
No, I know.
Yeah. It seems like it's closer.
Phillies baseball didn't start for a lot of people until 2022.
2022, yes.
October of 22.
Well, and the other thing is 2020 to now, COVID screwed up time.
Oh, yeah, yes, it's certainly
like a warp time, a collapsed time. It doesn't feel like 5 years ago when that happened.
Yeah.
But then you look at all that happened between then and now.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
All right, coming up next, it is On the Record Friday. 215-592-9494. Do you feel better about the Phillies than you did when the season started? And coming up next, Elliott Shore-Parks joins us.
Allegedly in person.
Speaking of in person, where could one see Joe Conklin in person?
Oh, man, you can see Joe Conklin and potentially see Tornado Shapiro, man, tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, you still got time to get your tickets. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater, Easton Road in Glenside. Talking about tomorrow night. It's Philly Sports. Put the music. Tickets are still available. Head over to joeconklin.com.
This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Can you do ringthebell.com, ringthebellbook.com, the same voice you do joeconklin.com?
Well, when you get to the level of Joe, I will.
Listen, I'll let you
down.
You could be never mind.
I didn't mean to startle you with that.
I was startled.
Yeah, my bad. I will. I'll get you in there on the next one. Hey, with interest rates going sky high these days, now's the time to invest in your home. Let's talk about my friends, Matt and Stephanie. Yes, Matt and Stephanie over at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now, they install top-tier lifetime warranted roofing and siding systems that boost your home's curb appeal and will drive up your home's resale value. Free estimates and fair pricing along with top-notch service, Emmons is the one for you. Call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 or visit emmonsroofing.com. Go with Emmons because your home deserves the best. And I'm talking about the very best. Affordable financing available for you from top to bottom, inside and out. Emmons has you covered.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it finally time to invest in yourself? Well, start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request refresh your new patient evaluation.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, it's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week. Whether you're into the basketball, the baseball, hockey, any of these sports, check them all out and get exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Profit Boost over the weekend with FanDuel Sportsbook. So many ways to go. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, new customers, you get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's all there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. All these sports, all the games. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a message from sponsor Intuit TurboTax. Now, Taxes is having a TurboTax expert do your taxes and get you every dollar you deserve. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
Move it.
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Golden State Warriors can win the NBA championship this season. That's been true since February 6th, when the trade deadline closed and Jimmy Butler was a Warrior. Jimmy Butler is now 20-4 when in the lineup for Golden State. 19-2 when he plays with Steph Curry. And with the win against the Lakers last night, it's a reminder, as good as the Thunder are, the Warriors can't be overlooked. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
No, he's not.
Chickies and Pete.
Chicky and It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz, where Chickies in South Philly baseball is back. Watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. We were robbed of Tuesdays with Elliot this week because of the owners meeting and some bird. So we have Friday with Elliot, a full hour. Elliot Shore-Parks here with us at Chickies and Pete's. Elliot, it's good to have you back.
What up? How you guys doing?
Oh, we are doing great. We
So
expected you to be more tan.
Before we get started, though, I did bring something for everybody. Here we
Oh.
go, right there.
Love it.
For anyone that's at Chickies, I got the award
The
here with me.
YouTube.
Exactly.
The YouTube's going to go crazy.
Yeah, he has
So-
brought the Eagles Insider of the Year
in person
award with
No
him.
one can touch it, but you can take a picture with it if you want.
Did you bring it to the owners' meetings? You should turn it into a belt buckle.
I got an idea for it. You'll find out on draft night. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, God.
You are terrible.
Is it going to be
Yeah.
a chain?
Don't worry about what it's.
Oh,
gonna be.
okay.
But on draft night, I'll debut it.
Now, wait a minute. Are you going to be – I forget. I was only here for the beginning of draft night this year. For draft night, are you at the NovaCare facility? Or
No,
are
I'm with you
us?
guys. Yeah, I'm at the. Assuming we're at the
You
Eagles
kidding me?
party. Yeah, come on.
We argue about draft picks for 2 hours.
I was trying to
Oh,
explain him the importance of a guard a year early. Now he's Mr. Mekhi Becton over here.
Right. Elliot, any final, tush-push thoughts? I announced I was tush-pushed out, I think, at the end of yesterday's show. Do you think it's going to get banned?
So I definitely think it's going to get banned. I mean, maybe not completely, but I do think when they vote in May, there will be a change to the play in terms of, maybe, again, not completely, but I think they'll make a change to it. But like I've said, I think the Eagles should just hope it gets banned at this point. It's not that advantageous to them. They'll convert a short yardage plays anyway. And at this point, let the play go down in history. Let it go down as one of the only banned plays in the history of the NFL and keep winning. So if I'm the Eagles, I hope that it's banned at the end of the month.
All right. Can I
hope?
Well, the Eagles hope definitely that's not what they're
No,
thinking.
that's not how they feel.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I can
So-
confirm
Definitely not how
that.
they're
That's how.
thinking.
If I were them, that's how I'd feel.
if they're just going to convert it anyway, this is my point when I'm debating this with people. If they're just going to convert it anyway, you're somebody who says the push doesn't actually matter.
Correct.
Why are they fighting for it so much? Why did they
Well,
care?
because at its core, it's unfair that they're trying to take it away, right? I mean, whether the play is effective, not effective, whether other people can do it or not, the Eagles came up with something and they're taking it away for really no good reason. So I think in that way, it's good to push for it, no pun intended. But also, you'd rather have it than not have it. But at this point, what would you rather have? A play that got banned and goes down in history is probably the best designed play in the history of the league, since it's the only one that's ever been banned.
You are
or being able to keep run it.
well, if I was a football team who liked running the play, I would rather run the play and let them talk about the play in 20
they'll
years.
still
the same way.
convert. They'll still convert at a very high rate. So it's going to be gone, so it doesn't matter. But yeah,
I'm not so sure.
You don't think so?
No, here's the only thing. I find it very interesting that they weren't able to get it done there. And I think there are other teams that are thinking, well, if they'll do it to them, I'm going to have to deal with this team, right? I'm going to have to make trades with this team. I'm going to have preseason practices with this team.
Right.
I might have to sign one of their coaches. All of these things. have to be going through the mind of these other teams, or the teams would just say, okay, go ban it. None of them run it. It's a disadvantage to everybody that plays the Eagles. So the fact that they weren't able to get it done tells me that they have more work to do than we would think.
I think those are all fair points, but I think the reason it was pushed back is because of the wording of it. I think the teams that like a Buffalo Bills, their issue is not so much the push from what I got talking to Sean McDermott, but like it's not the push as much as it is the way the offense and defensive linemen collide. And that was not really addressed in the way the proposal was written. So I think that is part of it.
Do you think there's a possibility the push part stays and how the offensive line lines up?
No, because the other reason is they keep saying it's a rugby play, even though in the players' lounge with Ike, like we've talked to Jordan Mailata about it, and he said it is not a rugby play. They just don't care. Like it doesn't matter to them. So I think there's enough things there where first they can try to use player safety, then they can do the aesthetics of it, but I think it will be banned.
Yeah, from the last thing the commissioner said about it, I wasn't convinced that it was going to get banned until then.
Same.
Yeah, when he said there's a strong, I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember exactly what he said, but he basically said this was something that was in place before. I guess the wording for why they want to change it needs to be looked at, but they would prefer to go back to the rule they had in place in 2004. Like when he said that said to me that, okay, then that's probably what they're going to do.
Well, and also when the competition committee, Rich McKay, the co-chairman of the committee came out.
Liar, by the way, he's a liar.
He's a liar?
Yes.
Okay. How? I'm just curious.
Well, it's not health and safety. He lies about everything.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
So when he comes out and says it's not really health and safety, it's also the aesthetics of the play. Like, there's no real counter to that. Like, the Eagles can counter the health and safety. They can't counter that we don't think it looks good.
Can I counter it? It looks no worse than any other quarterback sneak.
It looks just like a quarterback sneak.
Yeah. So
I think if you put,
so there's no aesthetic reason.
I disagree.
If you put 100
It
plays,
does not look like a quarterback sneak.
I don't think it looks worse than a quarterback
I think it does,
sneak.
other than the push.
Well, that's a big part of
I
it.
think the push doesn't matter.
But I'm saying the push is not the part they don't like about it. I think they don't like the, like the big kind of
the offensive, the wedge and the offensive line going
and that
low.
happens with a quarterback sneak. So I think if you put 100 plays in front of somebody that had never watched football before and said, which of these looks worse, I don't think they would see a discernible difference between the quarterback sneak and the tush push. So aesthetically, I'm not sure why they think it looks so much worse.
Yeah, but because to the people who have watched football, it looks different to us.
But how? Just the push? That's the really bad part.
Yeah.
But why?
No. Listen, you're asking for answers that will convince you that it's unnecessary to do when they have the power to do it.
Right.
So there isn't an answer that's going to convince you is the point I'm making. You're already on that side. I'm just simply saying from their viewpoint, there is a visual sort of, this don't look like football. Like we can ignore it because we're Eagles fans, and that's fine. We want the play, it benefits us. But there's been enough people, not that everybody agrees, but there's been enough people that have been like, the tush push. This play looks stupid. Looks like a rugby play. Doesn't look like football.
Can I have a devil's advocate a little bit?
Sure.
Don't you think when the run and shoot first debuted, or like people
Wildcat
would say
quarterback?
Yeah, this isn't football, or the greatest show on turf, or as football evolved, I think there have been plenty of times when the aesthetics of it have changed, and people have said, that's not the football that I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, Jeffrey Lurie said the forward pass.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's a little bit of a stretch.
Said he remembers reading about it too.
Well, I'm just saying when you're going to lengths to prove a point, you're going back to the forward pass. That's not.
Yeah, but I think there are, even over the last 25, even the measures they've taken for, they say it's for player safety, but it's really to increase offense, that have allowed passing to be, more a part of.
So let me ask
football.
you this.
Yeah.
So when they change other rules for seemingly no reason, why do they, like Buffalo complained that they didn't get the ball in overtime.
Right.
They changed the rule because Buffalo complained. Nobody else complained.
But other teams agreed.
No, but my point is, just like other teams are agreeing with this.
But I guess my point is, a lot of other teams aren't agreeing with this. And
As
that's
of
the
now.
problem. Yeah, as of now.
But it's not going to go unless the vote gets passed. My point is that they changed the overtime rule because one team was upset about it. They didn't think it was fair, and they did it after they had been doing it one way for years. It was sudden death once upon a time. Then all of a sudden, the fair society came into place, and everybody needs an opportunity. Football survived for decades without this, without both teams getting a fair shot, and nobody complained about it. Right? Nobody complained about it.
Well, because that rule wasn't targeting one team like this rule is.
My point is that rule, it changed because of one team is the point that I'm making. It changed because Buffalo felt like it was unfair. They lost the game. Now, matter how many other teams lost games in overtime that didn't get the ball or what have you. We watched the game that we thought was exciting. We got caught up in the moment, and the next thing you know, we're changing a rule so that it's fair that everybody gets the ball. When it was never that way.
Yes, I don't object to them changing rules. I object to them changing a rule because of this. Like you're saying that they.
But if they were changing it, if it wasn't the Eagles, we wouldn't have this type of objection to this.
So if we
that doesn't mean we would be right.
If we were a Detroit station, I would be saying the owner should vote to ban it.
Yes.
For purely competitive reasons.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But that wouldn't be the fair thing to do. It would.
That's the point I'm making. Here we go with fair.
Right.
Fair. Well, what's fair? We're saying it's not fair to the Eagles because they want to take it away from us. Well, all the other teams are saying it's unfair to them to have to actually try to defend this.
But I think
it's indefensible.
But I think a difference between the overtime rule and this is that the Eagles came up with this. The Eagles designed this, and it ended up being an advantage for them.
They designed what?
The tush push. The tush push. They designed.
It was illegal to push players
20 years ago.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
But I'm saying
20 years ago.
But I'm saying that's the difference.
It didn't take them 20 years to come up with it.
Yes,
they changed it 10 years later, and then the Eagles decided they were the only team that was going to use it.
But the timing doesn't matter. The Eagles designed a play that they're very effective at, that they're going to take away. So to me, I think the overtime rule is a fair point. Like that rule changed because of one team. But I also think with that. Buffalo, they lost that game, and everyone did want to see more of it. The difference is the Eagles designed this play. They were they've done a good job in creating it, and now they're taking it away. So that would be the difference to me with the overtime rule.
I understand that everything isn't created equal.
Well,
in other words, no. I was just trying to give you an example of something changing.
Right.
Just because they changed it, they decided to change it.
But the difference is you're not taking something away from a team like you were there with Buffalo.
I understand.
Right. So I like if you say it's unfair, they take it away. I agree, it is unfair. Now,
why is it unfair they're taking it away from the Eagles?
Because why would you take a play away that they designed? What's the logic for it?
Well, they would have to explain that. They would have to try it.
Yeah, they've tried.
No. Here's my point. They would have to explain that. They're not going to give you an explanation that you're going to deem reasonable. My point is that it's not going to cause the Eagles to lose games.
Well, it could.
It's not.
It absolutely could.
Well, anything could.
Well, no, but
but it's not. They didn't win games because of the tush push.
In part, they did.
I agree. That's why I hope it gets banned so that.
That's my pushback against the whole unfair stuff. And when you say it's unfair, it gives the perception that somehow this is going to cost the Eagles.
I mean,
and I just don't believe that.
It could, in theory, though, for what it's worth.
Anything could.
No, I know, but I'm saying, they're taking something away from the Eagles. That's the unfair part of it. The Eagles will probably have the same record next year with or without the tush push. I agree with you on that. But there could be one play where they get the push on the line, and because they don't get that extra push, they don't convert, and they lose. And if that happens in a big game, then that matters a lot. And so that's the unfair aspect to me. And you're right that there's nothing they can say that'll convince me. And the frustrating thing for both sides is nothing I say will convince them because it's purely an opinion.
I'm going to give you the Atlanta Falcons game last year. End of the game, late in the game, before the Saquon drop pass, lost the game. One of the things everybody was arguing, why didn't you run the tush push twice? Why didn't they run the tush push twice?
I mean, they probably
It's such an automatic play. Why didn't they run it twice?
It was a poor. That's what I would have run. That was a bad decision. As to why they didn't run it, I think they thought they would get Saquon open, and they did.
No,
he just
they
dropped
know it's
it.
not automatic.
But it's a high percentage play, whether it's automatic or not. They've created something that has helped them convert in high pressure situations that have helped them get. And now it's being taken away just because other teams don't like it. And that's the unfair aspect.
Or maybe the league doesn't like it.
But that's unfair too.
Oh well.
Well, that's fine. I'm saying,
but my thing is the defense gets penalized all the time by giving the offense rules advantages that the defense doesn't like.
I agree.
But it doesn't matter. They change the rules though to benefit the offense.
But the difference is that's not targeting one team or one
It's
play.
targeting the side of the ball.
Correct, but it's still not targeting or punishing one team. This rule is targeting or punishing the Eagles.
That's not punishing the Eagles.
It is punishing the Eagles. It's taking a play away from them that they designed that helps them. Now, you're right that the rules have skewed towards the offense for sure. Like playing cornerback basically impossible now.
All the time.
But the difference is that applies to every team that plays defense and every cornerback. This rule is really only targeting the Eagles because other teams don't really run it.
It's targeting the Eagles and Buffalo.
Because
they're the two teams that run it.
Yes.
But
the Eagles invented the play. So yes, it's targeting
so
two
what
plays.
they invented the
well,
play.
that matters. The whole point of the sport is to come up with things to help you win games. They've done that, and now the league is taking it away from them.
It doesn't matter that they invented the play.
I think it does matter.
But I'm telling you, it doesn't.
But why? When you're talking about fairness and whether it should go away, the fact that they invented this and are now having it stripped from them, how is that fair or just?
I don't care about fair. But
that's the whole argument.
No, it's not the argument. No, that's your argument because hold on, listen to me. That's your argument because you believe the Eagles are being mistreated. I'm telling you, as watching the sport, there are plenty of rules that get changed that are unfair to one side of the ball, and it's usually the defensive side of the ball.
I agree with you, but there is a difference between targeting.
There's no difference between targeting.
I know.
This is actually something that benefits the defense, so it's really the same thing to me.
The only team it hurts really is the Eagles, and that's the unfair aspect of it. The fact that
because
other teams,
every team who can't run it,
but other teams don't run it.
It doesn't matter if they have the ability to run it.
Yes, but they can't, right? Because they don't run it as well. They
have the ability.
Yes, they are. Yes.
So in theory, while you're too busy trying to give me answers, it doesn't just affect the Eagles; it affects the offense.
Yes, you were right that all 32 teams are allowed to run.
Exactly.
Yes, correct.
So it affects the offense.
It affects the offensive side of the ball.
Exactly.
But the other 30 teams don't really run it, so they're not
if they
losing.
Choose to, they can.
Right, but that's why I think it's a targeting of the Eagles because only the Eagles utilize it, and then Buffalo as well, but they don't do it as good. So
what about Baltimore?
Do they run it?
I don't think so. They do actually run it
with Mark Andrews.
They just run it with Mark Andrews.
All right, well then it's unfair to them too. But the Eagles inventing the play is, and it's also like they're only doing this now because the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. No one cared about it after they collapsed. That's not like being Eagles getting
sure
first thing. No, it's just reality.
Because you didn't care about it after they collapsed.
Correct. Nobody did.
Exactly.
And I didn't care about it after the Super Bowl until they tried to ban it. So it's only being talked about because they're coming after the Eagles because look, I rarely pull this card, but it's the truth. They talked about it after 22 and they talked about it after 24 and they didn't after 23. What's the common denominator?
I understand that because the Eagles run it the most. My point is it's an offensive play.
Yes.
So every offense has the ability to run it. So now that strips every offense from having the ability to run it. Who's to say that since the Eagles have run it and won the Super Bowl, that now 20 teams aren't going to start running it?
Because they've had 3 years to start doing
it. But it didn't win a Super Bowl yet.
But it's not like...
Hold on. If I'm using your theory that this all happened because the Eagles won the Super Bowl, so then why can't I plausibly think in a copycat league that now the Eagles have won the Super Bowl that more teams aren't going to do this?
Because the Eagles went to the Super Bowl in 2022.
They didn't win
I know they didn't win it, but I mean, I don't think losing by 3 points on the field goal changes the copycat aspect of it. And teams have tried to copycat it, and they've not done it as well.
So, but what I'm saying is what stops them from continuing to try to evolve and get better at it?
They could. I hope that they're able
to. That's what the league doesn't want.
Right, but the point I get, everyone's allowed to run it. I agree.
Yeah,
with
I
you.
know that.
Yeah, but the Eagles are the only team that it benefits. So when you take it away, they're the only team it hurts. Yeah, as of now,
Buffalo runs it as well.
Right, but it doesn't benefit
Baltimore
the same way
because they don't run it at the same rate the Eagles run it.
Right. So if this play gets banned, it hurts the Eagles exponentially more than it does every other team.
That's fair.
Right, but
that's fair because they run. But you're trying to make it as if it's just about the Eagles.
Because I think
it's about the offense. Just because you think that doesn't mean that's what the league thinks.
I know,
Quit telling me that's what you think. I know that's what you think.
I know.
It's an offensive play that they want to take out.
But yes, I agree. It's an offensive play.
Then I don't need to argue this anymore.
If it is unfair to the Eagles, though,
I don't need to argue this anymore. It's an
Well,
offensive
here's the
play.
good news. We're probably not going to be arguing it anymore because they're going to take it away.
Fine with this.
I'm the one that thinks the push doesn't even
It
matter.
doesn't sound
but
like it.
But because it's still about the root of it, which is unfair
fairness.
to target a team for inventing something effective. That's
fairness and target.
I agree. I want to tell you, I'm a fair
Being
guy.
a victim.
Super
Bowl champions.
They are a victim in this.
Oh my
I mean, they are. But the good news is they'll still be really good.
Does it affect your win prediction for next year?
No, but it could. But,
Okay, then who cares?
Okay, all right.
Who
But
cares?
If they lose a playoff game because they don't convert 4th and 1, we'll see how everybody feels then when we know
we're gonna go to the tush push, or we're gonna talk about did Tyler Steen miss a block?
Well,
we
it'll be-
can very
it'll
well
be
go
both.
to the tush push.
Yeah, well, of course we'll go to the
well,
tush
the
push.
babies will go
Wait
to
a minute.
If on
hold
4th and
on.
1, if on 4th and 1,
They don't
Jalen is stopped on a
convert.
QB sneak in the playoffs,
Absolutely.
you don't think the streets in Philly are going to
Sure
be?
they will.
Because and they should be. If the Eagles lose a game because of of missing a 4th and 1 in a big spot and they can't run the tush push there, that is objectively unfair to the Eagles, and they have been hurt by the league.
Design a
because
new
of the
play then with a genius head coach.
They probably will. But I'm just saying, having one taken away, other teams don't have plays they're effective at taking away.
It's the offense. Every offense.
But it's not just the offense. If every team was
It is the
running
offense.
No, I know, but the Eagles are the only team that
that runs it as much as they do.
Correct. That's why
But it
it's
doesn't
not-
mean everybody doesn't have the ability to. How many times am I have to say this?
I know. I feel like we're going in circles.
No, we are going in
I know,
circles.
but
Yeah.
because
It's an
you're
offensive
viewing
play.
it as an offense.
Because that's what it is.
No, I know, but it's an Eagles thing because they're
I
the only team
understand
that
that.
runs it.
Yes. No, they're not. You keep saying that.
They're-
It doesn't
okay,
make
they're
it
one of
true.
two teams that
No,
run
they run it more than anyone else.
But there's two teams
It's
that run it
simple to
more
say
than a
that they
handful
run-
of times.
But who's to say it won't be more teams that run it?
Because they've had 3 years to start running it, and they
Oh,
haven't
God,
done it.
I can't speak to that.
All right.
Yeah, what are you doing over here? Are you
Well,
going to
no.
let this keep going?
Well,
or
I
go-
don't know yet.
Well, let's step in here.
Well,
Okay.
this is probably what the
Sometimes-
competition
all right,
committee
I'm
sounded
stopping
like.
it. I'm stopping it. Sometimes I don't know if you want me to step in
Just
or not.
wait
if
till
you're
they
having
lose
fun.
a game next year.
I don't want to ruin your fun.
I'm having fun.
I am
And then if
You're
it-
sitting
then
too
if I-
close to me, though.
Then if I
Yeah,
get
I
in the
can
way,
see myself being more
then if I get in the
annoying in
way,
this
then it's
instance.
friendly fire, and I'll
Yeah.
get. And I agree with Elliot, which makes me even more scared.
No,
All right.
because Jack is here on my side.
Okay, all right.
Which should make you feel great. We're the only two men on this show.
Jack just likes it because it hurts Jalen. That's
Well,
why he
whatever
wants
it
to go.
takes.
All right,
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, exactly.
Enough.
Jalen.
Enough.
Well,
Enough.
yeah, it definitely has to do with it.
Enough.
But
All
How many
right.
more breaks does the quarterback need?
All right.
oh my god,
All right.
that's how good Jalen
Yeah,
is.
don't
They
start
are.
making
All right.
all
All
my
right.
bad.
All right. All right.
They got to take the play away.
Shut
from them.
up.
Shut up.
Oh wow, that segment went quick.
No, it didn't.
Actually, it was an attorney.
Yeah. All
Good
right.
times.
Bro,
Well, you're the one who wanted to talk about the tush.
I just for a minute. I had
Yeah.
to listen to the other thing. I want to talk about Howie Roseman leaving the Eagles. We never
Imagine
even got to it.
45 minutes of this.
No,
and,
shut up.
Yeah.
Stop. All right. Broads has the belt, the WIP
now.
afternoon show belt. Well, we'll see who has
Yeah,
it. now.
seriously, after that segment.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Who died young?
Maybe Ike should get it.
I got a good one for who died.
Oh, give it to us.
Princess Diana.
Oh, all right. Yes, she did.
Yeah,
Okay,
of
that one's
course.
good. That one's good.
Look
One of the
how-
most famous
look
people in
how
the world.
All right.
ahead
I
she
almost
is.
said the Queen, but she
She did not die young.
for all of her impact. I feel
The
like she
Queen
still
didn't die young.
She still had a
Shut
lot more
up.
to give.
Like what?
When did she die?
What was her big impact?
When did she die?
What was
Elliot?
her big impact? She ruled
Elliot.
like half the world.
No,
Elliot.
no.
When did she die?
I don't know, 2 years ago.
The Queen? Did she?
Maybe it was more. I don't know.
Yeah. It was she's the most famous person in the world. You don't even know when
She's
she
still
died.
alive to me
Okay.
in spirit.
All right. Coming up next, we award the belt. We're at Cheekies and Pieces, South Philly. I hate this. All of it. Big games and big events are always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know, after something like that, you want to go outside. And it's springtime, so you're going to be going outside more. And you know who else is going to be going outside more? Your dogs, of course. Now, maybe you have a cat and your cat's indoor, and you don't need – maybe you have an outdoor cat, and your cat will be outside more that it's warm out. Natural flea and tick prevention is something you should at least learn about, and you can do it at Dogs and Cats Rule. It's not the only thing you can do at Dogs and Cats Rule, one of their 7 locations, because the lead dog, George Perenni, has made sure that Dogs and Cats Rule not only has all the products you need, and that's one thing, having those products, that's a big deal, but has the staff that can lead you to picking the right products, which is the big differentiator. Having a staff that you can trust, that is patient, that will take the time to understand your pet and your needs, that is what Dogs and Cats Rule is all about. So if you're going there for natural flea and tick prevention to learn about that, Dogs and Cats Rule has the products, has the staff. If you're going for toys for the springtime and the summertime. Dogs and Cats Rule. If you're going for pet nutrition, which is really where Dogs and Cats Rule stands out, top of the line, every single kind of food you're talking about, whether it's kibble, our dogs eat regular kibble, top of the line stuff, local products, or whether it's the fresh diets, raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, dehydrated, all that stuff. Dogs and Cats Rule. There's 7 locations, 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in PA, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Moneyline parlays have been the way. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Without a single upset in the tourney last week, the public cashed big time with Moneyline parlays. In the round of 4, Duke and Auburn just to win pays better than 2-1. And on the women's side tonight, UConn and South Carolina winning gets you close to even money. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1. Customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon Patriot Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Plus, you can turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport, including your favorite college basketball team in the big tournament. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio is on 98.1 HD2 and the Odyssey app 24/7. Brought to you by Colonial Nissan on Bustleton Pike in Feasterville.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies and Pete's, Elliott Shore Parks, joining us for the 4 o'clock hour as we count down to a really big game tonight, Phillies-Dodgers.
Whose idea was to have him here on Friday for an hour?
Me and Jack.
I love the Friday shift.
Yeah.
Having fun,
Goodness gracious.
relaxing. Yeah.
Do you want to start doing this every Friday?
Every Friday, catch me. at
Listen,
Chickies, yeah.
Tuesdays with Elliott?
Tuesdays and Fridays.
It's Fridays.
Fridays with Elliott?
Maybe we introduce it during Elliott Week in August.
That'll be a fun week.
Yeah.
We can do the tush push debate.
No.
We are at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Baseball is back. Watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. Well, every Friday at 4:30, we decide if the belt, the WIP afternoon show belt, which we need an actual belt.
Yep.
We get Lakin on that.
How many more?
I'm not buying it with my money.
I mean, only one other person has a problem of holding two. So, yeah, that's only me.
Well, you only have one.
We'll see.
All right.
Well,
we've created a monster.
We'll see.
I can't tell who was handling their win worse, you or Broads, because Broads is also handling it very poorly.
Well, Broads, I mean,
so
Tortorella
Broads
fired.
currently has the belt for his
Yeah.
rant against Torts last
And got him
week.
fired,
And got him fired.
Which is crazy because Tortorella I thought was misinterpreted. But
No, he wasn't.
Here we go.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I
No,
thought he was, but
he
we
wasn't.
can move on from it.
Well, you know who didn't think he was? Danny Briere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they should have fired him anyway. But this was a
But
silly.
you wanted him fired after
Yeah,
last
I
year.
said last year they should have.
Yeah,
fired
you were
him.
holding him accountable when no one else was.
Right.
Hockey. Yeah.
So the question
Hockey
is,
pucks or whatever.
has anyone done enough
ES
to
pucks.
knock Broads off his perch and take the belt from him? It is the WIP afternoon show belt.
There could only be one. The boss. The chief. The top of the mountain. The WIP Afternoon Show presents The Belt.
For the rights of every man, I am a real American. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. Here we are. Now, truth be told, I was not happy when Broads got the belt. Why? Because I'm sick of Broads.
Flyers in 50 is great.
That was a worthy.
Yeah, he
was a
deserved
worthy
it.
Champion.
I didn't like that he got it, but he was worthy.
Well, you're just tight because he took a shot at the Sixers this week.
No, I just don't like when hockey
forgot about
guys.
that, yeah.
I don't like when hockey guys take shots at basketball.
Yeah.
You're always thinking about us. We're never thinking about you. That's the.
I like that you threw we in there.
Yeah. So the question is, does Broads keep the belt? Has he done enough this week to keep the belt? This happened this week, which is going to cause a change in the belt.
Yeah, I mean, I feel, I think similar to how I felt at the combine. I've done, I've dove deeper into more of the data on it, and just thought more about it as well. And my position hasn't really changed at all. I feel where I'm most concerned is, even though there's not significant data out there to this point, my biggest concern is the health and safety of the players. First and foremost.
What are you seeing with the health and safety of the players? Since, as you said, there is really no data to say there's injuries. Like, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you get in, it's two things. It's force, added force, number one, and then the posture of the players. Being asked to execute that type of play, that's where my concern comes in.
Oh, did you feel so empowered?
Oh, you missed the best one where I was like, no, why do you run it?
Yeah, that wasn't enough of it.
Yeah.
Well, it was a whole 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Elliot Shore-Parks.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Current
Yeah.
holder of the WIP belt.
And I mean, look, the first to ever hold 2 trophies at once at WIP.
Wow.
So the standard has been set.
Wow. Now
the new standard or whatever it's called.
I got.
And this should be a lesson to Broads, by the way.
Yeah.
Next time when somebody gets the belt, do something to keep the belt.
Did he even try?
No.
Well, here's my thing.
Yeah.
I give you 2 passionate rants this week.
I think I voted for you.
Well, I put heart on the line.
Yep.
Albeit not a popular stance to have, as I know I'm in the city of brotherly love where, as Elliot told me last segment, the tush push was created, invented.
Unfairly ripped away.
And now it's seemingly is being unfairly ripped away. But I gave 2 passionate pleas this week. Listen, if I'm not going to be acknowledged,
oh my God,
when I actually put it on the line, then quite frankly, I'm not going to have so much care about the belt.
Wow. We're getting word.
Himself again.
We're getting word. The belt has changed hands.
Oh, here we go.
Ike Reese has the belt. Ike Reese has the belt.
Even better.
Whoa.
Ike Reese has the belt.
How did Ike just take the belt from me when I went toe-to-toe with the main tush push person?
And he went toe-to-toe with you.
And I won that debate.
Ike
So
Reese
I
has
won
the
against
belt.
Sean McDermott and I won against Ike Reese. And
Ike
I'm
Reese
still
has the belt.
Honest question. If I didn't have the Insider of the Year award, would you have stripped me of the belt?
I didn't strip you. It came
You
down.
just did.
No, I got word from the
who votes
commissioner's
on the belt?
office.
Who votes on the belt?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Ike Reese has the belt.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Which is a bigger injustice? The tush push getting taken away or Elliot
Yeah,
losing
you
the
want to
belt?
talk about unfair. I go to Florida on a work trip.
Mr. Money in the Bank over there.
Spend time at a hotel.
I saw a video. I saw a photo of you on a boat.
That was not in work time. That was there was no meetings. That
You were
time.
you were Odell Beckham.
It was. I got a yacht for a day. What do you want me to say?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Insider of the Year money is nice. It's working good. But when the stuff was happening,
Insider of the Year money.
yeah,
There's no money.
That's what you think. You've never won it, so you don't know.
That's a
but
good point.
Idiot.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is ridiculous. If I'm gonna, all right. Well, then, do I at least get credit for Insider of the Year for next year for the McDermott thing?
Yes,
we gave you
absolutely.
credit for
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Listen,
actually
you're
have
off to a great start
Yeah.
for next year's award.
Yeah, I'm feeling.
Well,
good.
we had the power rankings Wednesday. You were number 1.
Oh, was I?
Yeah.
All right.
We're
Very
keeping track this year. We have
Okay.
a spreadsheet and
We're
everything.
actually taking it seriously this year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unlike last year.
Not
Where we
just-
gave it away for no reason.
Yeah, when Spike found his new crush a month ago, when it was.
It was not a month ago.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. McManus?
McManus is awesome.
I've known
He's the
McManus
best.
for a decade, at least.
I think he's unbelievable. It feels like you started to appreciate his writing about a month before the final vote started.
That's
all
not
I'm
true.
saying. Yeah.
Months.
Yeah,
Also-
yeah.
It's been up there
Oh, so
for
I saw your
months.
tweet with the Brandon Graham story. It was a great story, but every tweet now feels like a shot at me.
No, you take it as that.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
that's why I
Maybe a little
passive
bit
aggressively
there.
like
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
I love it passive aggressive.
just to let
By
you
the
know,
way,
I saw it.
for the record, I voted for you Insider of the Year.
Thank you.
True supporter of yours.
I know.
Now,
0 for
and
2
then
is
you
Spike
stole the
voting for
belt from him.
It's unbelievable.
Ike Reese has the belt.
me. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Warm
I
us
was
I
up.
don't win much.
First member
I
of the
don't win much
afternoon show
around
to have
here.
the
Yeah.
belt.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wrote a book.
Oh my
You know,
God.
Ringthebellbook.com.
To be fair, no one's read it yet, though.
It's in pre-order
That's a good
stage.
point.
Yeah.
I think
It
I
could
should.
suck.
I should have got the belt.
Is there an acknowledgement section?
What is that? Was that when the people say it was a great book?
No, that's when you
That's
say who
when
you would
you
like to
acknowledge
thank.
other people for once.
Is there an acknowledgement section?
Oh my
No,
God.
Sean. Are you
There's
kidding
not.
me?
Oh,
There's not.
Who am I acknowledging?
Well,
We got a whole
maybe
station.
the
What are
two
you
people
talking
right
about?
here, and honestly, me too. But
Yeah.
Spike and Ike for
All
sure.
of us. How about Seltzer? Did you give him a shout out?
Yeah.
Rod, anything?
For what?
Gilio,
Oh my God.
Gilio for
I'll-
teaching you
I'll
about
see it if
baseball.
I
Okay,
can
this
work.
guy makes it to the top. He's not taking anybody with him, man.
No.
He's just rolling by
I don't know.
himself.
Your wife, maybe another one for the
Yeah, I
acknowledgement
think I said at the
section.
beginning, Jill Walken Sutton.
There you go. So you dedicated it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I forget.
All right. Well, I already
I-
got my copies.
Yeah.
Can I be
Unbelievable.
honest with you? If there's not an acknowledgement section, and if I'm not in it, I'm returning the book. I'm returning
That's
the book.
fine. You already paid for
I
it.
want my $33.95.
No.
You know he's not giving money back.
I'll work on it.
3-0 though in the Bring the Book era, right? 2-0.
You know, Jack's not giving money back, but you know who is?
Who?
Colonial Hyundai.
Wow.
They're going to give you money back in your pocket. You want a brand new Hyundai? Only Colonial is going to make it faster, easier, and better. And only Colonial is going to put money in your pocket with financing as low as 0%, with big trade-in incentives that get you more for your trade than anyone else. Some of the best financing in the business, the highest trade-in values in the business. The cars are John Ashdale, the team of Colonial, waiting in their beautiful new dealership for you to come in and get a brand new Hyundai. Speaking of the new Hyundais, over 200 on the lot. Brand new ones waiting for you. The Ioniq 5, the Ioniq 6 if you want an EV, the Kona, the Tucson. Whatever your issue is, whether it's your budget, whether it's your credit, whether it's your trade, they have an answer for every single one of those. And they're going to make it fast, easy, and better. Online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. Elliot, let me ask you this.
I should have
Seriously.
known when I got word I might have won the belt that something was up.
Actually,
I didn't have a clue.
yet
It
it wasn't planned.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, next week it's mine.
Well, just you got to do something to get it.
I'll try.
So let me ask you this for real. Back to
Yes.
owners meetings. So Jeff Lurie was up there on the dais, and there was a very curious question. Question came from the newspaper reporter, who asked Jeff Lurie about Howie Roseman's contract status. Very strange question.
Jimmy Kempski actually asked about it too.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I think
I
his
didn't know
question
that.
was about the benefit of Howie having job security.
So it was just a weirdly timed question because Howie's contract is not something that we talk about very often.
Mhm.
His job never, is not in jeopardy. Nobody would think it's in jeopardy.
Right.
We
And
kind of just assume it's a lifetime deal.
And Ike has mentioned a couple times, and we've pointed out things that Howie has said about, I'm not going to be here forever, da-da-da. Do you think he asked that question for a reason? And do you think maybe there's anything there? Not that they would get rid of Howie, but that Howie, my position was maybe at some point Howie's like, I want to prove I can do something else somewhere else.
So I've always thought there was a chance Howie would leave football and maybe
Yes.
run a baseball team. In that year where Chip put him in the closet, he did go around the world and he met with soccer teams, baseball teams. So Howie's young enough and he's been doing this long enough that he really could have two careers. He could
Yes,
go to a
sure.
team when he was
and
60
now, now would be the time.
and now would be the time. So, I mean, I don't know why the question was asked. I don't want to speculate, but I mean, maybe Howie wants a raise. I give him, I think it's probably
Everybody should be getting raises.
yeah. I think it's good for Howie whenever his contract is being talked about.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, I think I've always thought there's a chance Howie one day will just go do something else.
I don't even know what GMs make.
Yeah.
I think good Howie GMs are making, I don't think 10 plus.
Ooh,
Oh, he
10
has to
plus.
be.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Belichick was making. I know he was a coach too, but he was making 20 something. I think.
Well, yeah, and Andy makes 20.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, not many GMs are out there like Howie. So obviously you got your Brett Veaches, you
Yeah.
got
The Ravens guy.
who's down there?
I can't
Ravens?
think
Is
of.
it Todd Moken? Who's down there?
Would you put Lynch up there?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd put Lynch there.
He put
Yeah.
together a pretty.
Oh yeah, he
pretty
put
stacked
a
team.
damn good roster out there in San
Has
Francisco.
won with a bunch of different quarterbacks.
Yep. The Rams GM.
Les Snead.
Les Snead. But Howie's right there with the best in the business. So he certainly has to be one of the highest paid.
Well, I also think what benefits Howie in terms of the pay is he is clearly the most important person in that building. In terms of I guess you could you could argue Jalen from a player perspective, but just he's more important, I would say, than Nick. I think that's how Jeffrey views it too. So
sure,
Howie has a ton of leverage. If he was I'm gonna go, run whatever, some soccer team, I mean, I'm sure Jeffrey would try to make him stay financially.
Yeah.
And it would be a big loss to the Eagles, obviously.
Yeah, like I said this the other day. Before the Super Bowl win, maybe. After the win, I don't know, man. He's built such a Hall of Fame resume here.
Well, that's the key there is I think he probably already has a really good Hall of Fame argument.
Yeah.
But if he wins another.
Well, he's gone to 3 already. He's gone to 3 and won 2.
Right. And yeah. So I'm saying if he wins another, then it's like a slam dunk. I don't think there's many GMs in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't know what the bar is.
I do think it's hard to get in.
I don't know what the bar is.
I wonder if they feel like they have to be meaningful, not just successful. But
did Ron
meaningful.
Wolf get in? I think
Ron Wolf's in.
The GM, Packers GM.
Yep.
I think Bill Polian.
Bill Polian's in.
4 straight Super Bowls they went to. He didn't win one. Oh, he did win the one in Indy, but he went to 5. So he must have went to 6 Super Bowls and won 1.
Here we go. Al Davis, Bill Polian, Ron Wolf, Bobby Beathard.
I'll count Al Davis as an owner, but yes,
Owner,
he was
yes.
he's like Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Ozzie Newsome.
Bobby Beathard, Gil Brandt, George Young.
Oh, yeah,
Tex
Gil Brandt
Schramm.
from the Cowboys, Tex Schramm Cowboys. Yep. You said Bobby Beathard?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Bobby Beathard built those Washington teams in the 90s. I mean,
CJ
80s and the 90s.
CJ Beathard's granddad.
Yeah. So what'd you get there, Spike? About 6, 5 or
Looks
6
like
guys?
6. That's what I could find.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Howie's had a long enough stretch here where, he's putting together a damn good resume. What's up, Herb? You got to roll out? Okay, bro. Hey, listen, I'm digging the outfit. You look good.
Hair looks good, too.
Watch out, Wells Fargo Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, Herb.
Yep.
Great
Good
to
style,
see you,
good
Herb.
style.
You look great, Herb.
Brought me a shirt.
Can I say something?
Should have put him on
Triple
the
X.
YouTube.
Hey, turn down the speakers for a second so they can't hear us. Herb looks terrible right now. Turn it back up. Turn it back up.
Hope he doesn't use the Odyssey Rewind.
His
feature.
hair,
Yeah.
his hair was off. He was very
Well, his
sweaty.
hair, he got a haircut.
It looked terrible.
Well, there's no way in hell I'll be able to fit this shirt.
What is that, a combine shirt?
It's a triple X.
Yeah.
Triple X.
What are you, like a large?
XL.
Herb said, it's too big on me. I'll give it to you, Ike.
Yeah, that's it's a little different.
Yeah. So, Elliot, quick. Always got to
Get
get
us to Hugh.
Always got to get a really terrible Elliot take before he leaves.
Nice, yeah.
This from Elliot on Twitter today.
Oh, what's this about?
The Alec Boehm discussion about him being too emotional is literally just the Nick Sirianni discussion all over again.
It is.
I don't want Boehm to stop being emotional. It's a positive, not a negative.
Oh, it's great.
I agree.
It's so good.
This emphasis when 2 times last year he lost his cool is
He
insane.
cried in
That's
the dugout
because he
during
cares.
a win.
I hate the
No,
anti-cry thing.
during a win.
Because yes,
In the middle of a regular season
so
baseball
we want our
game.
players to be great and we want them to care about their performance.
Yes.
But then when they care that they struggle, it's like, whoa, back off. They won. That's fine. I'm sure he was happy they won. He was frustrated. He played poorly. I am absolutely okay with that.
And when you are over emotional like that, it affects your play. And to the Sirianni point, yes, they want him to be emotional. No, they don't want him to be publicly overly emotional because it reflects poorly on the team. It reflects poorly on him, and it makes people perform worse. Alec Boehm, we don't want him not to be emotional. We want him to not publicly look like a baby.
But you can't have it both ways.
Yes, you can.
can't
Oh, sure you can.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can ask a player to care a lot and to be super invested, and then the 2 or 3 times of 162 games.
He did it 2 or 3 times. Yes, 2
Okay,
days ago.
how many games he played for the
last 2
Phillies?
games.
How many games he played for the Phillies? 500 or something like that.
Something
How many
like
times has this been an issue? 5.
Another
4.
they had to talk to him about it.
Right. So, but
They
I'm
tried
saying,
to trade him because
but
of it.
but like he cares, and I like that in a player. I like when he shows his emotion, just like I like it with Nick Sirianni. Like, so I just think trying to suppress it. Yes, of course, everybody could he could be better at it, but to say that I don't like to see the emotion, I like to see the emotion.
Sirianni suppressed it publicly, and they won the Super Bowl.
Well, I don't know.
They
if he-
won
he
the
did.
Super Bowl.
Hold on,
And-
hold on.
And after he did what he did against Cleveland, the GM was pissed. The owner was pissed. We saw a completely different Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, so
up into he has managed his emotions publicly.
I don't know if
and
it
it
was
has
a
been better for the football team.
I don't agree. It was a completely different Nick. I mean, he was running up and down the sideline
Yeah,
celebrating.
but
he
that's
was
good
yelling.
emotion.
Right, exactly. Yes, there are
But he's
times.
talking about overly emotional.
Bad emotion.
Also, Mopey, no one wants to be around Mopey.
That's the other thing. Nick
It's
is more or
different.
less being excited. Sometimes
Right.
he gets passionate.
It's different kinds of
Yeah, he's not
emotion.
moping over there
But-
as a coach.
But I would prefer mopey and overly emotional
No.
to hold on to disengaged. I would prefer. I
prefer you
I like that
disengaged.
he cares. I like that Alec Boehm cares.
I prefer you
Yeah, but he
disengaged.
cares about
himself.
Yes, of course he cares about himself. I'm fine with that. He also cares about the team. Players have to care about them. This is the A.J. Brown thing, too, where it's like everyone's mad he's not getting the ball. A.J. should want the ball. Now, there are times he could handle it better, for sure, all that.
You're not changing the discussion to somebody else.
But it's the same.
He is a grown.
A.J. Brown handles his emotions better than Alec Bohm does.
I would agree with that.
Alec Bohm is a 28-year-old all-star third baseman who was crying in the dugout during a 7-1 win because he didn't hit well.
Yes, because he struggled.
Crying.
Because he struggled.
But that is not good.
Why don't you want a player caring if they are struggling?
No, you're changing the conversation.
I'm not.
I
This
want
is
a
my
player.
point.
Do you know what I want a player to do when he is struggling? Address why he's struggling and stop struggling, not cry about it. He is when you emote like that, when you fail, that is not frustration. That's like I'm mad at the world.
It's a temper tantrum.
Yeah,
it's a tantrum.
It's not
Maybe
fair.
he can handle it better, but I'm okay with the emotion of it. Just like if Nick once a year does something crazy, I'll take the other 16 games of emotion and deal with the one. Can I give 2 more Phillies takes for you?
Quick.
One, I keep hearing it's only 5 games of the offense being better. We saw them lead the league in walks in spring training. So it's actually like 5 or 6 weeks of the offense being better. That's number one.
Okay.
And number 2, I think they could go 0-3 against the Dodgers, and you could still walk away feeling good about it. It's about
as long as they're close.
As long as they're close games, yes.
No.
It's early enough in the season. You don't have to win. You just have to compete. If they win the majority of the innings, I feel good about that.
How the hell? What?
Like
if they get swept, nobody's feeling good.
Well, I think that's wrong. I think that, look, like if they're competitive games, that's what you want to see. The win and loss doesn't matter right now. It's not if it's competitive.
How you lose matters.
Yeah,
Little League.
We'll all watch and see if it's competitive. And if they go 0-3 but lose three close ones, I'll feel good about
Not in baseball. Not in baseball.
Why?
Because the point, look.
The Dodgers being 11-0, you're going to feel good about it?
I'll feel good if they are competitive against the Dodgers in this series. If they go 0-3 because in the 9th, like
at home,
whatever, it wouldn't be great. I'm not saying it's my preferred thing, but ultimately this is about watching them play
the Dodgers
for 36 innings or whatever it is.
The Dodgers aren't 8-0 because they win every game 10-0. Do you know what I'm saying? They have won games, like they've won games by
All right, so
one
let's say
run.
they lose every game 2-1 in this series. How will you feel?
Let me ask you
or
this.
4-5.
Let me say they win every game 3-2. You shouldn't feel any better about that.
I will feel better. Yes, I'll feel better if they win. But what I want to see over these 3 games is the Phillies show they are at least on the similar level to the Dodgers. And that can happen without the final result. That's my point.
I agree.
Thank you.
Well, you would.
Yeah.
You don't have to deal with it when they
and
get
also,
swept
as long
like
as they
that.
have fun, that's real.
No, the tide has turned.
No, they have
the
for
love
sure.
affair with the Phillies.
They absolutely has. You can see it in the poll results too.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Elliot always would bring up the last 2 years, like, oh well, everyone just loves the Phillies, ha ha ha.
Oh yeah,
the summer.
but that's not the same.
No,
It's changed. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Elliot, thank you for coming down.
Great job, Elliot.
Fun time.
Too bad you didn't get the belt.
Yeah, really upsetting to see the belt taken from you by Ike.
Go enjoy my Friday.
Yep.
Little mad no one say anything about my shirt, but that's okay.
Oh, it looks.
what is that?
Yeah,
It looks
boy, you
ridiculous.
got a nice
No,
little
it
leopard
doesn't
on
look-
there.
yeah,
it looks like.
Why is the
I was
cat's
totally
eyes look
distracted
crazy?
in the first segment.
Well,
It's like,
I
look
wore
at
it.
this push.
Picture
I
day
wore
in
it
fifth
thinking,
grade.
the belt and everything, and then I had it stripped from me. So.
Yep.
Why is the cat look crazy?
Because it's a crazy cat.
That's all we need.
It's a leopard.
That's all we
and
need.
it's a leopard.
Looks good, brother.
Jack, what's coming up in the top 5 at 5?
Oh, it's a great anniversary in Philly sports.
Huh?
Favorite niche Philly sports moments of my lifetime.
Okay, that's a good one. That is coming up next. We're Chickies and Pizza, South Philly. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Chris.
All right, Phillies baseball is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. And now they have green tea and vodka available in a variety pack with 3 brand new flavors for you. All are absolutely delicious and paired perfectly with a day at the ballpark. I'm about to head over to the ballpark myself. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Phillies baseball is back.
He has got it!
Tonight, Phillies, Dodgers. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies pick up their first sweep of the season.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Legend has it,
Underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There is absolutely loaded sports calendar this weekend. Whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. How about the first baseman in Philadelphia to go yard? And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sportsman. It's sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. I'm in San Antonio for the Final Four, and for the first game, watch the defensive play of Denver Jones of Auburn. And if the Tigers are going to win, I think Tahad Pettiford will at least need to score 20 points. I'm rolling with Walter Clayton Jr. of Florida, though, to defeat the Tigers. And in game number 2, I have so much respect for what Kelvin Sampson continues to do at Houston, but I can't pick against Duke right now. So give me Duke in Florida, playing for it all on Monday night. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Coming to you from Chickies in South Philly on Friday, as we always do, all the way up until football season. So we'll be here all summer, every Friday. Baseball season's back. You can watch the games, of course, at Chickies and Pete's. Find your local one at chickiesandpete's.com. Many say this right here is the best part of the WIP Afternoon Show.
Each the 5. Number 5 at 5. With Jack Fritz.
So there's a couple things that happened this week that were reminding me of some of the best. Well, don't do that too much because the NBA will find you.
What?
That we just doing to the camera.
Oh,
shooting
right.
gestures.
Right.
Come on, Ja.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Come on, Ja.
Yeah.
75 grand? Must be nice.
They warned him.
Well, that guy, he's an idiot.
Yep.
Yeah. He's just stupid. Yeah. Sorry.
So a couple things happened, including a great anniversary this week that had me a trip down memory lane. My favorite niche Philly sports moments of my lifetime. What I mean by niche is outside of the major 4 sports.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
I thought you meant like, so this is safe. I thought you meant like the Aaron Rowan running through the.
No. This is different.
Okay.
Number 5.
I got a feeling what he means.
I think you got a feeling. I think we'll get it.
Well, I know one person was here this week.
Yeah. Number 5, Temple Notre Dame College Game Day. That was
awesome.
That was so cool.
Right. Was that about 10 years ago?
That was 2016.
Yeah, 2015, 2016.
16.
Yeah.
And that was Matt Rule?
Yeah.
Matt Rule. It was Matakevich.
Yep.
Who was the quarterback?
That was a good team. That was number 8.
Yeah.
Palmer?
No.
Was Bernard Pierce the running back?
PJ Walker.
PJ Walker. Yes, PJ Walker.
Yeah, it was a big moment for the city. Like, we're not a college football town.
No.
Having College Game Day here, that was awesome.
That was right down the street from us. When we were over at 400 Market.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, College Game Day was right down at Independence Hall. It was right down the street.
That was a big moment. And you thought it was going to be the beginning of something.
Yep.
Not really.
Oh, no, Matt Rule rolled out.
Yep. Not Rule. Well, even if it was
was the
not going to be Rule.
That was the Penn State or Notre Dame game? Was that the Notre Dame game?
Notre Dame.
That was a Notre Dame game.
Temple Notre Dame.
So
they beat Penn State earlier in the year, I believe.
That's what it was. They beat Penn State but lost to Notre Dame.
And that's where, Notre Dame killed them, I'm pretty sure.
But it was a close game.
Was it close?
Interception late cost us.
Because Deion Dawkins was on that Temple team, Matakevich or whatever.
I went and spoke to that team.
Oh, really?
Matt Rule had me come in. Yeah, we used to have Coach Rule on every week.
Oh, I remember that.
Once a week.
I do remember that because I was here for that. I was the program director. I probably lined it up.
Yeah, Coach had me come down during training camp. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
I don't see Rod getting the hottest college coach in the city on every week.
Well, I don't think it happens as much anymore.
Well, he's what? You mean the program director being at work or having a hot college coach?
Wow. On edge Spike.
I'm just kidding, Rod.
On edge Spike.
I needed something there.
My 4th favorite niche Philly sports moment of my lifetime was the entire 04 St. Joe's Hawks team.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was awesome.
Are these just college moments? They're not niche moments.
Well, they're kind of niche, but there's
You got a couple of those. I know one
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the 04 Hawks.
I would call
good.
them non-Big
Yeah.
Four. Maybe non-Big Four moments.
Yeah.
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 I mean, 04 Hawks were awesome. I mean, that did take over the city.
It did.
Yeah.
Elite Eight, right? They didn't make it to the Final
Elite
Four.
Eight.
Yeah,
They lost
Elite
to
Eight.
Yep.
Oklahoma State.
Yeah. That was John Lucas' team.
Yeah.
Yeah, young John Lucas.
I think there was 2 undefeated teams that year, them and Stanford. And the Stanford was like Josh Childress.
Is that the Lopez brothers?
Nah, the Lopez brothers came later, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
It was like Josh Childress.
I remember
and
Josh Childress, yeah.
In college, he was an
Oh, no, not the Lopez brothers. What about the Collins brothers? Jason and Jaron Collins.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. But the 2004 San Jose Hawks thing was so fun.
Yeah.
Jameer was awesome.
Delonte.
I lost in the free throw shooting contest to Matt Carroll last year.
I remember
Carroll.
that.
Pat
Yeah.
Carroll.
Pat
Pat Carroll, my bad.
Yeah,
Pat Carroll.
same thing.
He went 50 for 50, by the way, before they moved to the 3-point line.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The shooters never lose the touch, man.
It's unbelievable.
They never lose it.
Jameer Nelson still work for the Blue Coats, I think.
Yes.
I think he's a GM.
I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he does for the Blue Coats.
They had Elton as that was Elton's first job with the Sixers.
Yeah.
First playing was
Yeah.
Blue Coats GM. Yeah.
My third favorite niche Philly sports moment of my lifetime was the Taney Dragons.
Yep.
Monet Davis in town this week.
Oh,
Yeah, Monet,
That
yeah.
was awesome.
Man, it was downtime in the city, so we needed them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no offense. It still was awesome.
It was awesome.
It was.
Yeah.
She threw out the first pitch yesterday.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 She said before the game, she was on with Murph before the game. She said her goal is to be an owner of a women's sports team in Philadelphia.
Oh, man. That's
She's-
what I'm talking about.
She is 23. I mean, those are
Wow.
goals, man. Those are
23.
big goals. Yeah.
She's 23.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah. She'll always be like 14
She was like
or whatever.
14, 13
Yep.
with that little league
Well,
team.
12. I mean,
Or
Oh,
12,
yeah,
whatever
12.
it was. Yeah.
tw-
Yeah.
maybe 13, but you can't be older than 13.
Well, she was throwing too.
She threw heat.
Man, she threw heat.
She
That was-
threw heat.
That was really cool. And those kids were, I remember my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, they lived in a town with one of the Taney kids.
Yeah.
And I was in like college. It's like, you're that guy. Like,
Yeah.
talking to like a
Yeah.
14, 15-year-old.
10-year-old. Yeah, man.
When I played Aston Middletown Little League, and that was Ben
Of
Davis,
course.
Brian Davis.
Cheating, yep.
Yes, there was
Growth hormones.
We had a team that I think got one win away from the Little League World Series. The Aston Middletown Little League All-Star team, I think, was one win away. If Ben is listening, I think Ben was on that team, of course, because he was a ringer or whatever. But did live in Aston. I guess he wasn't a ringer, but we almost got there.
I think Monet graduated from Hampton or Howard.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she went to school down there, to one of those two schools. I can't remember if it was Howard or Hampton.
Yeah, but they took over the summer.
I think she went for lacrosse.
I thought
She went for another sport.
Yeah, she did go for another sport.
Softball.
Softball, that's what it was.
Oh, yeah, because there's no baseball.
Well, of course.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
yes.
There is. She was saying that there are more. I wonder if there are. I assume there are women's baseball leagues somewhere. I mean, not college teams.
Right.
And there were always, when I was in Little League, there was girls that were in the league.
Oh, yeah.
There were always,
Oh, yeah.
2 or 3 in the league.
Yep.
My second favorite niche Philly sports moment of my lifetime. Who could forget when Smarty Jones
I knew it.
took over the city, man.
He sure did.
Smarty Jones.
Yeah.
Smarty Jones.
Thank God that was before gambling, because I probably would have laid some change down on him.
Oh,
Yeah.
you definitely would.
It was crushing.
And that was during my playing days. That was 04, right?
It was 04.
Yeah.
Yep. I think Barbara was 06. We had a
No
good.
more misery for Barbaro. He's
He's
dead.
dead.
So good.
Shout out Chan Gorham.
And ironically, sitting here in Chickies, I remember where I was. We were
When
back.
you watched Smarty?
Yeah, we were
Wow.
back there in the back. Yeah, we were back there in the back. Me and I think it was the family. Yeah, I think we were back there.
Was that how Jonesy built his fortune? Did
On
he
Smarty
own?
Jones?
Yeah. Did he own part of Smarty Jones? Well,
don't-
he's a horse guy. I think
He is a horse guy.
I think he might.
He's
own
a horse
part
guy and a corn guy.
He's a corn guy.
I think
And a Uranus
I think
guy.
he used to
Yeah.
sell corn or grow corn. and sell
Jonesy,
it.
if you're listening, call in and tell us how you're a corn guy.
We won't ask you about the Flyers and if Broad's got.
He certainly has.
Yeah, we will not ask you about the Flyers. That not an insult. Just we're not going to ask you any hard Flyers questions. We just want to know about corn.
And Smarty Jones.
Yeah, it's Smarty Jones.
That was the first horse that we had here for a while, though. I don't know. Like, I like the Smarty Jones summer.
Yeah.
Smarty Jones. Is
Well,
the
you mentioned us being desperate.
best. Yeah, dude.
Yep.
Yep.
We needed a winner.
Yep. Because the Eagles
I'm
weren't
looking
doing
at
it.
you, Ike.
Yep.
Yep. Awesome.
Yeah.
But my favorite,
keep it moving.
favorite niche Philly sports moment of my life. I wasn't even a Nova guy, but who could forget? On this day in 2016, we had this moment.
3 seconds at midcourt. Jenkins gives it to Jenkins for the championship. Jenkins hitting the winner at the buzzer. Jim, they're going to check it. I thought it was good live, but how about those onions?
Yeah, Raph. How about those onions?
The best.
Jay Wright's reaction was the best.
Still crazy.
Bang.
Bang.
Man.
And I'll admit, so I hate Villanova.
Of course.
It started, well, I went to Syracuse, and we hated Villanova. I mean, both
Oh, that's
Big
Big
East
East
at
rival.
the
There you
time.
go.
Yep. And I hated Nova, and I still hate Nova. But that play and that moment is all-timer. I think it is. And, yeah, I don't think we can go niche with Villanova winning the national championship.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, man?
Yeah. Niche is the wrong word.
Compliment and disrespect Villanova at the same time.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
But, man, just the trailer, getting the three-pointer and hitting it. And you
Well,
knew
yesterday
it
was
going in.
the anniversary.
Well, today's the anniversary.
Is today? Oh, I thought it was yesterday. It's today.
Yeah.
Today's the anniversary of it. Yeah, man. No, dude, I still remember, man. I had to be about 11:30 at night.
It was late. It was so late.
Jumping up loud as hell in the house. They wondered, like, what the hell is he yelling for?
No one, again, that was during a down period. We had the Phillies coming off a 99 loss season. It was off of the chip thing, first year of Doug.
Oh, wow, yeah.
It was the Sixers in the middle of the process.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the Flyers are doing, but, you know, we need everyone for the debate our entire life was like Nova, not a Philly school.
No, we latched on to those boys.
Everyone turned into a Nova guy.
We were even at the parade.
There was a parade.
Yeah, you did a broadcast from a sports.
Me and Michael B. down at
right down the street from our current studio.
I don't know. I forget the name of the place.
Joe and I went to lunch there, right in that little. It's like a curved thing. Oh man, what's it called?
Good food there.
Yeah,
too.
good food. That lunch place. They used to have sips there all the time.
Oh, really?
Yep.
What is that place?
I can't think of the name of it myself either. But that's where we were. We did the show from there.
Yeah.
And I remember the buses like a block or two up the street when they were like the players were getting on it and they was waiting for the parade. They were just going down to City Hall.
Now, yesterday was the anniversary of their 18 title.
Okay.
Which was, I think, they were dominant. I mean, there was
that one didn't have as much drama to it.
It was kind of like this Super Bowl.
Right? It was. No, you're right.
Now, there was more drama in this Super Bowl because whatever, but that Cats team, they killed everyone. The 16 team, the shot was a lot like 17, obviously.
Yeah, that was the 18 team was the DiVincenzo.
It was DiVincenzo going for 31 in the title game.
Right.
Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson.
Right.
The Knicks.
Yeah, the Nova Knicks. Josh Hart, I think, was on that team.
No, I think he missed it. I think he was on the first one.
He was definitely on the first one. I don't know if he was there for both of them.
Brunson was a freshman on the first one.
I think he redshirted.
I don't think DiVincenzo played in the first one.
They were both.
Right, because they were freshmen, or redshirt freshmen.
Oh, yeah, Josh Hart wasn't there. It was Brunson, Bridges, DiVincenzo, Amari Spellman, Eric Pascal.
I was thinking of the big men. Yeah,
Phil Booth.
Pascal, yeah.
Little Colin Gillespie.
Yep. It's a good team, man. Two good teams, man. Coach Wright, he had a nice run there.
What's funny about Jay Wright is I remember when he was labeled a joker in this town.
Yeah.
And then he turned into
the winner. Seriously. No, you're right. It was a lot of those Nova teams.
They lost to NC State, I think, in 2013.
They would get in the tournament and not show up.
Now, Scotty got in the Final Four in 2009.
Scotty Reynolds.
Yeah. They ran a similar play to beat Pitt to get into the Final Four that year, I believe.
I remember that Nova.
Yeah.
I remember that Nova team getting to the Final Four. I think we were in that Final Four.
Sparty?
Yeah. I think so.
Did you go in? Yeah, because you went in 12, right? Draymond.
I mean, they went like 7 times over.
Oh, yeah. How many titles? 1? Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Mr. March, Izzo.
Well, in fairness, the title game was played in April.
Yeah. See, I grew up on the Mike Nardi Cats.
The Mike Nardi Cats?
Yeah.
I grew up with Raleigh.
Yeah.
It's actually driving me crazy not trying to remember where you did the broadcast. I'm embarrassed.
That restaurant?
I'm embarrassed. I don't remember the name of it. This hour, by the way, sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 6 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDER or visit GoGuida.com. Speaking of Villanova, Kenny from the Dirty 30. You're
course.
on WIP. What's up, Kenny?
You guys know I am smiling ear to ear right now. I just jumped up and did a Charles Barkley jump, and yeah.
That also happened that night. Yeah, that was great to see that night. Yes.
Well, he probably won a lot of money on that.
Well, no, I think his daughter, right?
I think she goes to Nova.
His daughter went to Nova, right? Yeah.
Barkley's daughter went there, yeah, and that's why he was
And
so happy.
Crocker's.
But back in the
Crocker's
day,
son.
when Barkley was playing for the Sixers, he hung out at all the Villanova bars. I mean, we all got pictures with him, and one time in an old bar called Alligators, I came up and high-fived him and slapped me in the butt, and I don't think I ever washed those pants.
Oh, yeah, my dad used to do shows at Alligators. I remember.
Is that where the guy choked him out?
No, that was Ribbit.
Oh, okay.
Ribbit and Cherry Hill. And then, that's where the guy tried to choke him out. What's his name? The offensive lineman saved him.
Dave Remington.
Dave Remington, yeah.
Yeah, it was. As a matter of fact, when that kid from North Carolina hit that shot with 4 seconds left.
Oh, the
I was in
Marcus
a
Page
bar.
shot is the most forgotten great shot
Yes.
in basketball
Yes.
history.
Yeah, and it almost got me thrown out of this bar because I banged my head against the wall and the TV fell on my shoulders and my buddy caught it. And while the owner's yelling at me, then they hit the buzzer beater and then all was forgotten because we all ran out in the street and started partying on campus. So it was just a great day. And Jack,
You started partying on campus? Kenny, you
Hold
were
on,
in your
Kenny,
50s.
you were on campus?
No, I was off campus, but then when Villanova wins, you run to campus and
Kenny,
How close do you live to campus?
You're in your 50s. No one's running to campus.
Yeah.
Would
man,
you
all the alumni
burn
were
a
there.
couch too?
So you're the guy Spike is complaining about, the older guy that comes back to college.
Yep.
Oh,
What do you have
man,
to say
no,
about that?
Well, I'm an old guy that ran back to college. So
I know. Never graduate, buddy. Never graduate.
No, hell no, man. You guys know I wear that V very proud.
That's right.
The V-
As you should.
Paganos.
The Villanova V. Don't go anywhere else with that.
All right.
Well, the 04 Hawks cleared the 16 Hawks for me. But.
No, we all have our teams, but I just and Spike, by the way, I love that you went to Syracuse and you hate us because there were some of the greatest games in the flesh here back in the day, and I will tell you to this day, the ugliest person to ever walk the earth was UL Washington.
Well,
UL Washington.
That's before my time.
The hell are
Yeah,
you
I was
talking
going to say,
about?
yeah, I don't even remember him.
Yeah. I was.
No, Pearl Washington. UL
I was going to say, now I remember
Oh.
Pearl Washington.
yeah. Anyway, I'm so excited you said Villanova. I can't get my.
I know. Go back to campus,
All right.
buddy. Never graduate.
Yeah.
Go burn a couch.
Yeah, get out of here.
Your new coach is a fraud.
Is he?
He's a total phony.
He's upset. He
Yeah.
left Maryland.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
He's a loser.
Yeah, this weird Maryland thing that Jack has. You went to Bloomsburg.
I know. That's why I had to stop liking Maryland so much because I felt like an imposter.
Well, you are. Total fraud.
Well, I know. That's why I don't do fraud. So.
Well, at least it's not Duke or Carolina
Well, yeah.
you're rooting for.
Exactly.
Like Francisco,
yeah.
who's a Duke fan.
Well, that's
There's
ridiculous.
a lot of fraud. Listen, Francisco's a Duke fan and a Yankee fan. Are we sure he's not a Yankee fan? Kansas City Chiefs fan.
Yeah, he's wearing a Mahomes jersey around. He wore a Mahomes jersey before the Super Bowl and a Randy Johnson Diamondbacks jersey during the NLCS in 2020.
That was weird too. Yes, I forgot he was the Diamondbacks.
Well, you know, Jack, you know Sharp, Andrew Sharp,
Sure.
who I know used to write for Sports Illustrated. Grew up in the D.C. area. He is a Cowboys fan and a UNC fan.
Nice.
Did not go to North Carolina. Did not grow up in Dallas.
Yeah. Yeah, listen. I don't know.
It's
People are
sad.
weird.
215-592-9494. Ian in West Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Ian?
Hey, fellas, was Archie Diacono on that 2016 team?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yep.
It was
Yeah,
Archie
that's why
to
they-
Chris Jenkins. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why they had to redshirt those other guys because they had the quota for all the white hustle guys on the team already. No, but so and another sleeper, kind of a sixth man or an honorable mention for Jack's top 5 and 5. I'm from Southwest Philly, the Southwest Philly floater.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was on there.
Yeah.
I was considering.
Was that LaSalle?
LaSalle, yeah.
LaSalle, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough list. You know, it's tough to make the 5. First 5 and 5. So,
What was that
so you
kid's
gotta-
name?
I forget his name.
Tyrone Garland.
Tyrone Garland. Wow.
My goodness, Buzzkill knows everything.
Well,
Well, except how to produce the show.
my goodness.
Goodness, Spike.
Rough one for Buzz. I told him he should be locked in beforehand.
There's a little pause when I introduced the top 5 of 5 as well. I don't know if you noticed that.
Everyone noticed it.
Yeah.
But I'm fully locked in over here.
I love it, Ian. I love it.
Here's the deal. I'm locked in on the what should we expect, and I'm also locked in on should we be happy with the beginning of the season. We definitely should be happy. I mean,
Do you
we're
feel
seeing-
better? The big question is, do you feel better about the team than you did when the season started?
Yes, I did, because they're
Okay.
showing signs. They're absolutely showing signs of understanding that they need to have a philosophical change in how they approach. From top to bottom in the lineup. Now, were we playing the Rockies and the Nationals? Yes. Is it a 162-game season? Yes. But going into the season, I wasn't sure if I was going to see those approaches. I feel like I actually have to take a shower because I actually have a baseball point on the second point that is similar to Elliot. And,
Oh, wow.
and that just, that really makes me want to take a shower. But,
Not the Alec Bone thing.
No, not the
Okay.
Alec
No,
Bone thing.
he's not going to go crazy. Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
No, it's really the thing about, what am I expecting? Or what would I be happy with out of this series?
Okay.
No, here's the deal. Do I want to go 2-3? Yes, I want to go 2-3. Would going 3-3 in this series be outstanding? Absolutely, it would. But my baseline is going 1-3 in this series with the second.
You mean 1 and 2?
1 and 2.
Yeah, you're confusing me.
1 and 2. excuse me.
1 and 2.
And
Yeah.
if there's 2 losses, at least one of those losses, if it's competitive and close, because that's the key. It can't be 2 blowout losses. What we're
Yeah,
doing
but-
the biggest.
But here's the thing, Ian. Like, bad teams lose to good teams in close games in baseball.
Right.
Like, you can have a 4-3 game where the good team beats the bad team and they won. Baseball to me is about the result. Like, I think because I don't know how to say it. Like, you can watch 2 basketball teams or 2 football teams and it's a close game and you're like, we were right there. We are as good as that team. You lose 2 out of 3, and even if the games are close, I don't necessarily think that means, oh, we were right there with that team. I think it might be more about a feel. I guess it's possible that I could walk out of this series based on how I feel.
The details
watching the
matter.
game.
Yeah, the details matter.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, I guess, aside than wins. But I would love to hand them their first loss tonight, and I would love to get one more.
Tomorrow should be a win. Like, you should beat Sasaki.
Right.
I do want
He's
to
a crybaby.
tie in with my
Just
my
like Bone.
who died too early, because he doesn't get mentioned enough in modern days and like nowadays. Bob Marley definitely.
For sure.
Of course.
I was just going to say him.
Nobody else, none of the other listeners is going to say that. I'll guarantee that. That's my other big take.
Yeah.
And
I think from Delaware, right? I think Bob Marley's from Delaware, right?
He lived in Delaware. He first moved to Delaware from Jamaica. He was a
Oh, yeah, I
janitor.
know he wasn't.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
going to say, I know he's from Delaware.
Yeah,
Well,
he spent a lot of time in Delaware. He was working.
What, is that a Dover accent he's got?
Dude, I'm south. Oh, yeah, Bob. Yeah, it's definitely a Dover. Maybe.
Yeah, I didn't mean he was born in Delaware. Yes.
Well, I started looking around being like,
Yeah.
Bob Marley can't be born in
Beautiful,
Delaware.
I thought that was sort of obvious. Yes. He's
similar climates. Yeah.
Delaware.
He's a big Blue Rocks fan.
Marley's music, a big part of a movie we were talking about last week, I Am Legend.
Yes.
Bob
Oh,
Marley's
yeah.
music,
Yeah.
very-
Will Smith liked
very-
playing the Bob Marley. Yeah.
Very big in I Am Legend. There's nothing better than Marley, like on a summer day in the backyard.
Yes, sir.
Delaware's own.
Yes,
Delaware's
sir.
own Bob Marley.
Well, I found that out when the Bob Marley movie came out.
Oh, I didn't watch it. Was it any
Yeah,
good?
when the movie, I
Like
didn't
last
watch
year
it,
or
but
2 years ago? When
yeah,
it,
but they did a whole. He was, I guess, moved to Delaware
Okay.
and family there and everything. Now I got to say that I can't even say Bob Marley's from Delaware.
No,
No.
it is
And
funny.
all the Delaware people are like, man, we can't have anything.
Well, there's a lot of people here ready for the Phillies game at Chickies.
Yes.
Yeah.
And coming up next, we will get to your calls, and we will also get you ready for the first game of a huge 3-game series, the Phillies and the Dodgers. We are at Chickies in South Philly. Look, tonight's a big game, so everybody's at Chickies because that's where you go before a big game or during a big game. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week. You've seen it, you heard it. We've seen all the games: basketball, baseball, hockey, any other sport you name. Check it out. Some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day parlays, and for this weekend, we got a golf profit boost tokens. bet for you guys. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/Ike to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with a roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Sports Radio. Download the Odyssey app now and take 94 WIP with you anywhere you go.
I know. We're at Chickies and Pizza, South Philly.
There
That
we go.
guy.
We got a little reaction.
Yeah, we got
There
some cheers
go.
back there.
we
as
go.
well.
Everyone's excited.
Now, by the end of the Eagles season, everybody was very into it. The Phillies crowd,
They'll get there. I'll talk to my people.
they just don't know it yet, I guess.
Well, and
they're trying. They're also trying. They're doing the thing. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
They're doing the thing where it's sort of like if you're on the subway and somebody's crazy on the subway, you sit there, stare straight ahead, and if I don't look at them, they're not going to say anything to me. That's the vibe that I'm getting from the Phillies fans.
And normally startles most of the people in here. They don't know what's going on.
No.
Yep.
And it feel like it's always a different Phillies crowd when we come in on Fridays.
Right. The Eagles crowd was pretty regular.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a more regular crowd.
Well, if you're listening to the show, going to the game, we sing that at 5:30 every day. If you happen to be here at Chickies, 5:30 every day. We appreciate if you sing along as well. We'll get to leading off in a moment. Ralph in L.A. You're on WIP.
Okay, Ralph.
What's up, Ralph?
What's going on, Spike?
Ike.
Hey,
Fritz.
Ike.
Yep.
Fritz?
There you go.
Yep.
Oh,
There you
just a second. I'm walking outside of work here.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I like that. What do you do? What do you do for work?
I think I work over here next to your brother. Over here.
Oh,
next to
really?
Disney.
At Disney?
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, right next to Disney.
Oh, okay. All right.
Do you ever
Keep
see
an eye on
Hey,
him.
Do you ever see him around and want to shove him in a locker?
Yeah. I've been bothering
I'll
him.
do it.
I've been asking him. I'm like, hey, are you responsible for that Snow White disaster? He was like, I didn't even work on the movie. Leave me alone. So, yeah. All right. What's up, man? What's up, Ralph?
Well, really quick, I need to get some mic juice on this Friday afternoon.
Okay. Buzz.
Oh. What a not locked in,
God.
Buzz. Not a locked
I
in
texted
guy.
you before the show to lock in. Sorry, back to your call.
Yeah, Ralph. Sorry. Buzz isn't locked in.
All right. Well, really excited to get this series started tonight. So I'm over here in LA. I can't stand the Dodger fans or the Dodger team for that matter.
Oh, yeah. Well, Dodgers fans are pretty it's sort of unfair because they're all Lakers fans, too. And they got this unbeatable baseball team. And then in the middle of the season, they just get Luka for like nothing.
Yeah, well, at least they have the fires.
What's that?
What?
What'd you say?
Well, they have the fires.
Oh, stop it.
It was tough to deal
That's
with.
not funny. It's not funny.
Yeah, like-
are you from here, Ralph? Is that the deal? And you moved out there for work?
No, I was out here born and raised. I've been a Philly fan since 2002. Eagles, and I just became a Phillies fan like about 3 years ago when the whole Red October thing started taking off.
Really? But you're from LA? Why were you an Eagles fan? And then why weren't you just a Dodgers fan?
First of all, I hate the Dodgers and I hate the fan base over here because they're all Cowboys fans. They're all fake. The whole fan base over here is as fake as the BBLs that all the girls have at the Dodger games.
Wow.
Oh, it sounds like it's personal. I like that.
Yeah.
You know what the BBL is, Jack?
No.
You Spike?
And I became an Eagles
No.
fan because of number 20.
Doc.
What about number 58?
Yeah.
Trent Cole?
No, I agree.
What was your favorite play of Mike's career?
Don't let him drill
Oh,
you.
you know, the one that everybody always talks about.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep,
There you go. Well done.
And it's intercepted by Ike Reese.
Yes, off Culpepper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope
But,
we win it. They feel. I started the season saying, "Screw them. Who cares? It's baseball." But then when you open up the year after winning the World Series and win eight straight to start the year, I don't know. They look like they might be pretty good, man.
Yeah, I mean, if we could take 2 out of 3, I'm really hoping for a sweep. But if we could do 2 out of 3, that'd be gravy for me.
And do your coworkers, do your friends out there know that you're a Phillies fan, or are you like vocal about it?
Oh, yeah. I wear a different Eagles jersey every Friday during football season, and right now I'm wearing my Bryce Harper Philly jersey. So
There you go.
Rub people the wrong way around here.
I love that you adopted us really for no reason. I enjoy that, especially out there. Well, being an Eagles fan out there, no big deal because nobody cares about the Rams.
We're the best fan base. That's why I adopted you guys.
We are. Are you going to come out here for a game this season or what?
Yeah, I was just out there for the Super Bowl. I'm probably going to head out there in the summer for a Phillies game, and then I'm going to head out there September 4th for the opening season game.
There you go, my guy. All right, Ralph, why don't you give us, for next question today, give us somebody who died too young.
Anybody say Roy Halladay yet?
That's a good answer.
That is a tough one. That's a big answer.
Brutal day.
Yeah, thank you for the call, Ralph. That was a brutal day.
Ralph sounded like a young guy, right? Youngish guy?
Youngish, 30s.
Too young for Ralph. Like every Ralph to me has to be over 50.
Oh, really? Isn't it trendy
could
now?
be a
or
family
no?
name, right?
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
Is Ralph short for anything?
I have no.
No.
I was going to say Randolph, but that's probably wrong.
Yeah, probably is.
I'd say it's definitely wrong.
You guys want to know what a BBL is?
Well, I feel like, yeah, go ahead. I'm guessing on the first two letters.
Well, he said fake.
Oh, fake. Fake BBL.
Well, when he spoke about BBL, he was talking about something being fake as out there in LA. So what's people known for out there?
Big
Plastic
baller?
surgery?
It's close. It's plastic surgery.
All right.
Okay.
Brazilian butt lift.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Sounds like a tornado bit.
I was actually thinking about getting one of those.
Be about time.
Yeah, I want people staring at my, I want when I walk by for people to go, I never thought Spike would have such an ass on.
What
him.
an ass.
Yeah, what a.
So it used to be the front that everybody wanted to get redone and plastic surgery.
The front above the belt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now it's become that.
Okay.
I did not know what that was.
About the last decade or so.
Why don't we get to leading off?
Well, text line.
Oh, text line, right. Oh, the text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Now that we're back with leading off.
I was told lock in.
That's a very good point. That's on me. Sorry, Buzz.
Yeah, we have to speed through the text line, by the way.
We'll be fine. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Ike, I'm locked in every day. Also, Ike.
Happy day, Taylor.
Thank you, bro. It's a great job today. See you, fellas. All right.
Mark and Monco.
Oh, Buzz, come on. Have a feel, Buzz.
Yep.
He almost pulled it off.
Yeah.
Almost.
A lot of moving.
Yeah.
A lot of moving.
I could scramble and get it ready if you want me to. What's next?
Incredibly rude of Ike to imply I'm always negative. He should be ashamed of himself. Anywho, today's next question is, who died young? Super positive Spike.
Yeah,
It's a tough one.
We
roll with it, though.
There's a lot of them, and it's interesting, but it is hard to go, okay, well, now let's talk about the tush push. Right afterwards, you know? What's next?
Julius Caesar, King Tut, John Lennon. Jack's still naming people he never experienced die.
My dad cried when John Lennon died. Yeah, that was a core memory for me.
Did you?
A big one.
Yeah. What's next?
Spike. No matter what I tell him, Buzz always lowers the music before I start talking. Idiot. Also Spike. Sings over every single good rejoin song. Joe in Phoenixville.
You got a great voice.
You're going to deal with it, Joe.
Voice of an angel.
Yep. The two today were the open as usual, even though I begged him not to do it. And the 3 o'clock song. Pressure. What's next?
I don't get it. I really did talk to Charlie Manuel. Stock not understanding why we played audio of him talking about wood.
He had
no idea.
No.
Yep. He was like, no, that's a true story. No.
That's not
Stop.
what we're talking
You said
about.
hardwood.
Lock in,
Yeah.
Stock. Lock in.
Well, those are the best ones when they are clueless.
Well, he's too innocent. Like he's
Yeah.
still semi-youngish in
Semi-youngish.
Well, in
that job.
In this job.
Yeah.
Not like he's a young guy.
Right.
5, hopefully he's here for a long time.
Yeah.
We'll break him down.
Well, now we can't let it go. Now that I know he has no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
Now every time
Well, and Ruben had no idea, right?
No.
Yeah.
What's next?
The normal rise and fall of pop culture Ike comes out of the gate strong, naming several obscure Bruce Lee movies, loses steam by having him star in a David Caruso movie that was made 22 years after his death, completely collapses by confusing his death with that of his sons. Mike in Havertown.
Now that was classic.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh my God.
Nailed it.
That's a good one.
What's next?
That's me.
Jack. Oh, please. How many skunks did you see growing up? Spike. A lot. We had a fully operational zoo in our basement. Mark in Millville.
Text line. All right.
Been good all week on
Yeah.
the text line.
Let's get to leading off.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey Sports Station.
It is leading off. It is brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. 3 biggins here in Philadelphia this weekend against the undefeated world champion Los Angeles Dodgers. First one tonight is a great pitching mashup. Yoshinobu Yamamoto versus Jesus Luzardo. Dodgers on the road are a minus 130 favorite.
Wow.
Over under 7.5.
Games on Apple TV tonight.
Which
Thanks for reminding us.
Well, if you don't want to remember, every game is on WIP, and I believe you can match up the WIP audio on Apple.
That's what I was going to get to.
There you
So
go.
obviously the national broadcasters are brutal.
Yep.
There's a button in the bottom right corner where you can sync up Fransky and Stock tonight with the game, and it matches up perfectly.
Perfectly. Yamamoto, a good pitcher. Didn't have. I think last year. It's okay.
He turned it on late. He was good
Yeah.
in playoffs and stuff. Always has great. He's, as of right now, better than Sasaki. I thought Sasaki was going to be better. But, I mean.
Well, Sasaki's stuff is better, I think.
Well, the problem with Sasaki is his fastball is not as good. Like, Yamamoto has a special kind of fastball to it.
Right.
10 strikeouts his last outing against the Tigers. You know, he's had a good start to the year.
And it's a big start for, I think every start is going to be big for Luzardo until we settle into being able to rely on him as this. But he had and I thought Stocker brought up a good point about, because Luzardo didn't come across to me as a particularly emotional guy. He was bright, like not bright as in smart, but I mean, he had personality.
Yeah.
But Stocker said he worried about him from being revved up for a start like this kind of thing.
Well, think about it. His entire career, he's pitched in Oakland and Miami.
So this is the first actual big game he's ever pitched in.
Well, he started game 1 of the Phillies Marlins series.
Oh, right.
in 23.
Yep.
But again, in that game, I thought he was a little too amped up as well. So I think as he gets more and more used to it, he's going to be fine. But the biggest thing, and I think it's a big start from the standpoint of how good he is. I still think a month from now, we're going to see a different Jesus Luzardo. Like, I think they're just starting to scratch the surface as to who he is. Like, he just started throwing the sweeper in spring, and it was good in their first outing. He's got to work on being more efficient.
Well, it felt like to me watching him, Wheeler and Sanchez, and even Nola, there's a rhythm where you almost, not that you know what's coming, but you kind of do.
Sure.
Luzardo, it was just my first time watching him, but I didn't feel like a rhythm with him. And he's got to build that rhythm, by the way, with Realmuto, too.
Sure. I think with him, he gets in the mode of chasing strikeouts sometimes, and when you go to chase strikeouts, like getting a quick out is fine. And I think he hasn't gotten that. Like, that's one thing that Sanchez had to work on, because Sanchez, when he first came up, was always going for the K. And as he developed, as you develop as a pitcher, getting quick outs is good. It lowers your pitch count, all that stuff. I think that he obviously has the stuff. That was evident. But going for early outs rather than always going for the strikeout is part of his development.
And it's definitely we all want him to take at least 2 or 3. It's definitely a measuring stick series. I think we would all agree. There's no question the Dodgers are the best team in the National League. Are the Phillies clearly the second best team in the National League?
There we
and
go.
in a 7-game series, is this a series we could go into saying, now I think the Phillies have the starting pitching where they can go into any series and say we can win that series. But are we on a different plane than this team?
Well, and it's a good test for the one advantage that people think the Phillies have over the Dodgers is the starting pitcher.
Right.
How does that look in this series.
Yeah.
I'm just saying people say that.
They
you know.
say it, yeah.
I don't know how true it is, but that's one of the things. Right?
Yeah, here's what I don't want to happen, and I'm believing that it won't happen, is coming into this series as players saying it doesn't matter. It's just on the schedule. It's early in the season.
Right.
We're still working on things. Nah. I want the series to matter to the players as well.
And I think it does.
Yeah.
I think it does.
The player to count on.
Good baseball this weekend.
The player to count on is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. Now, I don't know. I probably did this 3 times last year. I'm going Bryce Harper. This is a big series. It's a measuring stick series. He's been vocal from his leadership. Tonight is a game where he leads by example.
I like that.
My player to count on tonight is Bryce Harper. Ike?
Yeah. You know, Schwarber is the first one that comes to mind for me.
Yep.
That would be an easy one to go out and grab. But you know what? I'm going to take Jack's guy. Go with Max Kepler.
Oh, he won you a little money, and now you're all over the guy.
Yeah,
You're going to ride him like Seabiscuit now.
Which may not be good for him. but
Right,
yes.
right.
I think so, yeah.
Jack, your player to count on?
So it's interesting. Reverse split so far this year for Yamamoto. So 158 slugging percentage against left-handed batters, a 632 slugging percentage against right-handed batters for a 932 OPS.
Weird.
What does that mean?
Just reverse splits means like it's usually when you face a lefty as a righty, the lefties do better.
Yeah, I know all of that. I want to know, does this mean he's good versus righties?
No,
Or
meaning
he's
the
good-
righties hit him better than
the
lefties.
Even though he's a righty.
Even though
Yes,
he's a righty.
okay.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Jesus
I
Christ.
know. It's
Yeah.
complicating the not complicated. So I'll take Trey. I think Trey's looked good the last couple of
that's
games.
a good one.
Former team.
I wish you'd have gone to him first. Him with his reverse splits, I would have gone with a righty.
Whatever. You got your guy.
It's a good little reverse split stock.
Well, but it's only so far this year. It's 2 starts.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
396 OPS
All right.
against lefties.
We'll continue to preview the game on Leading Off on 94 WIP.
Quickly move. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is Leading Off on the WIP Afternoon Show, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Our good friend Jeff Gordon from over at Live Nation is on with us. What up, brother?
I tell you what, our other strong suit is. We have a sold-out Deftones show across the street.
Oh, is that tonight?
Yes. Just like we had a sold-out Disturbed show the other night when we crushed the Rockies. So I think that energy of the rock fans are going to make us win this one. And by the way, they don't go on until 9:15. So once we're up 7-1, feel free to come over.
We go over and see the Deftones. How about the Deftones becoming an arena band? Well, this is rock talk, not baseball talk. I'm sorry. It's amazing that Deftones are such a big deal now. That's all.
But you know what? That's the beauty of it. Everything that goes around comes around. All these bands are bigger than ever. The Surf's sold out. This one's sold out. And I'm looking for a big win for the Phillies. And I'm telling you, the 17,000 people that are going to be at the Deftones show, they're going to give it that energy like Pro Jam did when we were in the series. Let's go.
And everybody driving in, make sure to make it a little extra time, given two things happen at once.
A little extra time. Exactly. But if y'all want to come over, just text me. All right?
Absolutely. All right, brother.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, brother.
So Deftones are a band. Well, whatever. You don't care. Oh, really? Your son likes the Deftones? I think me and your son might be we might be friends.
I thought they're an older band.
So Deftones have been big since I was in college. They were one of the original nu metal bands, but they've had this revival where all of a sudden young people like the Deftones. It's crazy.
And now they're selling out the Wells Fargo Center?
Yeah.
Wow. That's why I was so surprised.
I saw them. They played the final concert at the Vet was a Metallica show with Deftones and Limp Bizkit. But that was the final show at the Vet.
Really?
Yes.
The final show is Metallica?
Yeah.
It's not a bad final
Summer
show.
Sanitarium. Yeah.
Wow.
Jack, weather report?
Listen, today's weather report is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. Spike, back to you.
All right. Well, we're gonna be in the 60s tonight.
Nice.
63, 64.
Nice.
Less than 1% chance of rain.
That's what I like to hear.
And almost no wind. So it'll be cloudy, but winds 4 miles an hour out of the northeast.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
Outdoor beers.
Oh yeah.
Little outdoor beers, bring the TV
well, it's
out.
Weird because it's cool, but it's a little muggy too.
Yeah, but it's also but it's not hot.
No.
And you can put a little hoodie on. It's not bad. You're gonna light a fire tonight. I can feel it. Yeah, I can feel it.
We will get you.
Yep.
Oh wow! Look at that.
If you see any egregious tweets,
does Ike egregious tweet?
Not me.
Oh, you.
Yeah. Whenever it's I love this team, it's always after a few.
Right.
Why?
Well, you know who would do that? When I was in New York, I would see a tweet and I would text Gio and I was like, Boomer's alone drinking again, isn't he? Boomer's drinking tequila. You could always tell when Boomer had too much to drink because Boomer would go right to Twitter when he started drinking, not away from it. Yeah. All right, we will get you the starting lineups continue and a little around the horn coming up.
Sounds like we're gonna have a long time for around the horn.
Yeah. Well, we also got what to watch for.
It's
we got
a lot to get.
This is leading off on 94 WIP.
Attention, kingdom-seeking business professionals.
Oh, we gotta do the read there.
Yeah, it's on. Good.
Oh, that's great, Buzz.
I can't hear Mike as much.
No, I hear him.
I can't hear him more.
Why don't you talk? Do you want to talk into my mic?
Just talking. Does Buzz need to hear me? Do you need to hear me, Buzz? You put that in my mouth too. Slow down, dog. That didn't come out right. All right, defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Did you know hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair's got you covered with cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes. Now, they help you keep the hair that you already have, and it helps to bring back the hair that you've already lost. Give them a call, 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. It's that simple. Visit gladhairmm.com.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizin, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Green salad down, last comes rock, gotta tear the ground. Green salad up, green salad down, last comes rock, gotta tear the ground.
It is Leading Off on 94 WIP, getting you ready for Phillies Dodgers. You can hear the entire series on 94 WIP or the free Odyssey app if you're in the area. Injury Report is sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Only 2 to note. Ranger Suarez still on the injured list, retroactive to March 24th. He's on the 15-day IL. And Weston Wilson also on the 15-day IL, retroactive to March 24th. We could use Weston Wilson back in that dugout.
I think Rangers throwing tomorrow down in Florida. And Andrew Painter threw 33 pitches today.
Okay.
Down in Clearwater.
And we're hoping for him post All-Star break. That would be the optimal if they don't need him, right?
Yeah, they keep saying July-ish. So
Okay.
obviously the All-Star break's early July. Yeah, so between the All-Star break and the trade deadline, and they're going to say that Andrew Painter was their trade deadline acquisition.
Right.
That's
right.
my official
Yeah.
position. Yeah, so Rob Thompson, he had 33 pitches in live BP today. Thompson said he pitched very well. Velocity was excellent, threw a lot of strikes with off-speed pitches. So Painter, at least there's no setbacks with him.
Well, and the goal, the further we can push back Painter, the better chance we can have him through the playoffs.
Yep.
Because if we need him earlier, and he's going to hit a pitch limit.
Yep.
And that's going to be it.
Yep.
And they're going to do it the same way
Paul Skeens.
Pittsburgh did with Skeens or
the big one, Strasburg. You want
Strasburg.
to avoid Strasburg.
Yeah.
Their key is going to be if Taiwan can do what he did yesterday.
Well,
that's not
if he can do Honestly, if
Not
you can just
wasted yet.
pitch 5 or 6 innings, that's
5
it.
innings, 4 runs. I'll take
Yes.
it. I don't care. It can't be the 3 innings, 7 runs.
Right. He's got to not tax the bullpen. And that is the other thing about tonight. That's, you keep saying it's okay if Luzardo is a 5-inning pitcher, and there are
He needs
plenty
6
of those.
tonight or 7.
But like
Well, I don't think it's okay. I think that's what he is right now.
Right,
I
right,
think
right.
that a month, the biggest thing he needs to work on is becoming more efficient. He's just not efficient right now.
Right.
He's very good. The talent's there. You see it. It's just like what takes him to another level to where he's not like a 140 inning pitcher and more 170, 180.
Right.
Is becoming more efficient, getting quicker outs.
Your starting lineup is brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at Fence Authority. Leading off in starting lineup number 2 and DHing is Kyle Schwarber. Trey Turner hits second and playing short.
By the way, real quick, if he keeps hitting as well as he does in the leadoff spot, do you think they're just going to stick with it?
Wait a minute. Didn't he hit? Oh, he didn't hit cleanup yesterday.
No.
You have to.
Just saying.
No.
I wonder at what point if he continues to crush it from the leadoff spot.
Well, what if he crushes it from the cleanup spot, too? You have to give him a chance to crush it from the cleanups.
I'm just saying.
Stop it. Hitting third and playing first base is Bryce Harper. Don't be that. You wanted Trey leading off.
I'm not saying I'm just putting it out there.
You're baiting me. I hate it. Hitting cleanup and playing third base because you want Schwarber to lead off is Alec Boehm. Can't wait till tomorrow where it's Sasaki versus Boehm. I hope they get the grounds crew out there to get the tarp on the field for all the tears.
For all the water work?
Yeah. Hitting fifth and playing left field is Max Kepler.
Are they watering the field before the game?
Right. Just get Sasaki and Boehm out there. Hitting sixth and playing right field is Nick Castellanos. Hitting seventh and catching is JT Realmuto. Hitting eighth and playing second base, Bryson Stott. And hitting ninth and playing center is one Brandon Marsh. Jesus Luzardo on the mound for the Phillies.
What do you guys think about Sosa sitting 2 games in a row?
Don't like it, but
that's
what else you gonna do? Yeah.
I love Sosa. I don't think he's an everyday guy. I think he's great in his role.
Sure. I wish he could play outfield.
I think he's gonna
That's the thing is that
if he's just an infielder, it gets tough.
Yeah. Because who are you gonna take out in the infield?
Yeah.
At least this early in the season, you can't make it a platoon this early in the season.
No. With Stott? Absolutely not.
Or Bone.
You definitely can't do it with Boehm. Are you kidding me?
Eventually.
Could you imagine?
Oh, yeah.
My thing is when you do it, you better be ready to just move him on out.
I was going to say, tell him to stay home.
Yeah.
Tell him to stay home.
It'd be Wentz all over again.
You guys want to do a little Around the Horn?
Sure.
So Around the Horn is the non-sponsored leading off segment where we just name players from the history of the other team.
It is sponsored, though.
Oh, it's sponsored by ringthebellbook.com.
Yeah,
that's right.
If you're a Phillies fan, we need 5 pre-orders right now. I'll tell you what, the next 5 pre-orders are going to get free shipping, and the book's going to be autographed by Jack.
And Kevin Reevy, my good friend.
And Kevin Reevy is good friend. Ringthebellbook.com, a book all about Jack and secondarily about the Phillies.
Nope, not me.
Okay. Around the Horn. Okay. Dodgers. I should be good on this one. My brain always freezes during Around the Horn. Why don't I start it off with a little Yasiel Puig?
Wow.
Okay. Don Drysdale.
Carlos Ruiz.
Let's go
Carlos
with
Ruiz.
Mike Piazza.
Let's go Darryl Strawberry.
Let's go Shane Victorino.
I see what you're doing. Let's go
J-Ro
Oral.
will be next.
Let's go Oral Hershiser.
Let's go Gibby. Kurt Gibson. Spartan Dog.
Let's go Joe Blanton.
Oh, another one.
Okay. Trey Turner.
Matt Stairs. No.
Nope.
He hit the home run in LA.
Yep.
Good
Well,
try.
I'll go
man.
J-Ro then.
All right.
All right.
Chase Utley.
Let's go Kirk Gibson.
I said that.
Oh, let's go Kevin Brown.
Fernando Valenzuela.
Let's go Ryan Madsen.
How about one John Wetland?
John Wetland.
Yes.
That's you. You've named him about 3 times this year.
I like
by the way.
Wetland.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good pitcher.
I'm going to go Steve Garvey.
Casey Blake.
Let's go for Brett Butler.
Let's go Steve Sachs.
That was my next one.
Hideo Nomo.
Mookie Betts.
Jackie Robinson.
There it is. He's a Brooklyn Dodger. Just kidding.
Still the Dodgers.
I know. Hiroki Kuroda.
Why don't we do I know people are just yelling at the. Was Delino DeShields ever on the Dodgers?
Sounds about
Seems
right.
like it.
Yeah, I think he was.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
I
think I got away with one, but
Yeah? Who'd you get away
I don't
with?
know. I think Delino DeShields was on the Dodgers eventually.
I think he was too.
Was his son maybe on the Dodgers?
Who can I go with? I need a Dodger.
Somebody yell at Dodger alike.
Why can't I think of a name? I have a pitcher, a catcher. Anybody?
Keep name position.
Shortstop,
first baseman.
I said Steve Garvey.
Yeah,
we can't name current guys, right?
I did Mookie Betts.
Oh, give me Freddie Freeman.
All right, Eric Gagne.
That's
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
I got another Eric for you. Go ahead, Spike.
Man, I might be out of Dodgers.
Eric Davis.
Oh, that's a good Dodger.
Yeah.
Jonathan Broxton.
That's another good Dodger.
Broxton. That's a good one there.
Clayton Kershaw.
Oh, that's a good one there. Now I might be stuck.
We have 10 seconds. Just need one out of you, one out of Jack.
Tommy Lasorda?
Yes, that counts.
Chad Billingsley, Jim Thome, Bobby Abreu.
All right. We will be back with you on Monday. Enjoy Phillies on deck.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane.